Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 344, The Strongest Being in the World. When the war and all the troubles that happened in this world ended, it was time for them to do the aftermath. Riser stayed with Sona, Serafal, Rias, Ravel, and all of his women, watching the funeral that happened before them. While many were sad due to this funeral, none of them lost hope since they knew that they were victorious. Ajuka-chan. Serafal lay on Riser's shoulder in a complicated mood. There were also many small characters who died in this war since it was impossible for Riser to heal all of those beings who joined the war with him forever. He put a limit, and when they had hit their limit, they died. Still, those who died were not only small characters but also big characters, such as Ajuka and Azazel. As the two greatest-minded individuals in the Alliance, there was no doubt that the loss of the two was simply a great loss for the Alliance. Still, fortunately, their Lucifer had a great mind like those two, so even if the Alliance had lost Ajuka and Azazel, it didn't mean that they were in despair. Moreover, in the end, what was important in the supernatural world was individual power. Frankly, this funeral didn't make many sad at all since the two weren't that popular characters, they were callous and hypocritical. Still, there were many who cared about them, especially their subordinates. Nevertheless, except for comforting Serafal and showing an expression of what a leader should do, Riser didn't do much at this funeral. Still, due to the defeat of the Hindu and the Chinese myth, they decided to join the Alliance. While he could kill all of the members of those myths, he didn't do so, and he also didn't care either since it was troublesome to manage the place of those two myths. Instead of making those two myths become a wasteland by killing them, he might as well make them join the Alliance and use them to take care of all his problems. At that moment, he knew that he was truly free, and there was no need for him to fear anyone, especially when he was above anyone, especially when he also had Ophis by his side. Like others, Ophis also followed him and stayed by his side. Probably, it was also due to this war that her perception of him also changed since, unlike others who wished to use her, he didn't do anything and told her to stay in the villa with everyone. Riser was different from the original MC, who needed Ophis's power to power up. He was strong and didn't need the help of this infinite dragon to take care of his problem. It was also due to this that he knew that when Issei returned, Issei must become stronger to defeat him, like how the cliché plot is. However, the question was, where could Issei get that power? After all, a heavenly dragon was just so. Riser had defeated the dragon god, the Great Red, so the heavenly dragons, like Draig or Albion, were nothing, so even if Issei returned with the boosted gear alone, there was nothing that Issei could do. Moreover, the boosted gear was nothing but a mid-tier Longinus. In other words, boosted gear wasn't the strongest Longinus. Then, how could Issei grow stronger? Looking at Ophis, who was munching on her mochi quietly as Ravel held her hand, Riser knew that he needed to let Ophis stay by his side all the time. The funeral was held for the entire day. It was a long process with a variety of troublesome procedures. Nevertheless, everyone was patient, and at the same time, they also increased the bounty of Chow Chow since there was no doubt that he was a dangerous being as he was able to kill Azazel and Ajuka. Moreover, there was also George, who was the host of the Dimensional Lost. The reason why the hero faction was a troublesome opponent was also due to George since, with the Dimensional Lost, it was easy for them to move in and out. Nevertheless, Riser wondered when Issei was going to appear as his location but was unable to find Issei. Still, was it possible that location couldn't be used due to a certain reason? While there was such a possibility, he could tell that Issei would appear with the future Gasper. Riser glanced in the direction of Gasper and caused Gasper, who was nervous and afraid of the crowd, to straighten his back and erase all of his fear since he didn't want to be targeted by Riser. "What's wrong, Riser?" Rias asked curiously since Riser was looking at Gasper's direction. "If I am not wrong, your bishop should be from a famous vampire house, right? Is there something wrong with it?" "Well, it doesn't really matter. Now that you mention it, the vampire hasn't decided to join the Alliance, right?" Rias remembered that the noble house of the vampire didn't join the Alliance. "That's right. Do you want them to join?" "It doesn't matter whether they join or not." "That's true." Rias nodded since, with how powerful the Alliance was, there was no need for them to beg. Instead, it should be those who haven't joined the Alliance should feel anxious and beg them to join this Alliance. "By the way, your sister-in-law hasn't been found." "Not yet." Rias almost forgot about her sister-in-law, especially when many things happened in the supernatural world. "Let's search for her later." "Thanks." Rias smiled happily. With the end of the war, Riser would be once again living a peaceful, lazy life. There was no need for him to be anxious to fight anyone or conspire to kill anyone as he was the strongest being. His thoughts were like Ophis at this moment. The reason why Ophis let those who betrayed her or used her stay alive was because she could not kill them anymore. Whatever their conspiration was, everything was meaningless in front of mighty power. Probably because he was the weak one before, he couldn't get used to this feeling, and his nature to seek peace of mind didn't help much, making him often clear up all of the problems in the most complicated ways instead of killing his enemies instantly. Nevertheless, the rewards of his hard work were obvious since he could live an easy life now. It was just that when the ceremony ended, Mephistopheles came to him. Lucifer-sama, Mephisto greeted Riser respectfully without any air of importance or arrogance. It's been a while, Mephisto. Yes, it's been a while. I am glad that I can meet you today. The last time they met each other was at the end of the rampage of Tannin. When Riser returned, Mephisto quickly came to Riser and apologized, begging him. It was also why Mephisto let go of Rennie right away without care since he knew that no matter what Rennie did, it was all meaningless. Mephisto was about to tell Riser his purpose in coming to him, but suddenly, two beautiful young women approached him and interrupted him. Dear. Aquino quickly realized Riser was talking with Mephisto. I am sorry for bothering you, dear. No, no. Please talk first, Hajime Aquino-kun. My matter can be delayed later. Is it not important? Riser asked curiously. I think that someone is more anxious than me, after all. Mephisto then looked at Suzaku Hajime with a polite nod, then left them quietly, and was glad that he decided to choose Riser. Note. By the way, can you recommend an anime eki for me? Chapter 345, Common Sense. Let's talk somewhere else. Hearing his words, Aquino and Suzaku nodded. Nevertheless, Riser could see how anxious Suzaku was, but he ignored her. Frankly, he wouldn't bother to see Suzaku even if she was a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, this young woman was Aquino's cousin, so it was hard for him to reject since he knew that Aquino would seduce him, begging him to meet Suzaku. His departure didn't attract much attention, and they went to a private room at the venue where the funeral was held. Besides talking to Aquino and Suzaku, he also wanted to have a quiet moment since he hadn't had a chance to check his rewards. With his feat, he expected to get a great reward. At the same time, he also realized why he didn't get rewards for killing Issei at that time. I can't let my guard down. While he wanted to be like Ophis, who never cared about those who were weaker than her, he knew that a protagonist had always given a surprise, and he didn't want to be so arrogant that he wouldn't care about the danger around him unless there was really no chance for them to defeat him. So, Riser hoped that Issei could appear as soon as possible so that way, he could take him down, clearing all the possibilities that might endanger him. Sighing, he thought that even if he had become the strongest being in this world, the will of the world hadn't given up on taking him down, which made him helpless. As they walked, he never said anything, so Aquino held his arm gently and pressed her breasts against his arm, causing him to glance in her direction, smiling affectionately as she stared at her. However, Suzaku was so nervous and had been lowering her head, following them from behind like a follower. She was different from before, who didn't know her place. The three then entered the room together before he said, "Close the door." Aquino wanted to close the door, but her hand was held by Riser, which made her realize who this order was for. Suzaku also realized, but she didn't get angry, and just like a maid, she followed his words obediently. He sat on the sofa as he pulled Aquino to his embrace, feeling helpless. Why did you bring her to me again? Sorry, I have troubled you. Aquino lowered her head as she apologized. I don't blame you, but you should know her fiancé wanted to kill me before. Suzaku and Aquino widened their eyes. Tobio accused. Riser looked at Suzaku and said, "That's your fiancé, right? You sure have a thick face to come to me after your fiancé wanted to kill him. I beg you forgiveness, Riser-sama." Suzaku bowed her head onto the ground, showing her submission with a trembling voice. Riser wasn't sure whether this was done deliberately or not, but her kimono constricted her lewd body, showing how plump and soft her body was when she bowed her head. What's the use of apologies? Suzaku felt cold and tried to look at Aquino, but this time, Aquino looked away and ignored Suzaku, especially when Aquino heard Riser's words. The two of them didn't think that Riser was lying since they knew that this was the truth. Yet, this brought despair to Suzaku, and she also understood why Tobio's bounty increased even further. She took a deep breath, then made up her mind. Standing up, she faced Riser before she took off her kimono. Not only Riser but also Aquino was dumbfounded. Suzaku-nisama, what are you doing? I am still a virgin, and I can give you my virginity, but please save the 5 principal clans. As for Tobio Accuse, I am sorry, I can't say that I can sacrifice him for our clan since even if he is a criminal by the alliance, he is still my fiancé. I still respect him as my future husband, but I know that my words are meaningless, so please have my body that I have kept for my future husband. However, Riser frowned and stood up directly, leaving. Aquino, I will leave. He might be lustful, but what kind of woman that he had never been with. While it was true that it excited him when she thought about how he did it together with Akino and Suzaku, he felt that he had gone deeper into the path of the villain. Why not? It had been a while since he saw the system talking to him, but he didn't expect it would talk during this situation. Akino didn't say anything, feeling conflicted, but Suzaku was desperate. Riser-sama, please. I beg you. She clutched into his legs and didn't let him go, pressing her tantalizingly body into his legs. Yet, at this moment, Riser also knew the reality of this world. The weak had no right, and the strong got everything. This proud woman, who was supposed to be the heir, the future leader of the Heimjima clan, begged him to have her body so she could save her entire clan. Dear, why don't you help her? I think it is good, right? Don't you want to do it with the two of us? While Suzaku held his legs from his front side, Akino hugged him from behind as her hand crept softly into his beast. She put her chin onto his shoulder, then looked at Suzaku, who was on the ground, sitting so low. Suzaku-nisama, how about you show your sincerity first? Oi, Akino. Calm down, dear. It will be fun. Akino smiled lewdly, which made Riser remember that Akino was also a sadist. How do I show my sincerity? Suzaku asked in confusion. Akino then looked at Suzaku again and said with a smile, you can use your hand and mouth first, right? We're still at the funeral after all, and I don't think it is appropriate for you to lose your virginity here. Suzaku was stunned as she watched Akino, who made such a suggestion. She opened her lips, shocked, trembled, then she nodded and reached for his pants. Her soft hands reached his erection as she opened her beautiful pink lips to show her sincerity. Gulp. Suzaku put her hands in front of her lips as she still felt embarrassed about what she had done. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to spit out what was inside her mouth and gulped all of it clean before she opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, showing everything was swallowed. Riser took a deep breath and knew that he needed to change his mentality soon. How is it, dear? Akino put her hands on her lover's body as she whispered those words. You want me to punish you that much? Riser looked at Akino lazily. Fu. Akino smiled lewdly. Riser sighed, but he didn't reject her advance before he took out a cubic-like item and gave it to Suzaku, which she accepted. While she was curious, she didn't dare to ask a question, showing her submission. As long as you use that, Tiamat won't be able to attack your clan. Your clan will be saved. Thank you, Riser Lucifer-sama. Suzaku bowed her head deeply. You can go back. Thank you. I will return once I give this to my clan. As for the other clans, Suzaku didn't care, especially when the price she had to pay was so heavy, and as long as her clan was okay, then that's it. As for Tobio, Suzaku only hoped that her servitude was enough for Riser to forgive her fiancé. By the way, before you leave, can you get me, Mephisto? Yes, Lucifer-sama. Just call me Riser. Yes, Riser-sama. Suzaku then bowed her head, leaving Riser and Akino alone. You are not going to punish me? Akino asked curiously. It isn't appropriate to do something perverted during a funeral. Akino. Chapter 346, Little Escapade. I think that Kuno will be happy if she has a little sibling. Yasaka smiled happily as she rubbed her face against his chest. Little sister or little brother? Both. Aren't you a little too greedy? He, can I? Yasaka asked coquettishly. Sure, let's do it a lot. Riser buried his face on Yasaka's bountiful chest and sighed helplessly, wondering how one could grow so huge. Geez, nothing will come out even if you suck them, you know. It's okay. It's the feeling that is important. Yasaka laughed, then ran her hands onto his hair, gasped, and cried in obsession, wishing for a deeper connection. She knew that it was the day Kuno decided to transfer to the Kuo Academy, yet she wasn't a good mother since after she finished the registration, she went directly to the house of her young lover, letting her body be used by him again and again, enjoying every moment with him. Still, Yasaka wasn't the only one since there were many others who had passed out beside them, and if one saw them, they would feel that they were quite familiar. Frankly, last time, Riser wondered why Mephisto came to him, but he didn't expect that Mephisto would give him Lavinia Rennie, Jean, and many other members of the hero faction. While he wanted to refuse, he knew that he couldn't refuse these gifts, and they were criminals, so wasn't it natural for him as a Lucifer to catch them? After giving the bounty money for catching those criminals, Riser took all of them away. Mephisto didn't really want to accept the bounty, but he knew that Riser didn't want to owe him something, which made him helpless, yet it didn't matter since their relationship was good as long as he didn't cause trouble. Still, when he thought at how many women he had been, he decided to give them to Sona, but he didn't expect that she would make all of them into students of the Kuo Academy. Nevertheless, Rennie and Jean never gave up, so they combined with Suzaku. With how insolent they were, Riser knew that he needed to teach them, and that was why they were all resting on the bed, sleeping as they were exhausted due to their fight. Still, even if they knew that they would lose, they never gave up and kept trying to challenge him, as this felt great, especially when they could feel this sense of peace and euphoria at the same time. As for Yasaka, she didn't mind at all about this relationship since she knew Riser was strong, the strongest. Wasn't it normal for him to be sought after by many? Instead, Yasaka felt that the number of women around him was too low, that she wished to add more women around him, which made him angry at her, making her beg forgiveness as she let him mount her like a wild beast. At the same time, Riser realized how hard the life of the king or emperor in history was. Even though they only wanted to have a normal life, they couldn't since they had so many temptations, especially women. Their features might be similar to each other, yet each of them was different, especially their innermost, as each of them had their own characteristics. Still, while the others were happy as they could enter his bed, some of them grew anxious since they couldn't enter his bed at all. It was also for this reason that when he decided to take a break after the war, many decided to join, especially Rias group. As for Sona was still busy with many things, and she felt like she couldn't finish her work when her lower back was hurt, so she decided to pass this time, especially when she needed to think about her next raiding game, and also the opening of her raiding game school. While Zenobia wanted to join, she knew the importance of her raiding game, so that was why she gave preparation to her best friend, Irina. Irina, this is for you. What? Irina was confused, but then she accepted something that was given by Zenobia. It was a box, and it made her wonder whether it was a snack, but she almost threw this box away when she saw what was given by Zenobia. What is this? Condom. Condom. I can hear it. You don't need to repeat it. Irina became embarrassed and asked, why did you give me this? I thought that you needed one. You don't need it. Thanks. While Irina knew that this might be weird, she would be lying if she didn't have an interest in this area. She might be an angel, but before that, she was also a female human who was especially interested in the opposite gender, especially. There was no need to spell it, right? Still, Irina wasn't the only one, as Rosweiss also discussed her problem with Asia. You don't need to worry, Rosweiss-san. Riser-sama is gentle. Really? Asia nodded with a gentle yet lewd smile. And it feels so good. Rosweiss felt like her entire world was twisted since she didn't expect such a pure girl to show such a lewd expression. Then, everyone, are you all ready? Rias asked as she held Riser's arm. Yes. Everyone was ready to go on this trip to follow Riser. Then, let's go, darling. Riser glanced at Rias and thought that this girl had changed. Previously, she was so gloomy and melancholy, but now, she was full of positivity. This also made him wonder how she felt when she knew what he had done, since he wouldn't be surprised if, somehow, in the near future, Issei, who returned, would tell everything that he had done to Surzek and Rias' family. What's wrong? Rias asked curiously since she felt his gaze on her. It's okay. By the way, where are we going? It's an onsen hotel recommended by Magari. Now that makes me curious. Magari was a famous leader of the Nikosho yokai, southwest. The place recommended by such a person definitely wasn't bad, right? Then, let's go now. Everyone was ready, so Riser used his ability to teleport everyone to the place where they would hold their trip. However, when they arrived and enjoyed the scenery around the hotel, Rias widened her eyes since she didn't expect to see someone familiar. Grafia-nisama. Grafia. There you go. By the way, there isn't much good eki anime beyond 2020, huh? Chapter 347, Riser is a trustworthy man. The meeting between Rias and Grafia was so sudden that neither of them knew how to react. Yet, when Grafia could only lower her head in guilt, Rias kept staring at Grafia, feeling emotional and even furious. Yet, how could she feel like that? When her family needed someone to support her, Grafia wasn't by their side, leaving them alone. Moreover, Grafia left her son as if she had abandoned him. While it was true that Grafia's situation happened due to the death of Surzek, it was quite too much for her to abandon everything, leaving the rest behind, ignoring everything, and focusing on her own feelings. Even if Rias was quite selfish, she had grown up. Yet, Grafia, who was a grown-up, somehow grew selfish and even childish. While Grafia waited for Rias to say something or even scold her, Rias took a deep breath, calming her shaking chest that had been in turbulence previously before letting out a long sigh. Are you alright, Nei-sama? I don't want to fool my mood during this holiday, so how about we talk later and just enjoy this trip? Grafia looked at Rias in a complicated mood, thinking that Rias, whom she had known in the past, had long gone. Rias had become much more mature, and Rias wasn't as selfish as before, which made her somewhat guilty since she knew that she was partly responsible for this. While this growth was good, there was no doubt that this growth was paid for by intense pain. Grafia wished to run, but she couldn't, especially when Riser was there. Riser Lucifer-sama. She might be selfish, wishing to run away from everything, but she wasn't stupid since she knew this world was as good as Riser. If before, she could treat Riser like nothing, at this moment, their position was switched, and he could treat her like nothing. Riser didn't say much and only nodded at this widow of Surzek. While Rias didn't say anything and might not notice anything, he could feel Aquino's mischievous gaze on him, but he simply ignored this lewd young woman and just enjoyed this trip since he knew that he would face many things after he returned. Nevertheless, the rest didn't think too much. Even if the situation between Grafia and Rias was quite weird, all they thought about was enjoying their stay, especially Rosweiss and Irina, since they had a great mission that they needed to do. Riser didn't know what was on the heads of many who followed him, but there was no doubt this trip would be a lewd one. The entire hotel was booked for him and dedicated to serving his entire group. This might seem exaggerated, yet when one thinks about the identity of the person who came, this is normal. Someone might say that everyone was equal, but that wasn't the truth since some were naturally better than others, especially in the supernatural world where everything was determined by the strength of the individual. The power of a group might be powerful, too, but as long as one was strong enough, they could do many things. It was like how the protagonist could destroy a powerful group of villains. Unfortunately, the protagonists of this world had been defeated, and this world was as good as his. Yet, this was also the reason why he wanted to know how Issei, who was about to revive, gained the power to defeat him. Or, was it even possible to defeat him? Even the combination of powerful gods, such as Indra, Shiva, Buddha, and many others, could do nothing against him. Even if the whole world combined their power to defeat him, it was simply meaningless, especially when he could reverse all the damage he received into his power. Even if one wanted to control his mind like the Great Red, it was also impossible since he had swallowed the Great Red, and his resistance toward a physic-like ability was almost to the point that he was completely immune to such a power. Still, if he could become even stronger, then why not, right? However, when he was about to open his rewards, Aquino and Asia interrupted him. As for Kaneko, she could only watch on the side in silence, crying, wishing to grow up soon. Walking out from a long bath session, Riser and everyone had dinner together, but then, Grafia made an unexpected move by bowing her head and apologized. I am sorry that I have never appeared when there was a crisis on the underworld and the Alliance, Lucifer-sama. The sight of the widow who begged and apologized so he wouldn't punish her family sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he knew well that he wasn't a good guy, but he couldn't be blamed since he was nothing but a man. What kind of man wouldn't be attracted to such an attractive widow? Riser might hate Surzek, but he didn't hate Surzek's widow, Grafia. Still, he wasn't the protagonist who would forgive anyone who came to beg him and apologize. Instead, he was silent and ignored her, starting to eat the dinner without worry. As everyone started to grow anxious, Riser suddenly said, I remember that someone told me that there was a strange, powerful devil who often joined the fight that happened within the Alliance, such as Tannen and the fight against the Chinese and Hindu myths. A strange, powerful devil. Yes. If I am not wrong, someone told me that she was young, around our age, and wore a phoenix mask. Hearing his description, Grafia's mature body trembled, but she didn't say anything and kept bowing her head. What's the name? What is it again? Grafia, can you help me remember? Riser asked with a smile. Lucifer-sama. Do you like to bully the widow of the previous Lucifer that much? Grafia asked helplessly. I happen to have such a hobby. Grafia. Though, why did you hide your identity when you fought before, Grafia? Everyone was dumbfounded. That strange, powerful devil that you mentioned is Nei-sama. Rias was startled. That seems to be the case, and her reaction also told me so. Grafia. Did that mean that Riser was just testing her? Grafia realized that she had always been bullied by this young Lucifer. Frankly, as the new Lucifer, he should show some respect to Grafia, who was the wife of the previous Lucifer, yet he didn't do so and just bullied her as much as he wished to. However, she didn't get angry since getting angry was also meaningless, especially when the Gremory house had been tied to Riser, considering how Rias had become one of his women. As for Grafia. The moment Surzek died, Grafia thought that her connection with Gremory had long gone since she wasn't a Gremory and that she was part of Luciphage, the clan who wholeheartedly served the original Lucifer, yet in the end, she betrayed the original Satans to be with Surzek. Was it worth it? Grafia wasn't sure, but somehow, she didn't care about those things anymore. Still, perhaps due to Riser's teasing that the situation had warmed, Rias realized that Grafia wasn't as cold and callous as Grafia seemed to be since Grafia was also there during the crisis that happened to the Gremory, the Underworld, and the Alliance. However, Grafia didn't have a face to meet them, so she decided to change her identity, making her younger and wearing a mask. Still, while everyone was clueless, Riser could tell who she was immediately and even tore her mask in front of everyone like this, which made her helpless, yet she couldn't get angry since she knew fighting him was meaningless, and she also didn't want to fight him either since she just wasn't sure what to do with her life since the purpose of her life was gone. The person she swore to protect and stay in her life was gone. Still, that night, Rosweiss, who wished to take a chance to sleep with Riser, drank a lot of alcohol, became drunk, and then made the rest also drunk. It was all a mess. Riser didn't want to sleep with such a drunkard and wanted to escape, but the silver-haired beauty didn't let him go. Facing this advance, why should he reject it? So, tonight, he upheld his promise to take care of Surzeka's family. Chapter 348, Your Wife is Mine. With a woman by his side, Riser watched her figure who slept so soundly and peacefully on his arm. If it was a normal man, they would feel numb by this action, but he didn't feel so and didn't feel much except for excitement, considering what kind of a woman he had been with. Riser had been with many women, after all, and if he wished to, there would be many beautiful women with fantastic figures who would jump into his arms without a second thought, yet a widow of his enemy really gave him a different feeling. Grafia might be a mother of one, and she had been married to Surzek. Yet, such a woman was in his arms, crying lewdly, abandoning her status as a wife and a mother as she was held by him, enjoying the act of sex with a man other than her husband. Even though Surzek had a long death, Riser still recalled how many troubles he had been given by that hypocritical guy. If he was the only one who was harassed, then he didn't mind, but that bastard also harassed his family. He might have finished his revenge by killing that bastard, and he could also harass that bastard's family. Yet, Riser didn't do that as he had a gentle heart, and this was also the reason why he took care of that bastard's wife. Still, he had to say it was so fun to break the stoic expression into a lewd one and abandon all of her reserves as she was held by him. Suddenly, he was glad of Rosweiss, who had caused a mess and made all of them drunk. If the incident hadn't happened, then he might not have been able to comfort Grafia, who was hurt. Nevertheless, as he had gained his peace, it was his time to check his rewards from his previous war. Congratulations, you have received Agni, Lord of Charity, Haniel, Lord of Glory, and Hastur, Lord of Star Wind. He had to say his rewards were amazing. Let's start one by one. His first reward was Agni, Lord of Charity, which gave him an ability known as Charity. This ability allows him to amplify something near infinitely. When used on a person, it can be used to either increase their strength to or past the limit of their bodies, resulting in living things being burned alive by their own body heat or otherwise falling apart. When used on an attack, the result is absolutely catastrophic, increasing its power to the absolute limit and creating the strongest offensive power. If he gave an example, this power was like the boosted gear owned by Issei. In his case, he didn't need the boosted gear, and the boosted gear was unable to burn the opponent alive like him. In other words, his ability was stronger than Issei's, which made him wonder how Issei would defeat him. Yet, this wasn't his only reward since there were two left. Haniel, Lord of the Glory. This was his second reward, an ability that centered around balance, offering a perfect blend of offensive and defensive powers. It's also a passive skill. This skill gives him 5 skills, which, attack sense, an ability to see through the enemy's traps, hostility detection, an ability to ascertain the enemy's movements, accord of energy, an ability to change unfavorable attributes to advantageous ones, offensive-defensive balance adjustment, an ability to convert the power of attack into defense and the power of defense into attack, and automatic recovery, an ability to automatically heals all wounds. Riser had to say that all of those abilities were useful to him, especially the last one. It might seem weird why he said that, but even though he was a phoenix and couldn't do it no matter what, it didn't mean that couldn't hurt since all of his actions needed to start with a thought. If he wanted to heal his body, he needed to think so first. However, with this ability, if he wanted to heal his body, it could be done automatically. As for the others, such as attack sense and hostility detection, there was no doubt that they were useful. However, the accord of energy and offensive-defensive balance adjustment were so unique. In the case of accord of energy, which was an ability to change unfavorable attributes to advantageous ones, it was like when he was exhausted after running so long, that exhaustion would disappear as it was unfavorable to him. If he had to say, it was like the application of the ruler within his body. What hurt him would make him stronger, yet it was done within his body instead of the external, which was a lower version of the ruler, yet, unlike the ruler that needed to be activated, this ability was passive, so no matter how one would try to invade his mind, it was meaningless since this ability would activate automatically. The offensive-defensive balance adjustment was also an interesting skill since it gave him the ability to have the ultimate defense and an ultimate attack like the ability of Falbium Asmodeus. In case he wanted to attack, this skill would adjust automatically to turn everything into an attack, so his attack would become stronger. But in case he wanted to defend, this skill would also adjust to turn everything into a defense, making his defense impregnable. There were those 5 abilities within a single ability, and there was no doubt showing how much this skill was worth. Those 2 skills had made him much stronger, but this wasn't the end since he still had his last reward. Hastur, Lord of Star Wind. This skill gave him various abilities, and some of the abilities were quite similar to those he owned in the past, but the main abilities of the skill were weather domination and sound and wind domination. With this skill, he could control the weather, whether it was a storm, snow, or sun, he could change whatever he wished, causing the entire world to be in chaos. Somehow, this skill reminded him of the second strongest Longinus owned by the angel side, Zenith Tempest. Still, Riser didn't have much of a good impression of those Longinus users, as all of them felt like they were special. While that was the truth, it made him know that those individuals loved to cause trouble, and they were confident in themselves, thinking as if whatever they did was for the good. Before someone refuted him since he was the same, he had to say that he wasn't a good person, and he was different from those who believed that they were good even though their purpose was selfish. In the future, he wouldn't be surprised if there was trouble on the angel side, the owner of the Zenith Tempest would take part on the side of those who had caused trouble. Suddenly, it made him think that he should take all the Longinus in this world, taking him by himself, so no one could bother him anymore. With that idea, he felt that he needed to do it as soon as possible. Oh, as for sound and wind domination. Wasn't it obvious? It gave him the ability to govern over the sound and wind. It was frightening, right? Riser-sama. Did I wake you up? No, it's okay. Let's sleep. You must be tired. Graphia stared at Riser, who had tossed her body around with a sigh, then snuggled in his arms, feeling the long-lost comfort that she longed after. Kissing her white, round shoulder, Riser thought that the window of the enemy was great. Still, this also made him wonder what kind of ability he had received from Graphia. Congratulations, you have received Ocean. Riser. Chapter 349, Longinus is too dangerous. Ocean. It was an ability to create a literal ocean to trap his opponents. If Riser had to say, it was an ability to create a world of water and trap his opponent inside. If he gave an example, it was like the ability of the Dimensional Lost, or Innovate Clear, but it created an ocean instead of another type of space. While this might seem weaker than the Dimensional Lost, that could practically control the space and barrier, or Innovate Clear, that could create an ideal world, the ocean gave him the ability to control water, so at this moment, not only he could control the fire, but also water. While he knew that this ability might not help him that much, he knew that it was suitable for his wife as he could use Link to let her use this ability. There was no doubt that he was surprised by the reward he gained from Graphia. Still, compared to this reward, the satisfaction that came from sleeping with the wife of his enemy was more than that. The next day, when everyone had woken up, Riser took the documents given by Suzaku and read them quietly. Suzaku didn't say anything and just waited patiently until someone served her coffee. She was quite startled as she saw the beautiful figure of a mature maid, but she quickly thanked her. Thank you. Graphia only smiled politely and then stood behind Riser like a loyal maid. Nevertheless, those who saw Graphia's action knew what had happened. They must be sleeping together. I know it. He loves to take the woman of others the most. Widow is his favorite type of woman. Riser frowned, especially when their discussions weren't particularly discreet, or they might even deliberately let him hear what they talked about, which made him speechless. Nevertheless, Graphia didn't say anything and just stood behind him calmly, though her plump, mature thighs squeezed together as she thought about what had happened last night. Graphia didn't think her affair with Riser was something to be embarrassed about. Instead, she was sure someone would even look at her in jealousy if they knew she was held by him. Still, Rias, who saw her sister-in-law fall into Riser's arms, was helpless. While she wished for her sister-in-law to remain loyal to her deceased older brother, she knew that this wasn't realistic, especially when Graphia was in an unstable state, and it was better to be with Riser instead of a random man that she didn't know, but at the same time, she was unconvinced as it appeared that Riser was more obsessed with her. Snorting, Rias thought that she was going to dry him tonight and showed him that she was far better than Graphia. So, Azazel and Ajuka have been asking you to search for the owner of the Innovate Clear. Yes. Suzaku nodded. All the members of the 5 principal clans were asked so. Why the 5 principal clans? Rias was confused. It should be because the owner of the Innovate Clear is in Japan. Have you found this owner? No, not yet. Suzaku shook her head, but then she said, but we found the clue. What is that? The owner of the Innovate Clear is with the owner of Telos Karma. Telos Karma. Everyone was surprised since they hadn't expected that 2 Longinus users would appear together, showing how incredibly rare this chance was. Among the billions of people, only a few of them had sacred gears, and Longinus owners were even rarer as there were only 13 Longinus in this world. So, for 2 Longinus users to appear together was something incredible. Who is the owner of Telos Karma? Momiji Nakiri. Suzaku didn't hide anything. She is the little sister of the previous Uryu in the Nakiri clan. Uryu. Those who are able to tame the yellow dragon in the Nakiri clan. That's Uryu, though they are about to be erased. When she finished those words, Suzaku looked timidly at Riser. Do you want me to save them? Riser asked. The 5 principal clans were no longer complete as the 3 holy beasts of the 5 principal clans were taken away by Tiamat, leaving only the yellow dragon on the Nakiri clan and the vermilion bird on the Haimjima clan. As of the moment, those 3 holy beasts were already in his hands as Tiamat gave him those holy beasts to him. Still, he wondered whether he should turn them directly into mocking gear or just use them as a pet. This was something that he had been thinking about. No, it's okay. Unlike me, they hadn't paid a price. It was clear from Suzaku's answer that the relationship between the 5 clans of the 5 principal clans wasn't good, so even if the others were destroyed, as long as her clan remained, she didn't mind. Moreover, the Heimjima clan's holy beast was a vermilion bird, which was quite similar to Riser, who was part of the Phoenix, so even if the Heimjima clan worshipped Riser as their new deity, it didn't really matter. Riser nodded since he didn't want to save the Nakiri clan, considering this clan worshipped the yellow dragon, and he hated the dragon the most, especially those who thought that they could do anything. But why did Ajuka-sama and Azazel wish to get the innovate clear, Riser-sama? Grafia asked curiously since she had been away from the underworld, so there were many things that she didn't know except those big matters, such as Tannen or the war with the Chinese and Hindu myth. Probably because they want to strengthen the field on the raiding game. You know, they like to play the game the most, right? Riser wouldn't tell them that Ajuka and Azazel wished to trap him within the space of the innovate clear. They might be enemies for him, but he still had some respect for their impossible struggle, and frankly, he didn't hate Ajuka and Azazel that much since they didn't annoy him that much. They might make him almost die due to the summoning of the Great Red, but they were enemies, and what kind of enemies would be kind to each other, right? So, are you interested in the innovate clear, dear? Rias asked. Hearing that answer, everyone was looking at Riser, waiting for his answer. No, I am interested in all Longinus in this world. Huh. Or, rather, I plan to take all the Longinus to keep instead of leaving them to the hands of humans. Everyone. I know that my answer might surprise you, but not only Azazel but Ajuka died because the humans gained the power of Longinus. I feel like it is too dangerous for them to hold this power, so I am going to take them, as we don't know that they might kill someone we know. Still, this plan of his startled all of them, and they could only stare at him in a daze, yet when they thought about the death of Ajuka and Azazel were all due to the owner of the true Longinus, they felt that it was reasonable for him to think so. At least they couldn't allow their enemies to hold the Longinus as it was too dangerous. Should I try to search for the owner of the innovate clear and tell us karma, Riser-sama? Suzaku asked, thinking that it was a chance to gain his favorability. You might die, you know. They won't kill us. They are kind anyway. Riser's lips twitched, thinking that the world was really cruel to those kind people. Still, he didn't stop Suzaku if she wished to do so and told him to call him when she found the owner of those twos. Nevertheless, as he had made up his mind to take all the Longinus, he didn't hesitate and decided to take the first target. He put his finger on his temple, then made an order, Valle, come to meet me. Chapter 350, Goodbye. Valle fell in silence when he heard this order. He hesitated before letting out a helpless sigh. Valle. Albion wanted to say something, but he couldn't since there was nothing that he could do. Odin might have helped them to find out who was the real murderer of Valle's stepfather, but even so, what could they do? Even if they knew that it was Riser, could they defeat him? The answer was no since they knew well that Riser was the strongest being, especially his ability to turn all the attacks and anything that harmed him into something that made him stronger. Valle, what's wrong? Yeah, what happens? Everyone quickly noticed Valle's strangeness and quickly asked. Valle took a deep breath and apologized, I am sorry, but we might not be able to meet each other. Huh. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's wrong? If you have a problem, tell us. We're comrades. We will do each other to help you. Valle's lips trembled, and then he said, Riser Lucifer called me and told me to meet him. Everyone fell into silence. I know that I might die soon, but it doesn't matter, so do your best with your fight, I will watch over you. There was no escape for Valle, especially when Valle's family was in Riser's hands, and all of them were helpless to do anything to help Valle. Don't worry about me. Just focus on what you are doing. They wanted to say something, but no words came out of their mouth since they knew how helpless they were. At this moment, the strongest among them was the future Gasper, whose power was similar to those of super devils such as Surzek or Ajuka, but even so, he was helpless against Riser. Especially when Riser's ability was so unreasonable. Even Valle knew that they could do nothing, this world as good as Riser's. Moreover, he was just exhausted. If it was before, he might boldly say that he would fight anyone, but now. There was no such thing in his heart at all. The pride that he had before had gone, disappeared, shattered by Riser. Moreover, as long as he was gone, he knew that his family would be saved. There was no need to live in fear, and the dead might not be a destination, a bad destination. Even Albion, who knew about Valle's thoughts, didn't say anything since he knew that all the struggle was meaningless in front of Riser. Nevertheless, everyone wanted to tell Valle not to go, yet what about Valle's mother and siblings? Was it okay to abandon them? Watching Valle, who was about to leave, the future Gasper struggled since he knew that Riser might be waiting at a place where Vala's family was located. He needed Vala's power to defeat Riser, yet Issei hadn't appeared, and they needed to hide until the time came, or else everything would be destroyed before it began. In the end, no one said anything as they could only lower their heads, watching Valley, who had left. Some of them cried bitterly, yet no words came out of their mouths, showing how helpless they were. Frankly, for Valley, this might be great since staying with all of them, who were ready to fight to the death against Riser, was just painful. If he left, then he wouldn't feel this way, right? Valley. It's okay, Albion. You don't need to say anything. Albion never thought he would hate how powerful he was. As one of the heavenly dragons, all of his life had been smooth sailing, and nothing could stop him except for the God of the Bible. Yet, even the God of the Bible was struggling against him, and in the end, God could only turn him into a Longinus. The fight between them could only be death or alive. There was no other option like Riser, who could tame him, telling him that his fist was bigger, so Albion needed to be humble. However, with this, I am glad. Valley closed his eyes and went in the direction where they would have their appointment. Their meeting location was in Italy, the hometown of his family, which made him uneasy. I am sorry. Albion cried as he kept apologizing. Valley didn't say anything and just peacefully went to his destination. Whenever he walked, everything seemed to be so peaceful, and he had never thought that peace would be so beautiful. In the past, he thought that chaos, war, and fighting were something that he longed for, yet now, peace wasn't bad at all. If there was something that he regretted, he only realized that feeling now, so that he didn't have time to enjoy this peace. Along the way, neither Valley nor Albion talked about anything. If it was before, Albion might say that they should fight to the death, yet in the end, he didn't say anything as if he had given up or just respected Valley's decision. Either way, there was nothing he could do, so it was meaningless to talk more. Still, if Valley died and Albion got a new host, he would definitely tell his host not to anger Riser and just live quietly in a peaceful way. For a dragon, this decision of his might be seen as cowardly, yet so what? Like those whom Albion has trampled on in the past, the weak have no right. Was this karma? Albion thought so, and it also made him laugh since he didn't expect that there would be a time in the future when he would repent all of his actions. Still, as they were on their way to meet Riser, they recalled many of their memories, their battles, conversations, struggles, and many other things. All of them were unforgettable for the two of them. I won't forget you, Valley. Thank you. Then, soon, they saw a luxurious villa in the southern area of Sicily. In the Mediterranean style of the villa, a single figure sat on the lazy chair wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and shorts, drinking cold grape juice as he watched over the sea. It could be seen that he was alone, like how they usually met each other. Still, it might be the first time Valley saw Riser surrounded by many luxury items, which made him helpless, especially when he recalled how everyone was living like homeless. You have come. Riser didn't even turn his head, and Valley only lowered his head, showing his submission. Yes. Come closer. If it was before, Valley might have attacked Riser, but now, there was no such thought. Moreover, even if he did a sneak attack, it was all meaningless. Yet, Valley had to say, this place might not be a bad place to die. Valley. Yes. Do you want to have a normal life? Chapter 351, Normal Valley. What do you mean? Valley's voice was trembling as he heard Riser's voice. I will take out the blood of Lucifer and the divine dividing in your body, making you a normal human, and let you leave with your family. Riser's voice was calm, but Valley felt like his body was struck down by thunder in disbelief. Valley wished to say something, but unfortunately, no words came out from his lips. What Riser was about to do was so outrageous that he wasn't sure how to respond. He was planning to die, yet Riser told him that he would become a normal human. Is that true? However, Albion's voice was full of anticipation. Yes. Riser nodded. I plan to cut his relationship with the supernatural world, and he will be living as a normal human, Valley, without any single relationship with this side again. I will also heal him so he won't become disabled again. Then, please. I beg you. Instead of suffering a painful death, Albion was glad that Valley had such an end. As for him being taken by Riser, he didn't mind at all, especially when he had been living so long. Death was nothing for him. Well, he had already died, but he still had his consciousness, yet even if it was gone, it didn't matter since even if a new host appeared, he knew that it was meaningless to fight Riser. He might as well have been taken by Riser immediately, so it would have given Valley a more favorable treatment. Albion knew how many times he had caused Valley trouble due to his arrogance and stupid decision, so this was the only thing he could do to repay for what he had done. So Valley and his family can have a good life. That was probably Albion's only wish now. Yet, There was no doubt that Valley was luckier than any hosts of the Divine Dividing, since almost all of them had a cruel death awaiting them, yet Valley had such a human end. As for doubting Riser, there was no such a thing, since what was the use of him lying to them? Riser might be their enemy, but there was no doubt his words were more believable than Chow Chow or the future Gasper. It wasn't that Riser was kind, but his reputation as someone trustworthy had never been broken. They knew that as long as Riser would do it, then he would do it. You don't need to beg, and this isn't a request. This is just an announcement. You don't have any right to refuse. Valley and Albion. Whether Valley or Albion, neither of them spoke anymore, and Riser healed Valley's disabled body, recovering him to his most perfect state. Watching everything happen, the two of them fell into silence. Riser is famous for being the strongest Lucifer, with powerful physical strength and powerful flame ability, but there was no doubt what made him even more famous was his ability at healing. Valley knew that his body was almost impossible to recover and that the future Gasper could do nothing, yet Riser could save him in just a single moment. So, would Valley attack him? No way. Even Albion didn't even say anything. The reason why Riser dared to do so was to show that he didn't care whether Valley was hurt or not, since no matter what Valley's condition was, it didn't change the fact that it was impossible for Valley to win. You will forget everything after this. Do you have the last words? How kind. Albion and Valley thought. Valley took a deep breath, then said, "Thank you for everything, Albion." No. Me too. I am glad that I have you as my host, Valley. Albion wished to cry at this moment. Valley then closed his eyes and remembered every one of his adventures in life before his arrogance destroyed everything. He thought that he was the chosen one, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The reality before him crumbled, and living like a normal person was something that he sought after. Still, there was something that he needed to say, even though he knew that it was quite wrong. Riser Lucifer-sama, can I have the last words for you? Sure. Riser felt it was a bit funny for Valley to be so humble that Valley would call his full name and even added a sama suffix. Please take care of Rennie. Rennie. Lavinia Rennie. Are you in love with her? Valley took a deep breath and then said, she has taken care of me during my childhood. I care for her like my family. Is that so? Valley didn't hear Riser's answer and became anxious. What could he do? There was nothing that he could do, the weak had the right, and he knew that too late. Closing his eyes, everything was in the dark, and Valley couldn't remember anything except for his family. After manipulating Valley's memory, Riser took out the Divine Dividing by using the power of Kote Kote no Mi and Degranate. Inside the Divine Dividing, Albion saw all of this, and he even saw all the consciousness of his previous hosts erased directly, without any resistance. Watching all of this, he didn't even say a single word as he was afraid that Riser might change his mind to kill Valley. Frankly, there were many things he wanted to ask as he wondered how a devil from the Phoenix house could do all of this. Yet, what Albion was surprised by was that Riser could use the Divine Dividing. Balance Breaker. Suddenly, Riser's body was wrapped in the silver dragon armor like Valley had in the past. Albion. Riser didn't use the Divine Dividing for too long and then returned to normal. Even so, he didn't expect that using the Divine Dividing would take energy. Still, with its ability to absorb half of the target's energy, this consumption was as good as none. Is there something you want to ask, Albion? Just, what's your plan? Plan? I mean, you can use me after all. While the Divine Dividing might be only a mid-tier Longinus, it was still Longinus, and those who gained its power could definitely destroy the world, so Albion wondered what Riser planned to do with the power of the Divine Dividing. However, Riser only chuckled and said, "You are funny. Even without you, no one can defeat me." Albion. Riser's words were arrogant, but that was the truth. Well, you are good and not stupid, so I don't plan to erase your consciousness, or do you want me to erase your consciousness, Albion? Albion was surprised but also hesitant. Is that possible? Whether your consciousness exists or not, it doesn't matter to me. Your conscience can't do anything after all. It hurt, Albion thought, but he knew that was the truth. Everything was within Riser's palm. Is there any point in asking me a question then? I will give Vala safety and a nice life, but you must also give something in exchange. As expected, Albion thought since he knew that it was impossible for Riser to be so kind. Still, even if Riser was evil, he could be trusted. Moreover, Albion felt it was better this way since it was a transaction instead of charity. If you keep Vala's safety and let him have a normal life with his family, then I can do everything for you. That's good. I like to talk with smart people. Riser was satisfied with Albion. Then, tell me about Drake's information. Drake. Issei would reincarnate sooner or later, so Riser needed more information about the boosted gear since his information was limited. Issei and Drake might not be able to defeat him, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful, right? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Before giving Valley a normal life, Riser was going to take out another thing from Valley. Watching the 12s blaze the devil-like wings that grew behind Riser, Albion knew no one in the world could defeat this demon. Chapter 352, Albion is useless. Manipulating memory was an easy thing for Riser, so watching Valley, who joined his mother and step-siblings like they were a family that had been together for so long, Albion was satisfied and even cried. Valley's face might be stiff, but there was no doubt that he was smiling. In Italy, Riser also had his own industry, even though it wasn't much, so it was easy for him to give a proper job and money to Valley's family. Or rather, even if he did nothing, many would help Valley's family as long as he said a single word. At the same time, he could put Valley's family in misery as long as he said a single word. Was this what a god was? One can determine the other's fate so easily that one might yawn. Still, due to defeating Valley Lucifer entirely, Riser got a reward. Congratulations, you have received a full counter. Frankly, this ability was powerful since it could reflect any attack, whether it was physical or magic, twice the power. Yet, he had to say he was surprised as he got this ability from Valley. However, since he got a reward, then it didn't matter. Nevertheless, he had to say what he gained from Valley was so rich. Not only did he get a reward from the system, but he also got the divine dividing and the power of the Lucifer. Yes, he has Lucifer's power. As he had said before, he had decided to make Valley into a normal human, so he took all the power of the devil within Valley's body, giving him Lucifer's ability. It was like when he stole the power of the Sacred Gear Canceller from Valley's grandfather, Risavim Levon Lucifer. This time, it was the same. So, what was the power of Lucifer? The power of Lucifer was simple, and it was immense energy. How could Valley use the power of the divine dividing without worrying about his life being cut down? Meanwhile, Issei needed to shave away his lifespan from time to time when he used the boosted gear so that the almost immortal lifespan gained by becoming a reincarnated devil had become similar to his lifespan when he was a human. Yet, while Issei was in trouble, Valley was okay. So, why? It was all due to the immense demonic power within Valley's body. Due to this reason, instead of using his lifespan, Valley used his demonic energy, so his lifespan was still intact. However, Valley had become a normal human after his power was taken by Riser, so there was no need to mention Valley anymore as his story was over. Still gaining the power of Lucifer from Valley's body, Riser's demonic power increased even further. Still, as he had become Desperado, his demonic power grew day by day, even if his energy was so much, especially after he devoured the Great Red. Moreover, he also gained the traits of the multiple wings that only appeared on the leaders of the angel, the devil, and the fallen angel. His phoenix-like wings are no longer 2 in number but 12. As for another trait, such as silver hair, Riser didn't need it since he still liked his blonde hair color. Watching all of this, Albion wondered why Riser wanted to know about Drake even though no one could defeat Riser, especially when he knew Riser's specialty was to reverse all the attacks into anything that healed and made him stronger. This was a ridiculous ability that was impossible for anyone to do anything about. Still, as Riser had upheld his promise, Albion also wasn't going to shy away. However, he had to say this experience was quite unique as it might be his first time talking with someone above him, so even if he knew that he needed to be polite, he was quite struggling. Tell me from the beginning how you and that red lizard know each other. Red lizard. However, Albion could only sigh and tell his story. His story wasn't nice since it started with how he lived alone and no one dared to approach him due to his poison. That poison was the venom you and Valley used when you two tried to kill me, right? Albion wondered what to say at the moment, but he could only nod awkwardly while feeling how idiotic he was previously. Still, with how lonely his life was, there was one dragon who could approach him. So, that's Drake. Yes. By then, you two fought. Yes. Then, you two were sealed by God. Yes. Okay, that's it. Their story was so simple that there wasn't much to explain. When Albion wanted to cry as his moving story was being simplified into a few hundred words, Riser asked, so, what's Drake's power that makes him able to approach you? Well, fire manipulation. That's it. It's true that his fire manipulation might not be as strong as yours, but he is strong. But he is weaker than me. Albion couldn't refute it. So, that's it. Sorry, that's what I remember. My memory is quite fuzzy, or it might have been erased after I was sealed, or maybe. I forgot. I am sorry. Albion apologized once again, especially when he saw Riser's flat expression. At the same time, he thought about how useless he was, which made him become depressed. Still, his situation should be better than the original, as he wasn't known as a buttocks dragon. Still, with this, Riser's information about Drake was as good as zero. Aside from the basic ability of the boosted gear and fire manipulation, there was practically nothing worthy of his attention. So, How could Issei defeat him? Riser looked up at the sky and wondered why the world wished to do a meaningless struggle. As he let out a helpless sigh, he decided to return and was welcomed by Grafia. Welcome back, Riser-sama. I am back. Kissing her lips, he decided to ask Grafia to help him release his stress. Grafia also didn't mind helping him and even enjoyed it. However, during their moment of enjoyment, someone came to interrupt him. While he was helpless, there was nothing he could do but stop since the individual who came had helped him a lot during the moment when he was weak. Zekrom-sama, it has been a while. Don't call me with Sama. Someone might murder me if they hear that. Zekrom was speechless but also happy by Riser's greeting since Riser still remembered his help in the past. Still, his eyes became subtle when he saw Grafia and suddenly thought about his daughter-in-law. Maybe he should give that daughter-in-law to Riser. As for the opinion of the others, Zekrom didn't care at all. Riser only laughed at Zekrom's words and asked, "What should I call you, then?" "Uncle." That's not bad. Call me Uncle." Riser was speechless, then Zekrom's companion. "It's rare to see you with Serorg, Uncle." "Lucifer-sama." Serorg bowed his head, showing his utmost respect. "It makes you feel weird when you act like that, Serorg." Serorg's lip twitched, but he still maintained his posture since their position now was different. They might be friends, but even so, he needed to respect Riser, especially when Riser was the strongest among all and brought glory to the devil. "By the way, let's talk inside. It's rude of me to let you two stand up like this while you have come from so far away." Riser also noticed Serorg's servants, who bowed their heads, but he didn't say anything. "It's okay. We are the rude ones for coming without an appointment. Do you have something to report to me, Uncle?" Riser was so relaxed and asked curiously. "Oh, yes." Zekrom nodded and said with a smile, "I just want to tell you that Serorg has a Longinus." Grafia and Riser. I am back. Chapter 353, his decision is final. The rating game between Sona and Serorg was about to start soon. No doubt this rating game attracted as much attention as the identities of the two were special. Serorg was the heir to the Baal house, and Sona was the heir to the Citri house, but more importantly, Sona was Lucifer's wife. Frankly, there was no doubt that Serorg should have made a fake match by losing to Sona. While he didn't really want to, he knew that this was the best thing as he also didn't want to make his relationship with Riser become sour. At this moment, it wouldn't be weird to say that Riser was the god. Riser's status was different when they met for the first time. Meanwhile, Serorg was nothing but just a talentless heir who relied on his physical ability. While he didn't say anything, he felt that he was unworthy of Riser's friendship and wished to show his strength. Yet, when he thought about his next opponent, he became awkward, and it made him wonder what to do. Yet, strangely enough, when Serorg came to his mother and discussed this problem, his mother was strangely calm and told him to leave everything to her. Still, Serorg didn't have much doubt since he knew that his mother had been living in the city that was built by Riser, so his mother should have a good relationship with Riser, right? However, the reason why Serorg came to Riser's villa with his ancestor was about something else. "So, Serorg has a Longinus." Riser looked at a young boy with spiky dark orange hair, golden eyes, and facial markings who stood behind Serorg and still bowed his head. "Yes." Zekrom nodded. "I thought you would hide it from me. I want to do so, but I know that it can be hidden from you, and you also announce your intention to collect all the Longinus in the world." When Zekrom heard Riser's intention to collect all the Longinus in the world, he supported Riser without hesitation. The fact that Longinus was dangerous didn't change. Not only was it the one that caused the destruction of the Norse myth, but Azazel and Ajuka were also killed due to the Longinus. Frankly, until now, he really couldn't understand why God wished to share the power to kill the gods with humans. Zekrom felt like God was crazy, but it didn't matter since Riser had made it right. Riser wished to get all the Longinus, so Zekrom was going to support him. So, here is Regulus Nemia. Serorg had tamed him and made him into his pawn. Regulus Nemia? Lucifer-sama. Regulus bowed even deeper. Riser was familiar with the Regulus Nemia, one of the Longinus, which was made from the famous Nemean lion. Frankly, its ability was kind of bland as it could only split an earth with an axe and also protected the possessor from projectile-type attacks. "Do you want him?" Zekrom asked. Everyone. No one said anything, or rather, they couldn't. Even Serorg felt like the world stopped as he fell into a quagmire that he couldn't escape. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't since he knew that he didn't have a choice in this matter. If Riser wanted to take Regulus away, he could do nothing, but. It's okay. You don't need to. You have come to report to me about this matter, and I feel relieved. Moreover, it is Serorg who uses this Longinus, so I believe that he will use it to protect the Alliance, right? Yes, Lucifer-sama. Serorg wanted to cry at this moment and answered loudly. Nevertheless, Zekrom also sighed in relief and thought that he really needed to try to match Riser with Serorg's mother. By the way, you will have a match with my wife, right, Serorg? Ah, yes. Serorg quickly became awkward when he heard Riser's question. But, whatever you wish, I will definitely follow it. He might be rebellious, but he definitely wasn't shameless enough to ask Riser for another request by letting him fight Sona with all of his might. Unlike when Lucifer was Surzek when Riser was Lucifer, it was impossible for anyone to disrespect him. His aura was formidable, and whoever was affected by his aura would feel like they were lower than him. Moreover, Riser also gained the DNA of the Lucifer inside him, making him into a real Lucifer. Frankly, at this moment, as long as their races were a devil, they were as good as his slaves. Riser might be Lucifer due to everyone, but there is no doubt that, at this time, his position was even greater than the original Lucifer, especially when he was the de facto leader of the Alliance. Moreover, he also had Ophis by his side, and all the devils were on his side. If Serorg still wanted to become a Mao, then he could only follow Riser's words. Moreover, it was hard to get excited to fight Sona. Sona was powerful, there was no doubt, but he knew that it was hard to have a hearty bloody fight since he also couldn't do so. It's okay. You don't need to worry. My wife isn't weak. Serorg wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. The rash comments that he wanted to say were swallowed in his mouth. He took a deep breath and said, "Then, I will do my best to show my worth." That's the spirit. Riser nodded. I hope that you can show an interesting battle, Serorg. I will. Serorg nodded. Still, Riser had made a new mocking gear by using Tannen's body, and he was going to give it to Sona, which she would be using during her match against Serorg. Longinus and mocking gears. Which one was stronger? If it was based on the origin, there was no doubt that it should be his mocking gear as it was crafted by using Tannen, but Regulus Nemia definitely wasn't weak, especially when it was used by Serorg. Riser anticipated this match much. What about his rating game with the champion? Riser never thought too much about it since he knew that Dihauser Belial wasn't even his opponent. With everything settled, they talked for a while before the matter of the collection of the Longinus was announced. When everyone heard it, they were surprised for a while, but no one said much since most of the beings in this world didn't have a Longinus. However, what if the Longinus was used by Riser? Everyone could only laugh as it was impossible, but even if Riser was able to use the Longinus, it didn't change the fact that he was the strongest among all. Even if he didn't have the Longinus, no one thought that they were his opponents. Yet, there was no doubt that this announcement brought many reactions, especially from those who owned the Longinus. However, was there something that they could do? Still, Riser didn't care about those reactions, and at the time, he was focused on training his wife and her peerage members on the upcoming raiding game while also giving him a new mocking gear that he had crafted for her. Chapter 354, Even so, Riser's life is peaceful. While Riser focused on training Sona and the others, many started to react due to Riser's announcement to collect the Longinus. The Fallen Angel, the Gremory group, didn't react much since all of the Longinus users in their group had left, and those Longinus users had become their enemies. Moreover, their former governor was killed by the Longinus, so they approved and even supported Riser's decision to collect all the Longinus. If there was a problem, it would be the Angel since Michael had a hard time deciding what to do, but in the end, he decided to visit the underworld to see Riser with the user of the Longinus from the church as he would lead Riser to make a decision by himself. It was also a good chance to check with Irina to see whether she had done a good job or not. Still, among the Greek myths, there was no doubt that Hades made trouble again. Humph. I am sure he is just trying to make the devil become stronger. If so, then so what? It isn't like nothing changed anyway. Zeus and Poseidon were at ease since their position hadn't changed, and they also had a comfortable life under the alliance, so why should they make trouble? How much you have fallen, Zeus? Poseidon. Zeus looked at Hades lazily and then asked, then, go and fight Riser Lucifer Sama alone. Go to him if you are unsatisfied. Hades. If you don't even have the courage to do that, then stop bitching. You are annoying. Hades couldn't say anything since he knew how helpless he was. Still, he didn't give up and went to the underworld once again, visiting someone that he had helped secretly. Walking toward the Cocytus, he met two individuals whom he had supported. Risavim, Euclid, how is it? Geez, Hades, what's wrong? Why is your face so bad? Just tell me. Risavim only smiled and didn't say anything, but Euclid sighed and said, we're about to reach our success, but even so. I don't think that we can do it, you know. Frankly, unlike Hades, who was stubborn, and Risavim, who was a nutjob, he didn't think that there was any point in staying on the Cows Brigade anymore, especially when Ophis stayed with Riser. Moreover, Samel was also stolen from the Cocytus. Even though no one knew who could steal Samel, if there was one person who could do it, then it was only that person. The owner of Dimensional Lost, George, but as of the moment, he has already disappeared along with all the members of the hero faction. Lastly, how could one defeat a mighty being that could destroy the Hindu and Chinese myths at the same time alone? Euclid was in despair and didn't know what to do, but as the most loyal servant of Lucifer, there was nothing that he could do. It's okay. You only need to do your research, and I will make my own team to destroy this alliance. This research was important for Hades, and he would definitely do it. Watching Hades leave, Riser shook his head. What a fool. How could you kill someone who can't be killed? Even though he was helpless toward Riser, his purpose had never been about Riser, and Riser also didn't seem to have an interest in him, which was a great thing for him. Though, he is a fool for not realizing that we have been using him. Riser felt quite funny toward Hades. Don't say that, Riser-sama. We still need him, after all. That's true. It's more comfortable to live here than living on the outside. Riser sighed, wondering how the son of the Lucifer had fallen so low. Yet, it didn't matter to him since his purpose had always been in a different place. Have you talked to that guy? Yes, but it seems that he is still hesitating. Well, he is going to fight our Lucifer-sama after this, and I am sure that he will change after that. You think so, Riser-sama? Our champion is too foolish, idiotic, and pure. It's like we're talking to children, you know. I can't deny that. Well, our purpose has always been to use him, after all, so there isn't anything to worry about. He is going to die, you know, Riser-sama. Isn't that great? After he dies, we can use him after all. Well, that's true. Euclid nodded, then said, but even so, Riser Phenex isn't as foolish as Surzek, and he is strong. I know. Riser sighed at Riser's power, but then he said, it's okay. You don't need to worry and add sama to him, you know. I even use a sama to call him. It feels weird if you, as my servant, don't use sama on him. Then, Riser-sama. Use Lucifer, bastard. Lucifer-sama. Even if they were on the opposite, Riser and Euclid had to admit that they admired Riser since he could not only avenge his enemies but also sleep with the enemy's little sister. He could even do what the real Lucifer couldn't do. In their minds, Riser was much more Lucifer than the original Lucifer. Rather, Lucifer's title was simply too small to define his existence. God was probably the most suitable. Nevertheless, they were fated to be an enemy since their purpose was to destroy this world. Though, I hope that something fun will happen. Hades will make it fun, right? Ha ha ha, you are right. Let's help him. It won't be fun if Hades loses too quickly. Yes, Riser-sama. As the two did their best to help Hades, Riser suddenly changed the topic of conversation. By the way, what about that? That. Well. It seems that there is this strange turbulence. I see. Riser smiled and said, I guess our Lucifer-sama still needs to work hard. Yeah, but somehow, I can't imagine that he is going to lose. It doesn't matter who is going to win since my purpose has never been that. As for the hero faction, who was with the future Gasper, waiting for the savior who was going to save them, nothing had changed since they only needed to wait, but they needed to be even careful since those with the Longinus had a higher bounty than anyone. Still, Tobio's situation wasn't good as he knew what had happened to Suzaku. However, Arthur comforted him, and it caused the two to have a better friendship. Yet, no matter whatever those things planned to do, it didn't affect Riser's life much. Instead, before the rating game between his wife and Sarorg started, he gave her a special mocking gear. So, what's its name? Be surprised. Whenever Riser made a new mocking gear, there had always been this ceremony where everyone waited for him to announce the name of his mocking gear. Among Sona's peerage members, only Sona, Saji, and Tsubaki didn't have mocking gear, but unlike Saji and Tsubaki, who owned sacred gear, Sona didn't have sacred gear. Still, Sona was Riser's wife, so there was no doubt that he would definitely give her a mocking gear, and finally, he decided to give it to her. Then, Riser took out his mocking gear first, presenting a beautiful wakizashi, or a short Japanese blade with a gorgeous silver color. When everyone saw this, they all gasped at its beauty, but they knew the name of this thing was definitely quite unique. What's its name, dear? Sona asked as she couldn't remove her eyes from her new mocking gear. Seabiscuit. That's its name. Everyone. Chapter 355, Kill, Seabiscuit. Seabiscuit. Sona murmured. It's a tasteful name. Right. Everyone. Still, no one said anything and looked at the Seabiscuit curiously. After Riser taught swordsmanship to Sona, she always learned it for several hours after she finished her job as an heir of the Citri house. Moreover, it seemed she had a good talent for it, and unlike the others, whose innate ability helped them to give a powerful attack, the water manipulation ability of the Citri house lacked firepower, especially in the underworld. In the underworld, there weren't any oceans, and the sources of water could only be found in rivers or lakes. With the limitedness of those water sources, Sona could only rely on her outstanding demonic power. Frankly, her demonic power wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either, so there was no doubt that having a swordsmanship that made her defeat her enemies instantly was a great thing. Check it. I made it from Tannen's body. Tannen's. Hearing this, Sona became curious and also surprised since it meant that the quality of this mocking gear should be similar to Saji's, right? Similarly, Riser also put all the sacred gears that were related to Vritra into Saji's body, and it seemed Saji could do well even if he had all the Vritra sacred gears inside his body. Huh. Still, unlike the lawless Vrita, whose body was cut into several pieces and then transformed by several sacred gears by God, this Vritra knew how to be humble, as he knew facing Riser was different from facing the gentle god. Yet he had to say that hearing Tannen being made into a mocking gear startled him. Moreover, it was easy to tell that Riser didn't only hunt down Tannen since he also got Yulong and Fafnir, which left Tiamat and Midgard Sorm as the only living dragon kings. Nevertheless, Sona took her sea biscuit, quickly understanding its ability before she tried to change its size could be changed somehow. Don't point it toward me. It's dangerous. Huh. Sona looked at Riser and asked, Dear, this is. I will put the information about the sea biscuit in your head. It is faster that way. Okay. Sona didn't reject it, and then all the information about the sea biscuit entered Riser's head, which dumbfounded her. Watching Sona's reaction, Sona's peerage members felt confused and even curious about the ability of the sea biscuit. Kaishu. Sona rubbed her temple softly and let out a long, helpless sigh. This is a dangerous weapon. This was her impression after she learned the ability of the sea biscuit. Which weapons are not dangerous? You are right. Even the sacred gears, those special weapons crafted by God, were something dangerous, or rather, a weapon needed to be dangerous. If not, what was the use of it? How about you try it? Okay. Sona held her Japanese sword and then pointed it in the direction where there were no people. When everyone was confused about what she was about to do, her blade glowed white and extended at high speed as if trying to impale her opponents. No one could say anything at the moment, and they were all dumbfounded. However, Sona could feel that the blade also carried tremendous force when extending, which made her think that it could give her another possibility. The white flash happened for a moment, yet it caused so much shock in their minds. What was that? So fast. Scary. Even though it was only for a moment, the aftermath of the sea biscuit still remained, especially when the earth, forests, and everything that passed by it were all cut down, showing how cruel, merciless, and dangerous this weapon was. All of them fell in silence, then looked at the sword in Sona's hands. Even though its size was just normal previously, suddenly, it could extend for so long. Dear, its ability is. Yes, its ability is simple, and that is to extend. This was the ability of the sea biscuit, and it was quite simple, which also originated from Tannen's ability to manipulate its horns. Isn't that a bit too plain, Riser-sama? Zenobia asked with some confusion. While Riser laughed, Sona rolled her eyes at her stupid servant. Zenobia, do you know what the length of this sword can extend? How much? As long as I want to. Zenobia thought for a moment and asked, the length is good and all, but is that all? She was confused about why this weapon was so special. Sona sighed helplessly, then said, however, the real power of this ability is its speed. She looked at Zenobia and asked, do you know what is the maximum speed of this sword to extend? How much? Speed of light. Everyone looked at the sword in Sona's hands, shocked and speechless since they knew that if Sona wished to, nothing could escape from her attack, and she could kill anyone and anything instantly. However, Sona knew that she couldn't handle the speed of light since the recoil from using such a speed wasn't something that she could handle. Nevertheless, even if she couldn't speed up this sword to the speed of light, this sword wasn't something that one could take on. The best course when they faced this sword was to dodge, but when her way of fighting was using an illusion by using a mist, how could they escape from this sword? Looking at Sona's satisfied smile, Riser knew that she was happy with her new weapon. Moreover, as a swordsman, naturally, she wished to get a good sword, so this sword was something that she needed the most. By the way, there is also a hidden ability inside that sword. Really? Sona became even more curious. Yeah, but you need to explore it yourself since if I tell you everything, it won't be fun, right? Like the sacred gear without the presence of God, his mocking gear could develop to the imagination and the will of the users. Moreover, he also wished for them to get stronger by using his mocking gear so that way all the information, abilities, and experiences would be shared with him. So, as they grew stronger, he also grew stronger. Do you want to try to accept the attack of this sword, Zenobia? Sona asked. It's okay. Thank you, Kaishu. Zenobia decided to run away. As everyone laughed, Riser also shared the information of Saror with all of them. If it was Rias, she probably wouldn't have learned the situation of her opponent, but Sona was different since she was a strategy-type fighter. Regulus Nemia, huh? Is this Longinus strong, Riser-sama? Its attack is okay, but if there is something troublesome, it is immune to a projectile type of weapon. Immune. Sorry, that's the wrong word. It's just that it has an automatic defense toward the projectile type of a weapon, but as long as the attack is strong enough, then this defense will be broken. Like the legend of the Nemean lion, which was the origin of the Regulus Nemean, if one wanted to destroy it, then it could only be done by using a physical attack as it had a strong resistance toward a projectile weapon, but as expected, if one's attack was strong enough, no matter how powerful the resistance was, everything was meaningless. Moreover, Sarorg's stamina wasn't unlimited, and as long as he had emptied his stamina, then the protection from the Regulus Nemean was as good as gone. Then, as everyone trained for their match with Sarorg, he looked at Rosweiss, who had become a new member of Sona's peerage members, and she also looked at him. Their gaze met each other, and there was only one thing that they needed to do, but he suddenly received a call. Rosweiss. Riser was helpless, but he asked regardless, Suzaku. What's wrong? Riser-sama. Help. Riser took a deep breath and thought that the 5 principal clans were really useless. Chapter 356, Under him, it is so easy. Unlike before, the 5 principal clans were completely different at this moment. The big difference would be that among the 5 clans, there was only one clan that had the sacred beasts. Before, all the 5 clans had their own sacred beasts, and each of them was powerful on their own. However, everything changed after Tiamat attacked them so suddenly. Facing the legendary dragon, there was nothing they could do, and one by one, those clans were taken down. Their sacred beasts were also taken away. From Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and then Yellow Dragon. All of them were taken away by Tiamat, and most members of those clans were also killed, leaving only a few lucky ones. It was also because of this that all of them were so desperate, asking for the Japanese gods and many others. Unfortunately, their plea was meaningless, and the Japanese gods didn't even want to have anything to do with them. Their opponent was Tiamat, the legendary dragon. Why should they sacrifice their lives for a group of humans? Facing their indifference, those 5 principal clans were helpless, but fortunately, they quickly joined the alliance from Ajuka and Azazel. Unfortunately, even if they had joined the alliance, no one helped them, which made them helpless. It was also the time when Suzaku came to visit Riser, trying to ask for his request. Unfortunately, they didn't know a manner, and they were all too arrogant, thinking that the powerful beings would help them as long as they joined the alliance. There were many talks, and everyone almost gave up, but then Suzaku gave them hope. By using an item given by Riser, she protected her clan. Yes, only her clan. She didn't protect the others and treated the rest coldly since she didn't care about them, considering how they also ignored her when she was at her weakest and needed someone the most. Still, even if the other clans might have lost their sacred beasts, it didn't mean that they had become weak as they still retained some of their powers, but even so, she didn't care much since no one knew what kind of sacrifice she needed to give to Riser. Still, in the end, as long as they all joined the Heimjima clan and made it into the leader of the 5 principal clans, all of them would be protected. Suzaku didn't mind about this as she also wished to become stronger. She didn't wish to become so weak that she couldn't even control her fate. Riser was a different matter, but for others. She didn't even put them in her eyes anymore. While many wanted to complain and got angry, they couldn't do anything and asked the elders of Heimjima. Usually, the elders of the Heimjima would help, but no one said anything since they knew that Suzaku had become Riser's lover, and they also didn't feel it was bad to have all the other clans submit to them. In the end, facing the death that would come before them, all of them agreed to Suzaku's unreasonable demand. The only one that wouldn't give up was the Uryu clan, but this was normal since they still had their sacred beast, and Uryu Nakiri, the current heir of the Uryu clan, had some relationship with Tiamat. Unfortunately, Tiamat didn't care about that past relationship, and she killed Uryu Nakiri directly, then took away the yellow dragon from the Uryu clan, leaving this clan helpless. In the end, like others, this clan could only submit to the Heimjima clan. Then, when this happened, the 5 principal clans were no longer called the 5 principal clans. Instead, it was only called the Heimjima clans, along with their subordinate clans. The change of the Heimjima clan was so fast, and it had become the greatest clan in the country, which made all of them feel envy and fear since as long as one became Riser's lover, a power, a glory, wealth, and everything was within their hands. Even Meredith, the simple magician of England, became the new Queen of England. Suzaku, who realized the taste of the power, felt conflicted since she didn't expect everything to be so easy when she submitted to him. When she thought about how she took his monster inside her mouth and her innermost, she blushed and felt conflicted, yet even so, she could also see all the benefits that came from doing such a shameful and betraying act as she had a fiancé. Yet, it was also because of this that she knew that it was impossible for her to be with her fiancé anymore. Not only did she not dare to do anything weird since she knew that everything had become Riser's, but as long as it was his wish, she needed to do it. Still, fortunately, Riser had never asked her to hunt down her fiancé. Yet, if in the future, her fiancé somehow attacked Riser, then, somehow, she could imagine she would kill this fiancé of Riser. Rubbing her head, she felt that Riser had messed her up. She had become someone that she wasn't used to, yet what could she do? Riser was everything in this world. If one wanted to live well, they could only follow him. Moreover, everyone had to agree that under his one rule, life was quite comfortable. If there were some who felt that it was shackling and troublesome, it was only those who were used to doing something bad. The peace that Riser had created in this world was painful for them, yet what did it have to do with Riser? If they had gotten used to making others live in misery, then they should also be prepared to live in misery for what they had done. This is karma. Still, Riser was kind, so he put their names on the bounty list, which should make their lives more colorful, right? With a bounty list, no one dared to do anything bad, and they could only live a normal life, which wasn't bad, right? However, there had always been someone who was too idiotic. With the protection of Riser, Tiamat stopped her attack on the 5 principal clans, but after all, these clans had a lot of enemies, especially because of what they had done when they wanted to curry favor with the Juka and Azazel. At this moment, they were attacked by the owners of Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma. Still, while it might be strange, there was only a single person, and it seemed that this one person owned Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma at the same time. Yet, even so, the 5 principal clans couldn't do anything about this enemy. Suzaku, who was helpless, could only call Riser. Frankly, she didn't really want to do it since she knew the price of calling him was definitely high, but she knew that there was nothing she could do, and as expected. I will destroy all of you, the 5 principal clans. A young man in futuristic armor roared, but then someone appeared behind him and snapped this young man's neck. Everyone fell into silence. All of those who were wounded opened their eyes wide as this disaster was easily solved by this being. Yet, they somehow couldn't see his appearance, only his feet, as they felt immense pressure weighing their bodies like a mountain, which made them only bow down. Suzaku, where are you? Holding this young man in his hand, Riser looked around. Riser-sama, I am here. Suzaku quickly said to gain his attention. Riser saw Suzaku, who dressed up during such a dangerous battle, which made him speechless. Aren't you going to fight this guy? Well, you have defeated him, after all, Riser-sama. What am I a weak woman can do? Riser rolled his eyes, then said, is there an empty room? I need to do something. Please follow me. Unlike her usual coldness, Suzaku appeared gentle, vibrant, and even flirty, but at this moment, no one said anything, and they could only lower their heads as the aura exuded from Riser's body was too strong. Yet, at this point, all of them were convinced that this was a being they should follow. Chapter 357, Nothing can defeat him anymore. Mitsuya Kenzaki, huh? Riser only knew the name of this young man, who owned the Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma at the same time. Still, the Tell Us Karma on this young man's body was given by Momiji Nakiri, the young sister of the previous heir of the Urya clan, and as expected, due to the Longinus that resided in her body, she could only leave the clan and live like a Kino. Still, knowing this decision, Riser wondered why the 5 principal clans could stay alive until now. Not only did those clans cause a mess with the only daughter of Barakil, but there was also a Longinus user. Somehow, Riser wouldn't be surprised if these clans were somehow destroyed in the original development. Well, this clan had already been destroyed, leaving the Haimjima clan due to his cause. As for the Shinra clan, which was from Tsubaki Shinra's family, Sona's queen, she didn't care much since she had never felt a family affection toward this family either. The treatment of the 5 principal clans to those who owned the sacred gears was extremely harsh, as they would be banished no matter who their identity was. Tsubaki owned a sacred gear, and it was also the reason why she was so glad to join Sona, as her family's treatment toward her was so violent that she couldn't bear to remember her childhood. Hearing that the Shinra clan was destroyed by Tiamat, instead of being sad, she was only surprised before continuing to be indifferent. Frankly, before Tiamat destroyed the Shinra clan, it had asked Tsubaki, but somehow, they didn't have a chance to do so, and their sacred beast was taken away. Still, Riser also wasn't in the mood to talk about those things since it was meaningless. Instead, he took out the Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma from Mitsuya Kenzaki's body. The process was smooth as it wasn't his first time to do this, but nevertheless, Albion, who could see everything, could only stare at all of this helplessly, thinking that the world was as good as his. At the same time, Albion was glad that he didn't try to provoke Riser during that time. Suzaku, can you take this guy out? Suzaku, who had been waiting outside to guard Riser's ritual, entered before looking at Mitsuya Kenzaki in surprise. Is he still alive, Riser-sama? Do you want me to kill him? Well, I thought that taking out the sacred gear or Longinus from someone's body would kill their owners. Whether it was the sacred gear or the Longinus, they were like an organ within one's body. As long as it was taken out, the host would die. Even if the 5 principal clans didn't take much of the importance of those items, they still knew the basics of them as many of their clan members were born with them. That should be the case with the others, but not me. That's amazing. If it were others, she might not believe it, but this was Riser Lucifer, the strongest being in the world. Just give him to those who are hurt by him. Tell them that they can do whatever they want with him. Yes, Riser-sama. Suzaku nodded and thought that it was the most appropriate. Killing Kenzaki Mitsuya was easy, but they might as well give this chance to those who were hurt or even killed by him, considering how brutal Kenzaki was. Having Tellus Karma and Innovate Clear might give him a right to be arrogant, considering the billions of people in this world weren't his opponent, but the Heimjima clan had the protection of Riser, so was there something that they needed to worry about? After calling her subordinates, they bowed their heads at Riser and then took out Kenzaki like trash. Watching Kenzaki, who was pulled outside, Riser wondered whether this guy was a protagonist. This might be strange for him, but as he had become desperado, he could see the fate. Those characters within the plots would have this bright and thick string on the top of their heads, but those who weren't related to the plot had a thin or almost invisible string as their fate was irrelevant to the future of the world. However, similar to Issei, Kenzaki's string of fates was quite thick. Talking about fate. When Riser thinks about Tobio, Suzaku's fiancé, he thinks that Tobio should also be the protagonist, considering how even if he had taken out the Canis Lycaon from Tobio's body, there was this hidden power within Tobio. On the other hand, Cao Cao was miserable after the true Longinus was taken out of his body. He was nothing but a normal human. So, with this, there are 8 Longinus that I have collected. There were 13 Longinus in the world, and he had collected most of them. Among those he collected were True Longinus, Dimensional Lost, Divine Dividing, Canis Lycaon, Absolute Demise, Innovate Clear, and Tellus Karma. Still, among those 8, he lent Dimensional Lost to George so he could check the situation of the future Gasper and Absolute Demise to Lavinia Rennie as she was eaten by him. Those he didn't collect were Boosted Gear, Regulus Nemia, Incinerate Anthem, Sephiroth Grawl, and Annihilation Maker. Riser didn't take the Regulus Nemia as Serorg held it, and he didn't think that even if Serorg held it, something would change since the limit of the Regulus Nemia was only SOSO. Moreover, it was impossible for Serorg to betray the underworld for Issei, especially when Serorg's ambition was within the underworld. Meanwhile, Boosted Gear should now be within Issei, and Riser was waiting for Issei to be revived before he took this guy down. As for Incinerate Anthem, Sephiroth Grawl, and Annihilation Maker, Riser wasn't in a hurry, as there was something that he wanted to check, especially the Sephiroth Grawl. Moreover, Riser also knew that there was sacred gear that had power that was comparable to the Longinus, such as Starbuster Star Blaster and Unknown Dictator, which he owned, and also Alpheka Tyrant, which was owned by Meredith, his contractor magician. Besides that, there should be Forbidden Baylor View, a sacred gear owned by Gasper, so at this moment, he was going to visit Rias as he needed to have a showdown with Gasper. However, when he was about to leave, Suzaku was surprised. Huh? Riser-sama, are you going to leave? Well. But. I was about to thank you. Suzaku's face was covered by a cute blush as she wore her old high school uniform. What was this woman? I will stay a little while. Hugging Suzaku, Riser went to the room where Tobio had lived previously, tainting their precious memories within the room with a lewd cry from Suzaku. Still, the next day, Riser didn't waste his time and visited Rias in Kuo Town as he told the truth. Ha. I am going to become a criminal. Gasper was in a shock. At that time, Rias and all the members of her peerage were in horror. Chapter 358, Parallel World. Are we going to fight ourselves? Everyone was dumbfounded by Riser's words, and no words came out of their mouths. If it were others, Rias and the others would refute it, but this was Riser, no matter how strange it was, if he had said there should be a reason, and even if there was no reason, no one could escape from it. Gasper, who was suddenly told by Riser that he had become a criminal, was so scared that he had just gotten stuck in a place. Not now, but in the future, Riser said calmly as he sipped a coffee brewed by Aquino. Gasper wanted to refute as he was nothing but just a shut-in. Why should he make trouble for Riser, especially when his life was so comfortable? While it was a shame about Issei, it didn't mean that he couldn't move on, and Riser was completely unrelated to the death of Issei. Even if Riser was related, Gasper didn't think that Riser did anything wrong, especially with Issei's rude conduct, as he knew most of the news in this world through the internet, and he also often heard Issei mocking Riser. Even if he wanted to stop it, there was nothing he could do since Issei's brain was too small, so after he tried to talk to Issei, Issei would forget about it. Nevertheless, how could he become a criminal? Wait. Dear, what do you mean? In the future? Rias asked in confusion. At this moment, those who could talk freely with Riser were only Rias. While the women in Rias's peerage group could talk to him, they knew that it was inappropriate for them to talk about what he should do. Moreover, as he came to talk instead of catching Gasper directly, there should be a solution to this problem. You remember what happened in Kyoto, right? Kyoto. When I was about to end the hero faction, there was someone who stopped my attack, and this person should be at the level of Super Devil, a devil who was similar to your big brother and deceased Ajuka. Everyone fell silent, then they quickly matched Riser's explanation with Gasper's. So, that person is the future Gasper. Yes. But, how? It's his sacred gear. Sacred gear. Gasper's sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, like other sacred gears in this world, would evolve, and he would become so strong that he had become a super devil. While I am not sure how he can come to our timeline, at this moment, he should be helping the Cows Brigade to destroy the Alliance. Gasper wanted to say something, but he couldn't, yet he wanted to curse his future self as this guy had caused trouble for him. You don't need to worry. Even though I said that it was a future Gasper, it might be you from a different parallel world. Different parallel world? Rias frowned and asked, then, why did the future Gasper come to our timeline and even help the Cows Brigade destroy the Alliance? She wondered what was wrong with Gasper's future to be able to make such a decision. This is a parallel world. There might be a difference between their world and our world. Difference? Yeah, it's like I am not the leader of the Alliance, and I am not the strongest. It might be someone else who is the strongest. Then. They even became confused and wondered why Gasper from the future came to their world. Well, if they came to our timeline, then there was only one reason. What? It is because I attacked their world. Everyone. Will you? Aquino asked curiously. If this was someone else, they wouldn't think that someone dared to attack the parallel world, but if it was Riser, they believed that he dared to do so. It was like how he dared to have a war with the Chinese and Hindu myth. So, after that, he was going to attack the parallel world. No. Huh? Really? What's with that expression? I have never thought that the parallel world even exists, to begin with, but somehow, this is the only explanation why Gasper from the future decided to become my enemy. In this parallel world, Riser could somehow imagine that the leader of that world should be Issei instead of him. However, since this Gasper decided to become my enemy, then I will come to dominate their world. Everyone fell into silence and wondered what was wrong with Gasper's head from the future. If they lived by minding their own business, then would this be a battle between two parallel worlds? Still, if there was someone who wanted to get angry and cry at Gasper from the future, then it was a Gasper from this world since, due to this Gasper from the future, he was the most affected. You don't need to worry, Gasper. I won't kill you. Ah really, Riser-sama. Thank you very much. Gasper was crying and bowed his head several times. But I will take your sacred gear. Is that okay with you? You don't need to worry. You won't die after I take out your sacred gear, and I will give you a new power. Please. Gasper directly agreed after Riser finished his words. Are you sure? Yes, Riser-sama. If this can erase the suspicion on me, then I will do anything. Gasper's eyes were firm since, if possible, he wanted Riser to take his sacred gear as soon as possible. Riser smiled and said, to be honest, the reason why I took out your sacred gear is also for your own good. I am not sure whether this Gasper from this future has this kind of power, but I am afraid that he might make himself stable by invading your body, dominating you, making your body into his, so he will become powerful. Gasper. The connection between you two is the sacred gear, and there is no doubt that he is more powerful, so I take out your sacred gear so your body won't be taken by him. Thank you, Riser-sama. Gasper's face, which was already pale, became even paler as he thought that his body would be taken out by Gasper in the future. Still, others would be even more so since if Gasper became Gasper from the future, would they be able to realize that it was him or him from the future? If this was possible with Gasper, then what about the others? You don't need to worry. It is only Gasper, not the others. Is that so? After all, who wish their bodies to be taken out by their parallel selves? Riser was about to take out the sacred gear from Gasper's body, and everyone was present as he didn't mind showing this ability of his to them. By the way, dear, if there is a parallel world, how will it become? What's wrong? Are you curious? Well, it is impossible if I am not curious, right? I can't give you an answer since there will be an unlimited possibility. For example, the Cows Brigade dominates the world, all the supernatural beings are killed by the hero faction, the church becomes the only force, and even Issei becomes the strongest of all beings. There are many possibilities that it is impossible to count. Everyone looked at Riser with a joke-like expression since they felt that this guy had completely said nothing but nonsense as they couldn't imagine such a future, especially when he told them that Issei had become the strongest being. Even though they still remembered Issei, it was also because of this they didn't think that the perverted boy could become the strongest. However, Riser only rolled his eyes since he told the truth, but why didn't they believe it? Still, either way, as he had taken out the sacred gear from Gasper, he knew that the path for Issei and those who came from the parallel world had become so narrow that it was impossible for them to fight him. Chapter 359, A Damper Who Becomes Stronger Under the Sun. That's it. Everyone was dumbfounded by how easy it was for Riser to take out the sacred gear from Gasper's body. Did you feel anything, Gasper? Rias asked curiously and with concern. Well, I don't feel anything has changed, Bucho. Except, I can't use my sacred gear. Frankly, Gasper didn't like his sacred gear that much, considering how it brought him a lot of trouble. Nevertheless, after he took out a sacred gear from Gasper's body, Riser understood why Gasper could become the Super Devil, an existence similar to Surzek and Ajuka. The sacred gear on Gasper's body was only part of his power, the real power of Gasper was within his body. It seems there's a mutation in his body. Yet, Riser wasn't surprised since Gasper was part of the protagonist's group, so it was natural for him to have a surprise or not. Moreover, as a damper, it was possible for many things to happen, such as a mutation. Gasper happened to have a mutation, but whether this was a good mutation or not was a different matter, yet there was no doubt this mutation made him stronger. Still, Riser didn't want to kill Gasper since there was no doubt that Gasper would become a powerful force for him, considering they might fight someone from the parallel universe or even another world. Thinking about the future, Riser felt helpless since he really didn't have time to rest, which made him helpless. Anyway, I have taken out your sacred gear, so there is no need to worry about it. Riser looked at Gasper and asked, so what kind of power do you wish to have, Gasper? Gasper was startled and asked curiously, I can ask anything, Riser-sama. It's not anything since I am not omnipotent enough to make you realize everything, but for one thing, if it's a physical ability, I should have everything. Physical ability? Then, do you mean that I am going to fight by using my fists or something? Gasper shuddered. You don't want to. Gasper fell in silence since if he evaded now, then how could he protect everyone? He didn't want to lose anyone again, so he wished to become stronger. Riser-sama, I want a power that can make me able to protect everyone and be brave. Protect everyone and be brave, huh? Aren't you a little greedy? I am sorry. Gasper bowed his head several times. It's okay. I am not angry, but use that power that I lend you to protect Rias and everyone else, okay? Yes, Riser-sama. Now accept. While everyone was confused about what Riser was going to do, Gasper suddenly felt an incredible force entering his body. At noon, when his power was at its lowest due to his damper heritage, this feeling of weakness disappeared. Instead, he felt that he had become so powerful and somehow felt confident. The weak and small Gasper somehow disappeared, and the muscular and manly Gasper appeared before everyone. Everyone. Whether it was Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, or even Kiba, they opened their mouths so wide that they were unable to say anything. Still, watching this Gasper, Riser thought that the person who had stopped his attack when he was about to kill Chow Chow was really a Gasper from the future. This power is. Gasper marveled at the boost in his power, and somehow, he felt so confident that it was like he could do anything. The cowardice in his mind disappeared, and he felt so happy. If there was a problem, it was the fact that Gasper was still wearing a female uniform when his body grew into a muscular state. That's my ability, Sunshine. I lend it to you. Sunshine. Oh. It's like Otosama. Aquino was surprised. Yes, it is similar to the power that I lent to Barakil. What is this power about? Sunshine. What was this? It's a power that makes you stronger under the sun. Sun. They didn't know what to say since, as a damper and a devil, the sun was Gasper's weakness. If possible, he wanted the day to be non-existent, so when he gained a power that made him strong under the sun, it made him a little complicated. Yet, when he thought about the brimming energy in his body, he felt that it was okay. Though, if you can develop that power further, it is possible for you to become stronger all the time. Really, Riser-sama? Gasper's voice was quite heavy and strong when he was in this form, so Riser had to say it felt creepy when Gasper talked cutely. Yes. With Ruler, it was possible to change the effect of sunshine into a midnight, but it was better for Gasper to learn those things by himself as he had given him power. Riser wasn't Gasper's babysitter, and he wasn't going to take care of him all the time. Thank you, Riser-sama. Still, that didn't mean it was over, as Riser took out the demon swords he took from Siegfried. Kiba, you can have them. Kiba was surprised and asked awkwardly. Is this okay, Riser-sama? Whether my peerage members or I don't need them. You can use them. Kiba didn't dare to accept Riser's rewards immediately, even if he wished to, so he looked at Rias. You can take them, Kiba. Rias nodded. Thank you, Riser-sama. Watching Kiba accept the demon swords, Riser wondered what would happen if, in the future, Issei appeared once again, but it didn't matter as Kiba was weak. Rias and all the female members of Rias peerage didn't care much about Kiba and Gasper, but if he could be used by him, then why not? Still, he noticed that Rias and the others were staring at him. Cough. Cough. Rias, there are a few things that we need to discuss. Something important. Rias was speechless, but she decided to follow him anyway. Except for Gasper and Kiba, all of them followed as they had something important to discuss with Riser. Nevertheless, everything was already within the place, and he had taken almost everything, so with the world that was almost dominated by him, how could Issei fight? After fierce discussions with Rias and others, Riser shared some of his abilities with his women before he returned to the underworld as he needed to do his job as the Lucifer, and also checked on the training of Sona and her peerage members, but somehow, he happened to meet Irina. Riser-sama, can I ask for your help for a moment? Irina asked nervously with a cute blush on her cheeks. Riser. Chapter 360, Pervy Angel. Do you want me to help with the heavens research on the interdimensional room? Riser looked at Irina strangely. I am sorry. But heaven is stumped, Riser-sama, and this room is important for us. Unlike before, it was hard for Irina to be so ignorant in front of Riser, but this was normal since their status was much different. However, there was no doubt that her request was too much. Riser was the leader of the Devil and even the Alliance, but he was asked to become a researcher for the interdimensional room, which was a job that should be taken by a researcher instead of a leader like him. Naturally, he was familiar with this room, as it was a room crafted by the angel to fight their extinction. Due to the death of the god, it was impossible for the angel to reproduce anymore, and unlike the devil and the fallen angel, who could mate easily, the angels couldn't do that as they would fall due to lust. Some angels might be able to remain sane and hold their beliefs, but with the many numbers of fallen angels in this world, it was clear how limited the number of angels that could hold their beliefs before they fell. There was no doubt that it was trouble, but similar to the devils, they tried to create the reincarnated angel by using an item similar to the evil piece, but in their terms, it was known as a brave saint. In front of him, Irina also happened to be one of the reincarnated angels. Nevertheless, even if they had created a reincarnated angel, they weren't satisfied as the reincarnated angels weren't pureblood angels. They also wanted to have their own pureblood descendant, like the devil. So, this interdimensional room was their solution. However, the angels always had one weakness, and that was the fact that they didn't have a good researcher. Unlike the fallen angel and the devil, the angel didn't have a desire, thus, they didn't have a will to improve. It was also due to this reason that there wasn't anyone exceptional in business and research on the angel side. This was probably also the reason why the angel side let the humans take care of most of the matters in the church, as they were also helpless in this situation. It was the same case as the brave saint, as it was developed by Ajuka previously. This interdimensional room was a project under Azazel, but Azazel had died. Even Ajuka, who was in charge of the technology in the underworld, also died. If there was something fortunate, there were many fallen angels and devils who could handle these technology matters. Riser also sometimes came to help, taking care of those complicated things, but as he was lazy, he only came to help when he remembered. Still, it was also due to this that whether the devil or the fallen angel only focused their research on what was important for their races. This interdimensional room was one of those useless, complicated inventions, but it was meaningless for the devil and the fallen angel, so along with the death of Azazel, the angels didn't know what to do since their knowledge of this research wasn't as good as Azazel's. Michael had always wished to visit Riser, hoping he would take care of this, the international room for the future of the angel, yet with Riser's position and his position on the Alliance, he knew that doing so was as good as mocking Riser. While Michael was clueless about what to do, Irina came and told him that she was willing to help, which made him feel conflicted, but in the end, he agreed. I beg you, Riser-sama. Please help us to complete this interdimensional room. Irina begged so hard that she even groveled on the ground. Riser was speechless before he let out a sigh, picking up Irina on the ground. You don't need to grovel like this. If Zenobia saw us, she would think that you had a special hobby. I don't have a special hobby. Irina refuted with a blush as she let herself be picked up by Riser. Still, it might be their first time being so close to each other, especially when he was holding her armpits to lift her up. Irina felt so strange somehow, her body became a little hot, and she felt a little naughty for some reason. Still, she knew that she needed to complete this mission as it was important for the angel, but when she tried to think about what to do, Riser said, well, I will help you. Huh? Really? Yes. Riser nodded. Where is the room? Here, Riser-sama. Irina quickly took the door handle out of her bag and gave it to Riser. Riser looked at the door handle of his hand for a while before he stuck it on the wall of his villa. It was connected automatically, and when it was opened, it was connected to a simple room. Still, the room had a fancy bedroom and was decorated with angel statues, portraits of various saints, and other religious items, which made him a little speechless somehow. Still, if it was before, he would feel uncomfortable, but now he was okay and didn't feel much different than walking on the street. Still, as he entered, Irina also entered and closed the door, but when she turned, she saw that Riser was looking at her. What's wrong, Riser-sama? Nothing. Riser wondered whether Irina didn't know anything and just pretended that she didn't notice anything, but he felt that it should be the former since this girl was still a virgin. So, can you fix this, Riser-sama? Who do you think you are talking to? If it was someone else, it might be hard for them to solve the problem in this room, but for him, it was so easy, especially when he got the dimensional lost and the innovate clear. Still, even if he didn't have those two, he would still be able to solve this problem. Checking it for a while, he quickly solved this room and made it a truly safe place for the angels to have intercourse. As long as they had sex in this room, he knew that they wouldn't fall. It's finished. Huh? Really? Irina was surprised. What? Are you doubting me? No, it's just, the angels work so hard, yet they are unable to do anything, so I am just surprised. Irina laughed awkwardly. Then, do you want to test it? Test? Yes, to see whether this room is working or not since it is for the future of the angel, right? That's true, but what should we? Her voice grew quiet, and she realized what they should do to test whether this room would work or not. Her face grew a cute blush as she stared at him with moist eyes. Her heart was beating so fast as she thought about what Zenobia often told her. Irina knew that this was wrong, yet somehow, she also anticipated it. What should I do, Riser-sama? Just leave everything to me. Hearing his words, Irina nodded shyly as she let him teach him the forbidden knowledge that had many angels to fall from their grace. Chapter 361, The Good Days Are Great. Oh, God, please forgive me for falling into this forbidden delight. Irina made a prayer to the deceased god before she looked at Riser with a lewd smile. Riser-sama, let's do it again. Riser wasn't sure how to describe his feelings. Still, he had to say that the appearance of Irina with her beautiful angel wings, praying piously so she wouldn't fall into the sin of lust, was kind of hot. It also made him think that it would take a while before she fell, yet he hadn't expected that she would fall so fast. However, he didn't mind. As he made love to her, she kept praying as she stuck out her tongue lewdly. Kiss me. Kiss me. Riser-sama. Was there such a lewd angel? You are an angel. Hold back a bit. But it feels good. She swung her buttocks left and right as she rubbed her head against his like a kitten. Or like a bird. After all, her white angel's wings were wrapped around him, hoping so they could get even closer. Still, this was probably the after effect of the fasting. As an angel, it was natural for Irina to suppress all of her desires, so when it was released, it was like a flood, gushed out, unable to be stopped. So, at that time, the two of them stayed for a day or so inside this interdimensional room. It was fortunate that they had food and drink inside, but naturally, they needed to go out for the toilet and bathroom. This interdimensional room was good since it could stop the angel from falling when they had sex, but as expected, there were a lot of limitations as the room couldn't be expanded after it was created. In other words, it was like a flat in the apartment, the size was just that. While it could be renovated, it couldn't get bigger. However, he knew that the angels only sought minimal comfort as they didn't want to be distracted and fall. Still, he felt that as long as this interdimensional room was crafted, the angel wouldn't feel satisfied with just a normal room with a variety of religious items. In the future, he was sure that they might even add more comfort, such as a bigger room and better facilities. Suddenly, he wondered whether he had become a real estate developer. Nevertheless, compared to this interdimensional room, there was no doubt that the Innovate Clear was far better. Yet, this was normal since the interdimensional room was something created by Innovate Clear. Innovate Clear's ability was to create a space where the user could create anything. On the space created within this Longinus, it wouldn't be strange to say that the user was the god. Riser had tried it before, and in that space, whether it was a landscape such as a volcano, an ocean, or a mountain, he could create all of them. He could even create a living being and observe them from above like a god. More importantly, he could even absorb someone to enter this space. Somehow, this ability reminded him of the ocean, which he had received previously, but unlike the ocean, which could only create a sea, he could create practically anything within this space. As he also had, dimensional lost, this ability to innovate clear was enhanced even further. The two of them could combine, and it probably wouldn't be wrong to say that he could create anything. By now, it wouldn't be weird to say that he was a god. No, by some people, he might have already become a god. Still, he didn't care about his title as long as he could live a peaceful life, so whatever the title that people gave him, he was okay with it as long as they didn't bother him. Anyway, as Irina was one of the main heroines, naturally, he got quite a good reward. Congratulations, you have received a holy affinity. Riser wasn't sure how to describe this feeling, but he knew the moment he got this reward, the weakness of the devil, which was a light and a holy element, was completely erased from his body. The holy affinity ability might be simple as it only gave him an affinity to the holy element, but it was a good thing for him, who was a devil. Still, as the devil originated from a fallen angel, Lucifer, they shouldn't have a weakness toward the holy and the light elements, right? Was it due to God? The chances were high. Still, as the devil was a being that was created from the womb of Lilith, there was a lot of difference between their race and an angel. Either way, no matter what, he had become an existence that was similar to an angel due to this reward. There might be only a single reward, but it greatly helped him. As for his weakness toward the light, it had already disappeared after he ate the Pika Pika no Mi, which made him into a devil of light. With this, as long as he gained divinity, then he would become a god. Or, rather, hadn't he gained a divinity? After all, he had eaten the Great Red, which was one of the dragon gods. Still, as he had explained his reward from Irina and also the Innovate Clear, it might be unfair if he didn't explain about the Telos Karma, the last Longinus that he gained. Like any other Longinus, this Longinus was amazing, but it was on a different scale, as it could control fate. Yes, fate. If he gave an example, it would be like he could forcibly make something that was usually impossible to happen. If he gave an example, it was like when one would trip when something like that definitely wouldn't happen. If he wished to, he could also make someone have bad luck, and he could even make his day full of luck. There was no doubt that Telos Karma had a frightening ability, and with this ability, it was impossible for Kenzaki Mitsuya to be caught. Even Ajuka and Azazel were helpless. However, as Riser had become a desperado, he could control fate, and even if Longinus tried to control him, he could fight back. So, it was Kenzaki's bad luck to meet him. Still, with all of that, the match between Sona and Serorg was about to start. As her husband, Riser naturally went to support his wife. As for Serorg, while Riser felt sorry, especially when it might not be wrong to say that he was Serorg's stepfather, he needed to prioritize his wife. Even Misla understood his situation. Nevertheless, it seemed like she told him Zikram wanted her to seduce him. The two felt complex, but neither of them mentioned this matter since the press conference of the rating game between Sona and Serorg was about to start. Chapter 362, While many are smart, some are stupid. The press conference of the rating game between Sona and Serorg was all smooth. There were no teasing questions or rude questions, and all of them were satisfied with the straightforward answers given by Sona and Serorg that would give them everything in this rating game. As for why this happened, it was naturally due to the fact that the press conference happened at the headquarters of the media company owned by the Phenex house. As Riser's wife, it would be a shame if Sona didn't use the power of her husband, right? Serorg also didn't mind this since he had practically nothing. He might be the heir to the Baal house, in the name, but as expected, no one supported him. Whether it was his father or ancestor who didn't like him much as he didn't inherit the power of the destruction of the Baal house. Still, Serorg was on the rise, especially when he showed his worth during the rating game. All the opponents he had fought were defeated easily, and even the new heir of the Glaciolabala's house, Zephyr, became frightened and lost his will to fight anymore after being defeated by Serorg. It was also for this reason that Iriuka became the new heir of the Glaciolabala's house. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was good that Serorg was able to show his worth by using his own power. Still, as Riser had said before, the world was only kind to those who were strong. If Serorg could show his power, then there was no doubt that he would be revered. No matter how strong he was, as long as Serorg didn't reach his level, no, it should be the level of Ajuka and Surzek, it would be impossible for him to become a Mao. As for the new head of the Baal house, Riser was afraid that no matter how strong Serorg was, it was impossible for him to become one, especially when his head wasn't that good. Like Issei Hayadu, whose great point was only his pervertness, Serorg's great point was only his physical ability. While Serorg had tried to work hard in other areas, the result was limited. Riser knew that this was a bit rude, but the reality was this. Frankly, even though no one said anything, no one thought that Serorg would win. Not because Sona was strong but because there was just no point in winning this match for Serorg. Instead, if Serorg gave up this match, there was no doubt that it would bring him more benefit. Riser was sure that the others would ask Serorg to do so, yet Serorg was Serorg. After their previous conversation, there was no hesitation from Serorg, and Sona also didn't wish to win because of the influence of her husband and an older sister. Yet, there was no doubt that, with their current power, it was impossible for them to gain the pureness of a match that they sought after. Losing her on this rating game wasn't a shame, these were probably the words that Serorg heard as his rating game with Sona became closer and closer. Watching Serorg, Riser somehow reminded him of himself as he had also deliberately lost 2 rating games in the beginning, but now. Even if he didn't do anything, the family he had lost directly killed those 2 people who had lost, and even their peerage members. His losing records were also erased, and it made his record on the rating game become perfect. Still, even if he didn't do anything, those who had lost would do something, as they didn't want their Lucifer's name to be tarnished. Bediz Abaddon and Roygun Belphegor were the same, and they were definitely involved in the death of those he had lost before, as losing to Lucifer was far better than being lost to no-name devils. Under the interests of many, one could only bow down. Yet, whether Sona or Serorg were still young, they didn't know the adult world. While Riser wanted to protect Sona from how reality works, he also knew that he needed to teach her since she wanted to prove herself. Still, if his wife was Rias in the original, he somehow could imagine how naive Rias would be. Yet, as Rias had grown up, she knew how cold the world could be, and even if she was present at the press conference of the rating game between Sona and Serorg, she didn't think too much. This might seem like a normal match, but Rias could imagine how much pressure Serorg took on this match, which made her glad that she had retired early. Previously, she was stupid for paying attention to the winning or losing between her and Sona. After all, she realized the rating game was nothing but just a game. As it was a game, why should you get serious? If there was something that Rias wished to do, it was to get Riser's child since she just wanted to take care of him now. Soon, the press conference ended without any trouble, unlike when in the original, where Serorg's opponent was Issei, who was being teased by the reporters for getting stronger by sucking nipples. Everyone was then prepared to go back and get ready to write the articles, as there was no doubt the match between Sona and Serorg would be a great appetizer before the match between Riser and the champion of the rating game, Daihazer Belial. Still, when the press conference ended, Serorg didn't go back immediately but went to Riser and greeted him politely. Lucifer-sama. Serorg. Riser nodded. You don't need to worry. Use your everything since I hope this match can be a pure match. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. Serorg felt that he wanted to cry as Riser had been gentle to him. Except for his mother, Riser was the only one who had been kind to him, so even if he lost to Sona, he didn't mind as Sona was Riser's wife, but then, since Riser had said so, he also felt relief. Still, was this a feeling of having a father? Even if Riser wasn't his father, Serorg felt like Riser was one. They talked for a while before Serorg and his group left since they needed to prepare for their match. Only Rias stared strangely at her cousin, Serorg. What's wrong? Riser asked curiously. I wonder, did he know that? Rias looked at Riser since she knew the ambiguous relationship between him and Misla, Serorg's mother. No. He won't get angry, though. Really? I think he thinks of you like his father. Riser looked at Sona speechlessly and said, do your best. Thanks. Sona smiled and said, I will win. That's my wife. Hugging his wife, Riser asked, by the way, who is the commentator of the rating game? Serafal. No way. Sona shook her head. If Wani-chan is the commentator, then it will be partial. Then. It's the champion and the leader of the fallen angel, Barakil. Oh. Riser only raised his brows, but he didn't say anything. Then, let's go back. Okay. With that, they only needed to wait for the rating game to start, but then, as the day of the match came, before the rating game happened, the MC and the commentators expressed their opinions toward this match. As expected, I can't watch this exciting match. What do you two think? As usual, it was Nod Gamajin who was the MC, but before Barakil talked about his opinion of this match, Daihazer said, I just hope that this match can be pure and fair. At that moment, everyone was silent. Chapter 363, Sometimes Stupidity Can't Be Cured. At that moment, no one said anything. All of them fell in silence and lowered their heads, looking away from Daihazer, afraid that their Lucifer would think of them as involved with this champion. Even the children, who didn't understand anything, also frowned, wanting to say something to Daihazer, but their parents told them to be quiet. For everyone who heard what Daihazer said, they swore that they wouldn't get involved with him. Still, Daihazer never thought that he had said anything wrong and even firmly believed what he had said. Meanwhile, Riser, his woman, and his family, who stayed in the VIP area, couldn't help but become agitated by Daihazer's words. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Did you think as long as you become the champion, you can do anything? So-chan won't ever do something unfair and unjust. Serafal was furious at Daihazer. Is this guy serious? Rias was speechless when she heard Daihazer's words. This was probably also why she didn't think to join the rating game after this, as she realized how idiotic the champion of the rating game was. Did becoming the champion give you the capital to talk so rudely in front of Lucifer? What was wrong with this guy? Or would becoming the champion make him so great that he could question the fairness of the rating game in front of Lucifer? Everyone wanted to stay away from this guy, even Serorg, who was involved, couldn't help but want to smash Daihazer's head. His head might not be that bright, but he felt like he was smarter than Daihazer. Serorg-sama. All of his peerage members looked at him worriedly as they didn't want to be on the bad side of Riser. Frankly, they didn't want to play this match, either, as they knew how fearsome Riser was. Previously, they had joined the War of the Alliance with the Hindu and Chinese myths, and they knew how frightening Riser was. If Riser wished to, he could even destroy this alliance, even if he was the one who created it. Calm down. I will handle this once we walk out. Saror quickly said, but then he looked at all of his peerages and asked, "Say, what do you think should I say?" Hearing his question, everyone started brainstorming about what they should say when they were about to enter the stage. Still, the ones that felt the most uncomfortable were definitely Sona and her peerage group members. Did he think that he can get away because he is the champion? Zenobia gritted her teeth, wishing to tear Diehauser's mouth. The rest also wasn't much better, but Sona only coldly stared at the screen. "Dear, are you not going to do anything?" Serafal asked with a pout. "It's okay. I will have a match with him soon," Riser said calmly, waiting for his match with Diehauser. With that said, they knew that Diehauser wouldn't end well. Nevertheless, while Nod was stumped since he didn't expect Diehauser to be so idiotic, causing him to not know what to say, Barakil frowned and asked, "What do you mean by those words, Diehauser?" Usually, one would add a "dono" suffix or even "sama" when they called Diehauser, but Barakil didn't use any of that and called his name rudely. Diehauser frowned, but he wouldn't cause trouble with the leader of the Gremory for this small matter. "I just express my thoughts. We are all here to love the rating game, and it is also a place where everything is fair. I don't want this sacred game to be tarnished." Enough. Unexpectedly, the one who refuted Diehauser wasn't Barakil, Riser, or others who were close to Sona. Instead, it was Sarorg who was being supported by Diehauser. Belial Diehauser Dano. Sarorg held his microphone and came out all of a sudden from the waiting room to the stage as he stared at Diehauser. "This might be the last time I call you that, but don't you dare the fairness of this game. Whether it is Sona Citri or Riser Lucifer Sama, they are all my friends, we have known each other for so long, and there is no way for them to do something despicable such as tarnishing this sacred match. Even if you are the champion of the rating game, I won't forgive you for making such a slander." His voice was full of rage and clearly showed his hostility toward Diehauser. However, in front of Sarorg's accusation, Diehauser was stunned and looked at Sarorg in disbelief. What went wrong? Shouldn't Sarorg support him? Diehauser said all of that because he wanted to support Sarorg, as he could tell that this match would definitely be hard for Sarorg. After all, compared to Sona, who was the wife of Lucifer, Sarorg didn't have much support, but even so, he was still amazed by this young man who worked hard to fight his destiny, and that was why he decided to support him. Yes, Riser might be the de facto leader of the Devil and the Alliance, but even so, the rating game was different. This was a place where everyone could show their power, abilities, and worth without being restricted by anything. Regardless of their status, everything was fair on the rating game. Diehauser wanted to tell Riser that point and also supported Sarorg even though no one would support Sarorg, but why would the one whom he had supported look at him with such hostility? "I see." Barakil nodded, then said, "I think that the champion isn't suitable to become today's rating game's commentator." "What do you think, Nod?" "I think so, too." Nod nodded. "I think you are exhausted, Champion Dano. You should go back and rest." The word champion was like sarcasm in their mouths. Moreover, between Riser and Diehauser, who should they choose? This was a stupid question. Even if Nod wasn't as powerful as Diehauser, he couldn't help but disdain Diehauser since this guy's head was really stupid. When one had stood high on top of everyone else, one definitely wouldn't feel comfortable when they fell below. "No, I am fine." While Diehauser wasn't sure why he felt uncomfortable, he still explained that he was fine and wouldn't leave. Nod was speechless by Diehauser's words as this guy couldn't read the meaning behind his words. Was this guy really that stupid? Nod then looked at Barakil, hoping for him to help. After all, even if he was a famous presenter and came from an aristocratic house, he wasn't Diehauser's opponent, but Barakil was different. Still, Barakil didn't talk immediately but tried to contact Riser, and as he gained his answer, he just let Diehauser go, which Nod also followed. Nevertheless, whether Nod or Barakil pretended that Diehauser didn't exist, everyone welcomed Sarorg and Sona into the stage excitedly. Yet, watching everything that had happened in front of him, Diehauser still didn't realize what kind of a mess he had done. Chapter 364, Let's Go Ahead. Frankly, no one really cared whether this rating game was fair or not. Even if this rating game wasn't fair, it didn't matter since who did it? Their Lucifer, Riser. Helping his wife to win was just a small fault or a mistake compared to what he had done to all of them. Instead, what they hated the most at the time was Diehauser as he dared to question Riser. As Riser had said before, in the eyes of many, he was already a god. God was an existence that couldn't tarnished, so even if Diehauser was a champion with a lot of fans, at this moment, all of them directly threw away all of the merchandise and anything related to Diehauser as they didn't want to have anything to do with him. At that moment, Diehauser's popularity fell downward sharply, without any intention to stop. Even the Baal territory was also affected by his words. Moreover, Sona was the one who had proposed the school of the rating game, school for the low-class devil and the reincarnated devils. If she hated the rating game, and stopped the school due to Diehauser's problem, what should they do? After all, everyone wished to gain status, wealth, and everything from a rating game. Even if Daihazer was their idol, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon him if he caused them trouble. Yet, it was Daihazer's problem, and it had nothing to do with this rating game. To make it fair, the rules of this rating game were chosen randomly, and neither Sona nor Serorg knew what kind of game rule they needed to follow to have their victory. Still, whether Sona or Serorg, they were so much different from each other. If Sona was good at strategy, then Serorg was good at straight combat. So, it was also due to this that depending on what kind of rule was chosen on this rating game, it would either give the advantage to Sona or Serorg. Nevertheless, no matter what kind of a rule was chosen, whether Sona or Serorg would give up. While this rating game was soiled in Daihazer's mouth, it didn't mean that they would stop this match. Instead, they needed to continue this match and bring their all in this match. It's lightning fast game. Nod shouted, announcing the rules of the game. Oh, it's been a while. Barakil somehow felt melancholy when he thought about this rule of the game since, at that time, Azazel was still alive, and their Gremory hadn't been invaded by Riser. Yet, life continued after all, and under Riser, the lives of the fallen angels weren't bad at all, so there was no need to fight, especially when it was pointless to fight. Moreover, he was already Riser's father-in-law, so his position was great. Yes, it also happens to be the rule of the rating game, when it's our Lucifer-sama's first return game, Nod also said with a smile. Everyone also felt melancholy since, at that time, Riser hadn't become Lucifer, and they thought that many things had happened in the past year, which made them feel like a trace, thinking that it was great that they could stay alive till now. Still, the rules of the lightning fast game are simple, and it is just a quick match, a blitz. Within the 1-hour time limit, whoever defeats their opponent's king wins. In the case that neither player can defeat the enemy king, a winning team is decided by the number of points calculated by the number of pieces each side has claimed from the other. I think that this rule will bring a lot of advantage to Serorg. Daihazer suddenly made a comment, but no one said anything. Instead, Nod simply ignored Daihazer and looked at Barakil. Governor Barakil, what do you think of this match? I have heard that Serorg's physical ability is frightening, or rather, we can see from his match that he is a master of martial arts, and moreover, I have heard that he has a Longinus. Longinus. Everyone was startled. Yes, Serorg's pawn is a Longinus, Regulus Nemia. Naturally, for those who didn't know, Nod directly explained what the Regulus Nemia was to everyone. There was nothing to hide, and everything about this Longinus was told. In the original, this wouldn't happen, especially because the Great King faction and the Formao faction were two different factions. The two of them were also often in an argument. Surzek and Ajuka might be powerful, but their powers weren't enough to deal with all the members of the Great King faction. However, Riser was different. Whether it was the Great King faction or the Formao faction, all of them were the same. They were all under him, especially when he had become the leader of the alliance. If they wanted to rise along with him, they needed to combine their strength together, following him obediently. Such a thing definitely couldn't happen to Surzek, Ajuka, or even Issei. All of them might be powerful, but they weren't strong enough. As for being smart, knowing emotions, and many other things, all of them were meaningless in front of overwhelming power. It was due to this that Zekrom came to tell him about the Regulus Nemia to Riser. After all, being discovered later and coming by himself to report this matter was different. It was also due to this reason that his relationship with Zekrom was as good as ever. Nevertheless, Zekrom's family didn't seem to inherit Zekrom's wit, which made him and Zekrom feel speechless. Yet, in his eyes, they were just clowns. It was like Daihazer, who was being ignored by everyone at that moment. Still, everyone's eyes quickly changed due to Serorg's ownership of the Regulus Nemia. Serorg might be powerful, but he was famous for being talentless, yet at this moment, everyone's opinion of him changed as they thought that he might become the next generation of Mao. Still, this also made them worry about Sona, yet they also knew that it was impossible for Riser not to train his wife. Nevertheless, it was also due to knowing this fact that everyone in the supernatural world became curious about how this rating game was going to conclude. In the lightning-fast game, Serorg might have an advantage, and he also had Longinus and Regulus Nemia. Yet, Sona was Riser's wife, and as she could stand until now, there was no way for her to be weak. Still, whether Nod or Barakil was talking as much as everyone was already impatient about the match so quickly, whether Sona and Serorg, along with their peerage members, were teleported to the stage of the rating game. The stage was the Ko Academy, a school where Rias, Sona, and most of his women were learning. Still, at this moment, this learning place became a battlefield for Sona and Serorg. Start. At that moment, the two groups were ready for the fight. Serorg charged forward directly, leading his entire group to defeat Sona's group, yet he was surprised by the one who came to fight him. So, you are the one who will fight me. Saji grinned and said, I won't lose. This time, Saji was going to show everyone the result of his training. Chapter 365, Saji, who is going all out. Genshiro Saji. Rias was surprised when Sona's pawn decided to face Serorg directly. Even though many thought of Serorg as a talentless guy, she knew that her cousin was strong. Even in the previous war against the Chinese and Hindu myth, Serorg was on a rampage, blasting many of his enemies, especially when he was under the protection of Riser, so no matter what his wounds were, he would be healed instantly. Knowing this, he was happy and even became akin to an MPV during the war. Moreover, while she knew that this was wrong, she didn't think that Saji could match Serorg. Serorg had a Longinus, and he was also a pureblood devil. Meanwhile, Saji was a reincarnated devil, and while his sacred gear came from one of the dragon kings, Vritra, it was still far from the Longinus. So, Rias was surprised when Sona decided to send Saji. Well, just watch. If Riser didn't know anything and wasn't the one who trained Saji, he knew that it was impossible for Saji to defeat Serorg. It wasn't because Saji didn't work hard, but his upper limit was far lower than Serorg's. Serorg might not have a talent with demonic energy or the power of destruction, but his talent for physical ability was outrageous. Moreover, as Rias said before, he had a Longinus. Meanwhile, Saji was just a normal human before. If there was something special about him, it was that he had a sacred gear made from one of the dragon kings, Vritra. Yet, it was also his weakness since being as strong as Vritra was his limit. If Saji had a different talent, then he might be able to become stronger. Yet, there was no such a thing, so being as strong as Vritra was his limit. However, Saji wasn't a dragon. He was just human and also a reincarnated devil. Even worse, he wasn't the main character, so his current strength was impossible to be as strong as the real Vritra. It was also the same case as Issei Hayato, the protagonist. There was nothing about him, and his only redemption was that he wasn't ugly and also the host of the Red Dragon Emperor. Yet, it was also due to this that his strength only be limited to being as strong as the Red Dragon Emperor, which was similar to Saji. However, Issei was the protagonist, so he would get more chances to become stronger, which was natural by using the help of Ophis and the Great Red. Unfortunately, Issei had died, so there was no need to talk about him anymore unless he was reincarnated. Still, at this moment, we need to talk about Saji. So, with a power that was limited only to as strong as Vritra, could he defeat Serorg? Saji might be Serorg's disciple, but even so, he was going to defeat him. I am going to defeat you, sensei. Haha. Come to me, Saji. Serorg didn't use his Longinus and raised his fist, ready to blast Saji. Yet. Malbolge Vritra promotion. Saji didn't hesitate and used his everything directly. In battle, one usually wouldn't use all of their power, fighting for a while to gauge each other's strength before using everything. However, under Riser's tutelage, Saji had a different view. If they can end the battle faster, why do they have to fight so long? So, the moment they were about to clash, Saji directly used his every power. Unlike before, Saji had become stronger. Before, even though he had a Vritra type of sacred gear, he only had one of them, but as he was Sona's peerage member, Riser helped him to get the rest of the Vritra type of sacred gear and then put all of them inside his body. Even though it was painful, Saji could control this power, and due to this, his strength grew even stronger. Ha ha ha, let's go, Saji. The consciousness of Vrita inside Saji roared in excitement, especially when Saji used his everything directly. Yes, Saji used the balance breaker version of the Vritra sacred gear without hesitation. Under this balance breaker, his entire body was covered in the jet black dragon armor. Moreover, it also increased his physical ability. His abilities were also enhanced as not only could he use tentacles to absorb his opponent's energy, but he could also send deadly black flames to burn his opponents, suppress the opponent's powers, and give his black flames the ability to restrain his opponents. In this form, he also gained a sparkling white bone-colored nodachi with blades that look almost like a saw with a dragon head on the top. Yet, more importantly, after he used this balance breaker, his body would emit a deadly curse that would curse someone to death. Even Serorg was stunned that his Tuki was corroded by this curse, but as he was about to strengthen his Tuki, it grew even stronger. As for Saji's blade, he didn't fear it and even wished to clash it with his body. Yet, Saji decided to go all. Twin King's Dragon Tail, Dragon Fang Iron Gun. As Saji roared and impaled his sword forward, a gigantic dragon head like a Vritra head appeared. This head was made entirely of the deadly cursed black flames with dangerous fangs that would kill anyone who was bitten. Roar. This gigantic dragon head charged forward at Serorg and bit him to death. Boo-hoo. However, there was no way for Serorg to be defeated so easily. Still, his body was severely injured by the sudden powerful attacks, and the area in the surroundings was demolished. Yet, when he was about to fight back, the dragon's head suddenly blasted deadly energy into him. Boom. Serorg-sama. All of Serorg's peerage members were startled by this sudden change, yet they couldn't help their master as Sona and her other peerage members took them down in a group, and some of them were even easily defeated, considering Sona chose the weak target first. At this moment, Sarorg's peerage members were bullied by Sona. Sona's victory was in front of the eyes. Nevertheless, Rias and the others, who didn't know about Sona's strength, were dumbfounded since they didn't expect Saji to be this strong. Dear. I am just helping his training. Compared to those self-proclaimed genius or prodigy trainers, being trained by Riser was definitely far better. Yet, it was impossible for Sarorg to be defeated so easily. My lion. King of Nemia. You, who has been called King of Lions. Answer my howl and turn into my armor. When Sarorg was about to lose, he started to sing, then shouted, balance break. His body suddenly exuded a golden light, trying to fight back from Saji's deadly attack. Boom. Yet, even under such a powerful attack, there was no notice about Sarorg's disappearance. Instead, what was seen in the aftermath was a tall and strong figure with a golden lion armor whose helm has a golden mane growing from it and a lion's face on his chest. Sarorg-sama. There were many people who still believed in him, and he definitely wouldn't lose so easily. Chapter 366, the result is obvious, right? Regulus Ray Leather Rex. This is the subspecies balance breaker of the Longina sacred gear, Regulus Nemia. It is achieved when the lion is sealed inside Regulus Nemia. Regulus combines with his master, Sarorg Bale. In this form, Sarorg was covered in golden lion armor, increasing his offense, defense, and speed to a drastic extent. Still, the main ability of this balance breaker was to increase his defense, which made him relatively immune to a projectile type of attack and allowed him to focus on the physical battle. Saji. Even so, it was a bit too late for him to use this form, and his body was wounded severely by Saji's attack. Yet, even if he was in pain, he was grinning happily, like a beast. Sensei. Yet Saji also appeared vicious and charged forward Sarorg. Facing this invitation, Sarorg was also charged forward. A fist met a sword. Their collision echoed through space and caused the earth to be gouged, the buildings crumbled, and trees were uprooted. Everyone inside the battlefield quickly moved away from their battle, but even so, no one stopped fighting. Still, there was no doubt that the protagonists of this battle were Saji and Sarorg. The fight is between the host evil dragon king, Vritra, Saji Genshuru, against the heir of the Bale house and the owner of the Nemia Leon, Sarorg Bale. The audience focused on their battle and couldn't look away as they were afraid to miss their fight. Meanwhile, Sona and her peerage members mowed down all of Sarorg's peerage members. Yes, most of Sarorg's peerage members have been taken down. It couldn't be denied that Sarorg's peerage members were strong, especially his queen, Keisha Abaddon, a member of the Abaddon house, which had the power of the hole, an ability that allowed her to create a hole-like portal anywhere she wished to. Yet, even so, Keisha was helpless against Sona's peerage members. At this moment, Sona didn't even do anything, and she just let her peerage members take down the rest as she made various orders, depending on the situation. Nevertheless, her first target was those weaklings and supporting roles of Sarorg's peerage members. As for Keisha, they could leave her sooner or later. If Keisha didn't want all of her friends to be defeated, she could only come. While Sarorg fought Saji, all of his peerage members were defeated. Sarorg-sama. Keisha closed her eyes in regret as she watched Sarorg's figure fight bravely against Saji. Yes, Sarorg was strong, yet a brain or strategy wasn't his virtue. His way of fighting had always charged forward with him as a leader, and then the rest followed him from behind. Frankly, this strategy wasn't bad, and there were many who did so, even Riser also did the same. However, this strategy had a big weakness, and that weakness was that this leader needed to be strong enough to defeat all of his opponents instantly. Unfortunately, Sarorg wasn't strong enough to do that with Saji. Still, there was no doubt that Saji had a disadvantage, and the reason why he could hold on was all due to his guts. Ergag. Nevertheless, watching Saji fight with his everything, the rest couldn't bear it, and moreover, they had defeated the rest, which meant that they only needed to defeat Sarorg. Still, Sona shook her head and said, let's just wait. Let him fight. Frankly, she didn't care much about this Mintaman fight, but as Saji had worked hard, she decided to appreciate him even though she didn't think that he would be able to win. Nevertheless, due to Sona's words, everyone waited and watched how the fight between Sarorg and Saji was about to conclude. As expected, Saji lost, but he hoped that his cool fight could be remembered by everyone. Unfortunately, no one cared much about Saji's loss since they knew that Saji didn't die and he would be okay as long as he was teleported back to the infirmary. Moreover, with the current medical technology, it was impossible for him to die in his current situation. Still, even though Sarorg had defeated Saji, it didn't mean that he wasn't injured. His body was corroded by a curse, and many parts of his armor were broken by Saji's fangs. Nevertheless, facing Sona's group, he was calm and said, "You are kind to wait for me. Don't misunderstand. I respect my servant's choice, and since he wants to fight you alone, then I let him do so, but this is a battle after all. No matter whether you are fair or not, it doesn't matter as only the winner will be remembered." "You are right. This was easy to see since whether it was the original Lucifer, Sirzek, or many others, those who died were forgotten and even pictured as villains by the winner. The winner took everything. Yet, this was the natural law of this world. Then, come. I won't lose so easily. Even if he was surrounded by many, so what? He wouldn't lose. Yet, Sona didn't even bother to listen to Sarorg's words and directly ordered her servants. All of a sudden, Rina used her mocking gear, fair play, and multiple floating small satellites to shoot out beams of light toward Sarorg. Still, Sarorg only shrugged off all of that attack. A long-range projectile is meaningless to me. His Longinus allowed him to be protected by the long-range attack, but Sona only shook her head. Although the Regulus Nemia protected Sarorg from long-range attack, it didn't mean that he was completely immune. As long as they drained his energy, that protection would disappear. Moreover. Sarorg was startled since, all of a sudden, his senses were all messed up. He suddenly became blind, his nose smelled an intense disgusting scent, his ears were constantly attacked by annoying noise, and he could feel that his body seemed to touch something slimy. Momo Hanakai also started to act by using her black caviar to cast an illusion on Sarorg. Sarorg might be protected by a long-range attack, but what about an illusion? Moreover, this wasn't all since Tomo, Zenobia, Yura, Ruruko, Tsubaki, and Rosweiss also started to attack Sarorg at the same time. This was the difference between a beast and an intelligent creature. If a beast could only move around using its instinct to fight, then the intelligent creature used their brain to fight. Still, there was no way for him to lose. The power of feeling, this was probably how one could become stronger. So, at the time when Sarorg was about to lose, he started another chant, yet. Stab. Sarorg felt intense pain in his lungs before he was teleported and disappeared. No one could say anything. Everyone fell in silence, dumbfounded, as they realized how strong Lucifer's wife was. The winner is Sona Citri. Boo-hoo. Everyone cheered loudly, but a single stupid person ruined everything. That might be amazing, but I believe Sarorg is better, considering how he could show such strength. Chapter 367, Try to not make me yawn, okay. Yet, even if Daihazer said those words, the cheers of the crowds didn't stop, and it became even louder, which made him confused. What's happening? Daihazer touched and checked his microphone but realized that it didn't seem to work. Is this broken? Nevertheless, Barakil and Nod sighed in relief when they saw how Daihazer's microphone didn't seem to work, yet they wondered how one could be so stupid. They wanted to curse Daihazer's stupidity since it seemed like this guy never learned at all. Fortunately, Riser anticipated the situation and turned off all the cameras that faced Daihazer and turned off the speaker and microphone by using his unknown dictator. With this sacred gear, he could manipulate iron and electronic devices, so it was easy for him to stop Daihazer. What's wrong, Riser-chan? Serafal asked. Well. If it was someone else, they might keep this matter a secret so Daihazer wouldn't be hated, but who was Riser? Hearing his story, everyone looked at Daihazer and indignant, wondering what was wrong with this guy. What's wrong with him? He didn't even join the war, right? How ridiculous. Unlike many who had joined the war, Daihazer, while he was a champion, didn't join the war with the Chinese and Hindu myth as he expressed his view that this war was meaningless and it would kill many, which he wished for Riser to stop. While the media was mostly controlled by Riser, there were some who didn't know their places. Still, Riser ignored all of them and waited for them to come out. Then, when the victory came, even if he didn't do anything, the media were all destroyed and went bankrupt. Many of those who were working were even being killed by fanatics. After all, not everyone can be as strong as Daihazer, who could protect himself. So, all of them died. Just like that. Nevertheless, until now, Daihazer couldn't even understand his mistake and kept thinking that he had always been right. Still, it didn't mean that Riser didn't understand Daihazer. While Daihazer had nothing, he might not be wrong and even respectable, but as he grew stronger, he gained a privilege that he had never felt before. Still, when Riser came to power, that privilege slowly disappeared. If there was a reason why it didn't disappear completely, it was because he was known as the champion. The only devil who had never lost in the rating game. Daihazer's power was strong, but even so, he was nothing in front of Riser. Still, when one had been in the comfort of luxury, it was hard for them to return to how when they were poor. As his rights, popularity, and wealth slowly disappeared, naturally, Daihazer tried to fight back. Unfortunately, his method was wrong. Daihazer thought that as long as he worked hard and fought, he would be rewarded, but there was something known as impossible after all. Sometimes, knowing how to give up was a good thing. Even if one couldn't give up, they could use their brain to pretend, and when they gained power, they could move. Yet, Daihazer didn't seem too smart, and his pride blinded him, thinking that he would be okay. Still, even if there was trouble with his power, nothing could stop Daihazer. Even some media decided to help him, giving him a space to talk, showing that his power and prestige were still there. Unfortunately, Daihazer had chosen the wrong opponent. Riser-chan, kill him. Riser looked at Serafall and wanted to laugh. Relax. I am going to fight him soon anyway. Hearing his words, they somehow wanted to laugh. To be honest, they forgot about his match with Daihazer since Riser didn't make any preparations, he was the same as ever. Nevertheless, this was normal, and they didn't think it was weird. After all, Daihazer wasn't even Riser's opponent. Still, Riser had always been confused. Why was there always trouble around him? Even though he had cleared up Issei, Ajuka, Azazel, and even Valley, many still jumped up, showing that they were unsatisfied with him. Even if he had defeated the Great Red, the Hindu myth, and the Chinese myth, many didn't think that he was strong, and they still thought to fight him. Meanwhile, why were there no people who tried to fight those who were strong like the Great Red, Indra, or Buddha before? If there was a reason, Riser thought that it might be because he was the new generation or he wasn't ruthless enough. Yet, even so, he wouldn't change and become more ruthless since being ruthless meant that he would lose a companion. It was like the Great Red and the other dragons who could only stay alone in their lives. While he didn't mind being alone, he had tasted the sweetness of the companionship. If there was someone who had to become a loner, then it shouldn't be him but those who provoked him. Still, Riser knew that sometimes, an individual was just too stupid. His silence was thought of as a weakness, but wasn't this how a creature was? Nevertheless, Riser didn't bother with Daihazer. With the end of the battle between Sona and Serord, Riser decided to throw a party, and naturally, Daihazer wasn't invited and just left alone. The respect that everyone had for Daihazer had already disappeared. Still, Daihazer had a chance. The rating game between Sona and Serord was nothing but just an appetizer. What made everyone excited was the fight between Riser and Daihazer. Lucifer and Champion. Who would win? Just kidding. What kind of stupid question was that? Even the children knew who would win. Even those who were fanatics toward Daihazer couldn't make an argument that he could win against Riser, yet inwardly, they still hoped for Daihazer to show a miracle. Daihazer also thought so since he was going to show his power in front of everyone. Riser might be strong, but his arrogance was going to be his downfall. So, at the rating game, when everyone was already prepared and waiting for the battle, Daihazer faced Riser and thought that he would show him why he was called the champion. Meanwhile, Riser tried to hold his yawn since he felt this fight would be boring. Riser-sama, please try not to yawn. Your image might be ruined due to this. Yubaluna, his queen, made a whisper, causing everyone to laugh somehow. Riser only chuckled and said, "It's okay. Your words wake me up." Oni-sama, how much do you need to defeat that champion? Ravel asked. Try to count. Riser wasn't sure, but he was probably going to make a record on this rating game. Chapter 368, Work Hard. Everyone was in silence. They thought that even if Daihazer wasn't Riser's opponent, he would show a worthy fight as a champion. Unfortunately, it's 0.0001 seconds. Riser-sama has made a record for the fastest match to end on the rating game. At the same time, the legend of the champion is broken. At that moment, no one paid attention to Daihazer. Instead, all of them cheered so loudly that the earth was trembling. After all, with this, Riser was truly the #1 devil in the entire world. There is no doubt that as the champion, Daihazer's power should be about Mao's level. Even Serafall and Falbium didn't think that they could defeat Daihazer, but Riser defeated him so easily. Moreover, Riser only defeated Daihazer in such a short time that everyone could only stay in a gaffe due to this result. Nevertheless, he didn't even bother to look at Daihazer and just returned since everything was over. Still. Congratulations, you have received a combo star. Riser felt weird since his opponent was so weak, yet how could he get a good reward? However, soon, he almost slapped his forehead since he forgot that Daihazer was strong. Daihazer was probably the strongest under him on the devil. Unlike Serafall with her ice ability or Falbium with his attack and defense mode, his ability was worthless, which made him able to nullify all the abilities as long as he understood it. Moreover, with his genius battle intellect, it should be only for a moment before he is able to understand the ability of his opponent. Riser didn't exaggerate this matter since this was the truth, but there was a huge difference between the first and the second, and this gap was impossible to shorten no matter how hard Daihazer worked. Moreover, even if the power of the worthless was good, it still needed a demonic power to use it. The difference between Daihazer's demonic power and Riser's demonic power was as much as the difference between a lake and space. What is there even a comparison to begin with? Not at all, Daihazer was defeated, that's it. Still, Riser was happy with his reward. Combo Star. It is a strength-enhancing ability. As long as he continues attacking his opponent without interruption, each consecutive blow receives an additional 200,000 pounds of force compared to the previous one. Strong, right? However, if the chain of attacks is interrupted, then it resets, and he has to restart his count once more. Nevertheless, it was strong, as every one of his attacks would gain an additional 100 tons, and the numbers increased even further as long as his attack was interrupted. Yet, the problem was that Riser felt that this ability was a bit meaningless. If it was before, he might feel happy, but now. All of his attacks were enough to crush a planet. What was the use of an additional 100 tons for? It can be useful for others. Riser thought of using his Link ability to lend this ability to others, especially to Zenobia and Yura, who were brainless fighters. Well, I can give it to my peerage members too. Probably because he hadn't mentioned his peerage members for so long, but whether it was Shuilan and Isabella, who was his rook, this ability would be useful for them. No, frankly, this ability was useful for everyone. Still, he could think about this matter later as he left with everyone, along with the cheers of the audience. Nevertheless, everyone knew that, at this point, no one could stop him anymore. His position at the top couldn't be shaken, no matter what. It was as firm as his erection. Jokes aside, everyone had decided to follow Riser, so there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing had changed even if he had defeated the champion, Dihauser. Instead, they felt that it was normal. Nothing went wrong. However, they knew that Dihauser's end was definitely not good. Though they knew that this guy was so stupid, they didn't say anything since they were satisfied with this rating game, and it was time for a party. Hopefully, Riser would pay attention to their daughters or even wives, so that way, their status would greatly rise. Trash. Hades snorted in disdain when he saw how easily Dihauser was to be defeated. He wanted to see if Dihauser could give a miracle, especially when he heard about Dihauser's ability. Unfortunately, he encountered junk, and he thought that only the gods could be relied on, especially for the future, and took care of this devil, pretending to be God. Pluto, who was the Grim Reaper under Hades's Grim Reaper Legion, knew that Hades was also defeated by Riser, but he didn't say anything since he was sure that Hades, his lord, would get angry. What a waste of time. But didn't we learn something, Hades-sama? What did you learn from this match? Hades looked at Pluto speechlessly since Dihauser was defeated by Riser so fast that there was nothing to see at all. He is fast. Hades. Probably, as fast as the speed of light. Hades couldn't deny Pluto's words, but how should he deal with this ability then? If Riser's speed was as fast as the light, then was there even a possibility for him to defeat him? No. Hades knew that God was the strongest being in the world, and he couldn't give up. Let's go back. The party is good, but I know that being there is only a humiliation. While Hades hated Riser, he had to say that he loved Riser's taste as it was so comfortable to stay in Riser's town. While a little unwilling since the one that was being embarrassed was Hades, not him, but as the loyal servant of Hades, Pluto also decided to leave. Are we still going to talk to him, Riser-sama? Euclid asked helplessly since he didn't see any point in fighting now. Why not? Right now, he is seething with anger. I am sure that he will be happy to know of our great cause. Oh. But I can't wait to see his despair when he is being targeted by Riser and his group. Riser laughed, thinking how fun it was to play with Dihauser. Euclid only shook his head, but he didn't say anything. Still, with the death of Surzek, he knew that his older sister was free, and somehow he wished to meet her. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her, and he also wasn't sure where she was, so at this moment, he could only follow Riser. By the way, what about the vampire? While I am not sure, they are starting to act strange, or rather. Euclid's expression becomes ugly when Riser mentions the vampire group, especially when someone interrupts their plan. We can't do anything against that man. He is too strong. Riser sighed helplessly. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's move to the next plan. We're going to get busy, Euclid. Yes, Riser-sama. The two left quietly and started their plan. Nevertheless, Dihauser, who had lost, only stared at the ceiling in silence, feeling that everything was over and what was left was just a feeling of helplessness. Chapter 369, He is a gentle guy. After the rating game, there was a party hosted in his city to celebrate his victory over the unbeatable champion, Dihauser. While everyone knew that Riser would be the winner, nothing stopped the party as it was their chance to meet him. Riser was quite elusive, and his work time was quite limited as he didn't like to work. His work was also so efficient that no time was wasted, so they could only try to meet him like this. It was also due to this that there were so many individuals that came, whether it was from the Norse myth, Greek myth, Chinese myth, Hindu myth, angel, fallen angel, devil, yokai, Japan myth, and many others. All of them gathered together, trying to get to know Riser and also each other. Frankly, this was the first time for something like this to happen, as no one expected that everyone could be under someone's rule. Riser Lucifer. Yet, even so, while some might not accept it, many also accepted it since his rule wasn't bad. Riser was so lax that he mostly left the rest to his people as long as it wasn't something important. As for the development of economics or other things, they were left behind by the others. Moreover, in the worst case, they could suck the wealth of the humans as, unlike supernatural beings, humans had so much of numbers. They were greedy and insatiable beings, so there was no need for them to hesitate. Riser knew that it might be wrong, but probably, in the eyes of the gods, a human was like livestock. Like how a human could kill livestock to eat, God could also kill a human for their own use. It was as simple as that. Nevertheless, the power of the Longinus changed everything. Fortunately, Riser decided to take all the Longinus as it was too dangerous. No one disagreed. Instead, they all agreed since no one felt that they were safe with the Longinus. As for the fact that Riser was the one who took the Longinus, so what? They couldn't defeat him anyway, and he could kill them anytime, so why should they think too much? Even with Longinus, Riser would, at best, be a little stronger than usual, so there wasn't much changed, and no one thought to challenge him other than the stupid ones. Still, if they thought that they could trouble him, Riser had to say that they were wrong since his big project was about to finish, and he also had a spy organization like the CIA, KGB, MI6, Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, or even RAW. Yet, he knew that the world wouldn't let him be at peace. While everyone was talking happily with him about many things and even invited him to visit their places, which he rejected, he noticed Michael's melancholy expression. "What's wrong, Michael?" Michael stopped, then closed his eyes, then said firmly, "Riser-sama." Riser raised his brow since he knew that it would be the first time for Michael to use the sama suffix on him. Frankly, he didn't care what the others called him, but like it was as natural as a human breathing oxygen, they subconsciously used the sama suffix on him. However, Michael was different after all, as he had been with him when he hadn't reached this height. Moreover, no matter what, Michael was still an angel, a being who served under God and the enemy of the devil. Even though they had become allies or even his subordinates, he knew that there was still resistance to Michael, but at this moment, Michael had probably already acknowledged that he was above everyone. Was it due to the holy affinity that he received from Irina before? There was a high chance, but it didn't matter since he wanted to know what was happening to Michael. It was easy for him to know what was happening as long as he asked his followers, but hearing it from the source was better, right? It also showed Michael's loyalty to him. Though, if Michael decided to betray him, it also didn't matter since the angel had no power to fight him. All the resistance was meaningless. It was like how Dihauser could do nothing in front of him. Moreover, they got the peace that they sought after, and no one died anymore, so it was good, right? Especially when Riser also helped with the completion of the interdimensional room, which gave the angel a chance to mate without becoming a fallen angel. At this moment, the majority of the angels had listened to him much, but I know that I have promised you to meet the user of the Zenith Tempest, but he is such a troublesome child. Michael let out a helpless sigh. A child has always been a child. They firmly believed in their opinion without considering others, ignoring the consequences, and thinking that they had always been right. If it was facing others, Michael would believe, but this child was going to face Riser. Michael knew the consequences of facing Riser, so he might as well have expressed his thoughts directly, truthfully, without hiding anything. Still, there was no doubt that Michael's words caused the mood of the party to slightly dampen, but Riser was as calm as ever. "What are you going to do? He is still a child. I hope to give him a chance since he is a good child, and as long as he learns, he will reflect, but what do you think, Riser-sama?" Riser looked at Michael with a smile and thought that even if the angel was known for their pureness, they were still crafty, and they knew what they should do. In the end, an angel was a being that lacked a desire and was moved by their logic. Naturally, that didn't mean that it was as absolute as the fact that there was also a fallen angel. "You can do what you want, Michael. I don't need to remind you." "Thank you, Riser-sama." Bowing his head, Michael was full of sweat, thinking that he should give Gabriel as soon as possible so they could strengthen the tie with Riser, but as expected, the group of humans had always been in trouble, which made him helpless. Riser didn't care about what was happening on the angel's side since it was a small problem for him. Nevertheless, as the party was over, he thought of going to his wife since he knew that she would reward him well. When Riser was on the bed, not only Sona but also a familiar silver hair was there whose face and body were slightly hidden on the blanket. Was it Graphia? What a cute widow. Was she shy? Yet, it didn't matter since he was going to be gentle. Chapter 370, The Villain Can't Catch a Break. No, it wasn't Graphia, but it was Rosweiss. However, nothing had changed since Rosweiss also wished for him to take her down. Rosweiss was so happy at this moment that she lay on his arm like a kitten as she slept contently. She had been waiting for this moment after all, and she also had been quite restless, especially when, one after another, many girls became women due to him. Yet, she was the only one that was left behind. Was she going to stay single like this? Without any experience and not knowing what to do, Sona, her master, reached out to her, and somehow, she understood why such a holy being like Irina was so much in love with him. Still, this lewd activity was nice, she thought, especially when it was done with someone that she loved the most. Rosweiss thought that she wanted to recover as soon as possible so that she could be with him more. Watching how happy Rosweiss was, Riser didn't feel surprised since he had to say that he might have neglected her, yet with so many women around him, it was hard to take care of all of them fairly, so while it was unfair, he chose after his wife and those of his favorites. Nevertheless, all of those with him were his favorites, so nothing really changed much. If there was something that he was glad about, it was the fact that he was a phoenix since it made him able to recover faster, and he wouldn't get exhausted no matter what. Congratulations, you have received Tun Tun no Mi, complete version. Riser wasn't sure about this reward, but since he got it, then it didn't matter. Tun Tun no Mi. It was devil fruit that gave him the ability to manipulate weight. Frankly, this ability overlapped with Combo Star, but since he got it, it didn't matter. Still, he might have realized it, but the rewards he got from a woman were much better than the reward he gained from defeating his enemy. Was it because he was too strong? That's probably the reason. No one in this world was his opponent, and it was also due to this that he wasn't in a hurry to clear up everything. When Issei returns from death, he can clear up all of them and then gain peace. What would he do after he gained his peace? Riser wasn't sure, but he could think about that later since he knew his life as a devil would definitely be a long one. Still, let's talk about the difference between Tun Tun no Mi and the Combo Star. The two of them had the ability to add weight to his attacks, but if the Combo Star was given when he attacked someone, Tun Tun no Mi would integrate into his body. Moreover, the development of the Tun Tun no Mi was better as this devil fruit gave him many possibilities to develop a weight manipulation ability. If he wished to, he could make someone else's weight increase and make them unable to move. It was like gravity manipulation to a certain extent. Naturally, there was a limitation since, unlike gravity manipulation, which was one form of force, weight was something from the body, a mass, so if his body couldn't bear the mass, it would be impossible for him to increase his weight to an unlimited number. In this case, the Combo Star was better since there was no need for him to train, and he could use this ability directly without worry. However, as he trained himself, there was no doubt that the Tun Tun no Mi was far better. In other words, the potential of the Tun Tun no Mi was better. Still, as he lay on his bed, he thought about Issei once again. He had a feeling that Issei would return to this world soon, and by that time, he knew that he should kill him as soon as possible. Yet, there was no doubt that it wouldn't be easy. Issei's existence was something that was born due to the will of this world. It might not be wrong to say that he was the child of this world. Meanwhile, Riser was like an invader who destroyed the natural course of this world. Yet, that was how the world worked, right? Those who were strong got everything, and those who were weak would be defeated. Even in the original, the reason why Issei could get all of the glory was because he was able to defeat all of his enemies. If Issei was defeated, then it was impossible for him to become the main character. Nevertheless, who would become Issei's help? Future Gasper, Hero Faction, and the remnants of Vala's group. Riser knew that those three would become part of Issei's help. Yet, Riser knew that they wouldn't be the only ones. There must have been another force. If the Great Red and Ophis weren't by his side, he knew that they would also become Issei's help. Closing his eyes, he tried to make his strategy, thinking about how to defeat his enemy, yet as expected, even if he thought of nothing, nothing would change. All the struggle was meaningless in front of an overwhelming power. However, Riser knew that even though he had conquered almost all the parts of this world, it didn't mean that his rule was perfect. There were still many who were unconvinced or doubted him, yet they were too weak to do anything against him. However, as long as they were given a chance, they would attack him without hesitation, so there was no need for him to hesitate, and he was going to attack them after all of this. What's wrong, dear? The next morning, as he enjoyed a morning tea, Sona asked him a question. It's okay. What? Tell me if you have something that you are worried about. Riser looked at his wife and smiled. I am just thinking about where I should take the next trip. Sona was speechless, then said, how about you go to the Kuo then? Kuo, huh? Riser had been on the Kuo many times, but well, it didn't matter even if he came to that city again. Moreover, there was something that he wanted to do. With that decision, he went to the Kuo. Yet, a few days later, in the corner of the world, a single familiar figure appeared in this world with a cheerful smile on his face. I have returned. The smile on the young man was so vibrant but then became so lewd, especially with how long he had been away. Bucho. Asia-chan. Akino-san. Kaniko-chan. I am coming. Issei Hayudo missed everyone's boobs. Chapter 371, Your Return. Issei felt like he wanted to cry since he had been away for so long, but it didn't matter as he had returned. Partner. Dreher let out a helpless sigh as he thought how Issei had never changed, but wasn't it the reason why Issei could stay alive until now? It was because Issei had always seen everything in a positive manner, and his pervertness would always give him strength. But are you ready, partner? You are going to challenge him, you know. Even though Dreyer hated Riser, he had to admit that Riser was strong. You don't need to worry, Dreyer. I will win. No, we will win. As long as we're together, we will be able to defeat anyone. Issei said confidently, especially when he thought about the power he gained from the Shikigami, the god of breasts. You are right. Dreyer also had confidence when he thought about Shikigami. Due to Shikigami, Issei was different from before. He was no longer just a normal human who was reincarnated as a devil. Instead, after his body was destroyed, he gained the body of Dreyer, the Red Dragon Emperor and one of the heavenly dragons. Moreover, he also gained the body of Shikigami, the god of another world. The combination of the heavenly dragon and god gave him a powerful strength. Even if Issei was stabbed by the poison from Samel once again, nothing would happen to him as his body from the Shikigami would protect him. At this moment, whether it was Issei or Dreyer believed that they could defeat Riser. Still, at the same time, when they thought of Riser, they also felt chilled by Riser's viciousness as Riser used Diodora to kill him. Diodora definitely wasn't the only one, and there were many people who were used by Riser. Issei knew that he couldn't let this evil go on the rampage in this world any longer, especially when Riser also planned to reach out his hand toward another world. Issei was given power by Shikigami, and it was also due to this that he realized the great mission that was given to him. Issei was going to protect this world. Still, before that, Issei wanted to meet everyone first. I wonder how everyone is. Are you still going to become a devil, partner? Naturally. I want to become Bucho's strength no matter what, after all. For Rias, Issei would do anything. Dreyer looked at Issei helplessly, but he didn't say anything. Still, he knew that Issei might say something with dignity or worthy of being admired since Issei would do anything for the woman he liked, but he knew that this guy was just lustful toward Rias' breasts. Bucho, I am coming. Issei was ready to meet Rias, but suddenly, a burly figure suddenly appeared before him. Issei-senpai. Issei and Dreyer were startled and felt like their hearts almost stopped. However, the one who appeared not only this burly figure but there were many others around this figure. Who are you guys? Even though Issei had become powerful, his mentality was still the same as ever. He had never thought of himself as special and thought of himself as nothing but a perverted high school. There was no doubt that Issei was full of contradictions. When Issei met someone that he didn't like, he would pretend that he was above them, but when he met someone that he didn't know, he would cower and feel slightly inferior, especially when all the guys who appeared in front of him were handsome. Why the hell are all of them guys? I want girls. Still, Issei lamented, wondering why the one who greeted him was a group of guys, but even so, their sudden appearance startled him, and he quickly made a fighting gesture, ready to fight all of them. Yet, strangely enough, Issei didn't feel any animosity from them. Instead, all he felt was like they were seeing a hope. What was happening? Whether Issei or Dreyer felt confused since they had just been away for a while, but why was there so much change? Before they were reincarnated, Shikigami had told them that they had been away for a few months. What could happen in those few months? If it had been a few years, Issei might have panicked, but this was just a few months, after all, so there should have been nothing, right? Moreover, why was the robust and muscular man in front of him quite familiar for some reason? As Issei squinted his eyes, wondering who this man was, everyone who saw Issei felt like they were saved. Issei might not realize it, but his body exuded a special aura that would give anyone who believed in him hope, especially when Shikigami had become part of his body, causing a divinity to exude. At this moment, Issei had become the combination of a man, a dragon, and a god. Issei was simply the hope of everyone who had been living in a torment of both fear and oppression. They knew that as long as they had this man, they could defeat that devil, they thought. Yet, Issei didn't know that since he didn't even realize that he was a special existence. Nevertheless, Gasper, from the future, was already in tears when he saw Issei. In his timeline, everything was ravaged, and he was the only one that escaped. No, with his power, it should be impossible for him to escape. If there was a reason why he could escape, it was all due to Issei from the future, giving him a chance to go to the past, so he wouldn't waste this chance, and he was going to save everyone. Still watching Gasper from the future, who cried, Issei was startled and asked unsurely, Gasper? Yes, Issei-senpai. Gasper. Issei and Dreyer almost popped their eyes out since the girly young man had become such a muscular man. What's happening? How could you become like this? Issei couldn't believe his junior, who always dressed in the girl uniform, would suddenly become like this. Still, he shook his head and suddenly had a bad premonition. What about Bucho? Asia-chan? Akino-san? And Kanika-chan? Let's go and meet them. With such anticipation, Issei wanted to meet everyone, but Gasper, from the future, didn't know how to explain this matter. What? What's wrong? Issei-senpai, calm down. Gasper took a deep breath and said, Rias Bucho and everyone had been taken by Riser Lucifer. Issei. Chapter 372, Issei is powerful. It was like a blunt weapon was slammed into his brain. Issei felt like his world was spinning as he couldn't believe what Gasper had said to him. No way. I won't believe it. Issei screamed with all of his might and didn't believe what Gasper had said to him. No, he knew that it was possible, especially when he thought how close Rias and the others with Riser were. While he tried to fight Riser, the others didn't want to have much of a conflict. Yet, how could he accept it? Riser was the person who had plotted to kill him. Riser used Diodora as a pawn to kill him. Riser was a downright evil that should be erased from this world. Issei thought that as long as he returned to Rias and the others, he could take down Riser, especially when he had gained the power of Shikigami. By using the power of breasts, he would grow stronger and defeat Riser. Yet, unexpectedly, Gasper told him that Riser had taken down Rias and others. The possibility existed, but Issei didn't want to believe it. So, at this moment, Issei quickly ran into the direction of the Kuo town. Even though he wasn't sure how he could know the direction, he moved by instinct. It was like how an ant was attracted by sugar, he could detect his beloved boobs so far away. Even if Issei was on the edge of the world, he could pinpoint the location of those beloved boobs. Watching Issei, who left so suddenly with a speed that stunned everyone, they had even more confidence in Issei as their savior, so at this moment, everyone had decided to follow Issei wholeheartedly, fully believing that he was the savior. Yet Gasper panicked, especially when he thought about what had happened between Riser and Rias and her group. You guys go back first. George, help me. While they were all confused, they all followed Gasper's words from the future. Still, those who weren't extras, especially Tobio and Arthur, sighed and knew what was happening. George, help him. Go. While George was confused, under the urging of everyone, he quickly used the dimensional lost to return everyone to their hiding place and also followed Gasper to chase after Issei. Nevertheless, Issei was desperate, trying to erase all the nightmares that kept coming to his head. He didn't want to believe it, but the more he thought, the more possible it was. It was also for this reason that he didn't dare to meet Rias, Aquino, or even Kaneko. As for the current timeline for Gazer and Kiba, Issei knew that those two would be alright, so the first person he thought to meet was Asia. Yes, Asia. Among all the people Issei knew, there was no doubt that Asia was the one that he trusted the most. They had been together for so long, and he was also the first person who had ever given her kindness. They even lived together, and he also saved her from Diodora. Even if the others got angry at him due to his stupidity and perverted act, she would only scold him lightly before relented to his worldly desire as she had probably given up. However, Issei didn't know that and only thought that Asia was probably the only one that hadn't been eaten by Riser. Yes, as he walked on this return journey to the Kuon town, many thoughts plagued his mind, and the more he thought, the more he felt it was possible for Rias to fall into Riser's arms. Rias was like that, after all. When they met for the first time, Rias flaunted her breasts, and she even dared to sleep with him. Also, wasn't it possible for Rias to do the same with Riser? Moreover, with what Rias had done to him, like slapping or even getting angry, Issei didn't believe in Rias, yet somehow, deep in his heart, he still wanted to believe that Rias could give her virginity to him. No, Bucho's virginity is mine. Issei made a vow, but due to his timidity, he decided to visit Asia first since he knew that Asia was the most stable and kindest among all the girls. Moreover, he also felt worried about his parents since he had been away for a few months. A few months might be short for a supernatural being, but for a human, it was a long time. Still, he didn't think that Riser would do anything to his parents since he knew that unlike him, whose heart was small and even stinky, Riser's heart was so vast that Riser wouldn't even care about a small being such as his parents. Yes, his parents were normal humans. Even so, they were his parents. Still, if Riser dared to do something unforgivable to his parents, then he wouldn't give it to him. With that thought, he quickly arrived at Kuo town without realizing how powerful he had become. Issei planned to go home and check with his parents and also Asia since they were living together. Yet, no matter how fast he couldn't beat teleportation, and as expected, he was stopped by Gaster from the future. Wait, Issei-senpai. Wait. Don't go. No. Let me go, Gasper. I need to see them. No. Please. You won't be able to bear it. And you might make Riser-sama notice you. They were just at the outer part of Kuo town, they hadn't entered this town, but Gasper knew that as long as they entered, they would be noticed by anyone. Especially when Issei's aura was blazing high as if trying to attract everyone's attention. Frankly, it was a miracle that no one noticed Issei at this moment. No, I need to go. Issei didn't care about Gasper's words, and he didn't want to believe in Gasper. Moreover, he wanted to confirm with his own eyes. Then, see it from here. Your eye should be able to see your house from this spot. Eh. Gasper didn't think to stop Issei anymore since it was impossible for him to stop. His power might reach the Super Devil, but Issei's power was already comparable to the Great Red. Yes, Issei was as strong as the Great Red. Shikigami wasn't a weak god. Instead, he was a powerful god worshipped by every man. Moreover, breasts were the spring of life. In other words, Issei, who had combined himself with Shikigami, had become the god of life. Still, Gasper's words awoken Issei. While he was stunned, he squinted his eyes, trying to search for his house, and he was surprised that he could see it from such a distance. After all, this had never happened to him before. Was this the power of Shikigami? Issei thought that he might need to learn more about the power of Shikigami, but with his brain, he was afraid that it might be a little hard to do. Nevertheless, it was great to know that he had become powerful. Issei was so happy, thinking that he would be welcomed by everyone, especially after he became so powerful. Nevertheless, when he looked at his house even deeper, his eyes widened, and his world spun once again as he saw Riser and Asia together inside his room. Riser. Chapter 373, One Day. Issei wasn't sure how he felt. His heart was complex, filled with anger and disbelief, and also, strangely excited. Yet, watching the kind-hearted and gentle Asia show such a lewd expression while under the arms of his enemy, he wanted to run away. Yes, he wanted to run away. Issei didn't want to believe it. What was happening? How did this happen? Moreover, Issei had to say that Riser was too evil since he dared to play with Asia in his room. While Asia was shy and didn't want to, it was easy to see that she didn't hate the feeling of being pounded by Riser in his room. While Issei hoped this was a dream, he knew that this was a reality. Still, when Issei didn't know what to do, he was hugged by Gasper. Gasper. It's okay, senpai. It's okay. They are just being deceived by Riser. Riser is evil. As long as you defeat him, then you will get everything. Whether it is Rias Bucho, Asia senpai, or the others, all of them will go back to your arms. Yes. That's right. It's all that guy's fault. If it isn't because of that guy, then this won't happen. Issei, who didn't want to believe in reality, felt better when he heard all of this. He felt like everything was Riser's fault, and it was all because of Riser that everyone became like this. Yet, when Issei thought about how strong Riser was. Can I defeat him? Senpai, let's go back to our hiding place first. We need to build our strength first and gather our allies. That way, we will be able to defeat him and gain victory, so they won't be controlled by Riser anymore. Can we really do it? Believe in yourselves, senpai. You have the power of the Red Dragon Emperor and Shikigami. Right now, you are just as strong. No, you are stronger than Riser Lucifer. Believe in your strength. If you don't believe it, why don't you train first? Train. Yeah, you have a lot of unique powers within you. Let's learn it first before we start to defeat this evil. Issei didn't feel that this was a bad idea since he didn't want to stay in this place any longer. When he had become stronger, then he would return, bringing down Riser, who had caused a lot of misery to everyone. I will definitely become stronger. That's Issei senpai that I know. Gasper was excited since he could see that Issei had returned to how he used to be. Issei, who was strong and confident and never gave up. This was his Issei senpai. Still, Gasper didn't lie since the power of Issei had become stronger than Riser Lucifer, but Issei's mentality hadn't been adjusted, and he was still hit by what was happening between Riser and Asia. Nevertheless, unlike the girls who left Issei, he wouldn't leave Issei, and he would be with him forever. Let's go, Issei senpai. George, we need to do this. Yes. Where are we going? Issei was curious as he was eager to grow stronger to defeat Riser. Romania. Romania. While Issei was confused, he followed Gasper and George obediently, wishing to pay back what Riser had done to him 1,000 times. As for Rias, Asia, and the others, Issei thought that they were being forced by Riser. Yes, that's right. They were forced by Riser. Wait for a while, Bucho. Asia-chan. Akino-san. Kaniko-chan. I'll save you. Along with all the women with wonderful boobs, he would save all of them from Riser's evil clutch. However, what they didn't know was that Riser had been waiting for them, thinking that they had time to grow stronger. Finally. Even though Asia tried to be aggressive, it was hard for her to do so with her nature, but Riser enjoyed it regardless. Still, he had expected this, but he felt conflicted by how easy it was for Issei to grow stronger. When he almost died due to the Great Red and became stronger, Issei suddenly returned and became as strong as him by relying on the power of the god from another world. God from another world, huh? Not only someone from the future but even a group from another world wanted to take him down. What was wrong with this world? Was it not okay for him to be the leader of this world? Why had there always been trouble? Riser wondered why the world wished for Issei to be the king of this world. Was it because Issei was a pervert? Was it because Issei was an idiot? Or was it because Issei was Yasashi? Probably, the last was the reason why Issei was chosen. Yasashi, kind. This is the universal trait of every protagonist of the light novel. Unlike those who were kind, gentle, and willingly being pushed around by everyone, Riser couldn't do that, and it was probably the reason why many tried to take him down. Whether it was Hades and his group, Risavim, and the others, Daihauser, then there was also Issei. Lastly, gods from another world and also someone from the future. Riser wondered what he did to be attacked like this. He had never ever thought to attack another world or the future after all, or were they thinking that he wouldn't attack them? With that thought, he didn't have any hesitations. The moment he erased Issei from this world, he was going to take down the parallel world and also another world. No matter what, they were going to die. With that thought, Riser was about to leave, but Asia held him tightly. Asia. Stay here, Riser-sama. I will comfort you more. Asia tried to seduce him, but Riser asked, you know Issei has returned. Asia. Riser wasn't surprised by Asia's decision to seduce him and did something that she wasn't used to. Yet, he wondered how Asia could tell whether Issei had returned or not, but he wouldn't be surprised if she could tell since she was one of the main heroines. You know that he is planning to kill me, right? Do you want to go to him? Hearing his callous question, Asia showed a wry smile since she knew that her worth in his heart wasn't so significant. Even if she left, it didn't matter to him, but she didn't want to lose him. I can't leave. I am already like this. You have stained and shaped me into your shape. Wasn't it you who seduced me? Asia blushed and buried her face in his chest, trying to hide her pout since wasn't it he who seduced her during her weakest. Yet, she was also willing to fall for him and wished to be held by him, so she knew that she was also at fault. One day, Riser said. I will give him one day. I know that you owe him, but don't expect me to give him mercy since he is the one who wants to kill me first. Frankly, in his mind, Issei was nothing but just a tool for those around him. In his thoughts, Issei was just like a nuclear weapon in the hands of bad people. Yet, it was also probably why Issei was chosen since it was easy to control Issei. Thank you, Riser-sama. One day. How could Issei have such a short amount of time? Nothing. Yet, Asia knew that this was Riser's gentleness toward her. It was because she could be a good woman for him that he was willing to give Issei a day. Knowing that put her heart at ease somehow since it made her realize that he thought of her more than she had thought, and slowly but surely, Issei disappeared from her heart. Chapter 374, This is Our Time. Romania. It was one of the biggest countries in Eastern Europe. While Issei didn't know why he was brought to this place, there was no doubt that this was the best place to hide. Why? This was the territory of the vampire, a powerful supernatural being that didn't join the alliance. Due to their nature and also origin, they were proud beings. Even if they were troubled, they wouldn't ask for help, thinking that they could handle everything. However, in front of the power of Gasper from the future and the remnant of the hero faction and also Vala's group, they quickly took down and controlled the entire territory of the vampire in Romania. As for why Gasper chose this place, it was partly due to his selfishness. Yet, there was northwest doubt that this place was the most perfect place to hide. Still, to explain from the beginning, Gasper was born in Romania as a damper, with a noble vampire as his father and a human female as his mother. However, due to a certain mutation in his body, no one liked him, and he was isolated or even hated due to this mutation. He didn't know the reason previously and thought that he was just an unwanted child, but then everything changed when Rias came to him and made him her servant. Nevertheless, many things happened, and here he was, becoming a powerful devil that reached a super devil level. However, even if Gasper had become so powerful, he was still helpless against Riser. Even in the future, Issei was unable to do anything, so here he was, returning to the past, trying to get rid of Riser, nipping off the bud before it bloomed into a carnivore flower. Issei was that hope. Still, as Gasper waited for Issei, he also went to Romania to clear up all the obstacles for his dearest friend, Valerie Teeps. According to the timeline in the original story, at this moment, the leader of the vampire of the Carmilla faction went to visit the devil, asking for Gasper. However, such a thing didn't happen on this timeline since Gasper from the future came and cleared up everything for Valerie Teepist. Like him, Valerie Teeps was also a damper, an existence that was born between a vampire and a human, and like him, she also had something special inside her body. Longinus. Yes, she owned Longinus, which was the strongest type of sacred gear in the world. Yet, there was no doubt that what Valerie had was among the unique types. Sephiroth Graal. It is named after the Holy Grail from the Last Supper that Christ used in the Grail of Arthurian legend. Sephiroth Graal, along with True Longinus, Holy Spear, Incinerate Anthem, Holy Cross, Alpheka Tyrant, Holy Nail, and the Shroud of Turin are known as the Holy Relics. It takes the appearance of a golden cup. Still, hers are special, and it gives her 3 golden cups of the same appearance. Still, this Longinus allows the possessed to come into contact with the principles of life itself. The possessor is also forcefully told about how both life and souls are made, in addition to taking in the mind and concept of death, living, and various other things. Yes, if Valerie wished to, she could reincarnate death. It was also for this reason that she was being targeted by Riser, the leader of the old Satan faction, which became the Clippeth. The lack of people and the weak were the disadvantages of this terrorist group, so how could they deal with this problem? They decided to return death to the living world. In the original, their plan succeeded, as they had reincarnated many powerful evil dragons to help them with their plan. Yet, in this world, there was no way for Gasper to allow that to happen. Watching his beloved be tortured every day, even if he knew that she would be okay, he couldn't let that happen, so he directly attacked the headquarters of the vampire and then pushed the Clippeth away. Naturally, he also took down the vampire group along with 2 noble houses, but they weren't his opponents. Some of them might fight, but facing his power, nothing could be done. If they wanted to escape from Gasper, they needed the help of the Alliance, but the arrogance of the vampire knew no bounds, so they might as well become followers of Gasper in the future, considering he was partly a vampire. Still, Valerie, who saw Gasper as the future, also happily helped him, and it was also due to her that their plan for this revolution saw bright hope. Is this where the vampire is living? Issei asked curiously and also felt a bit strange as everyone was staring at him with reverence. Still, he never understood his power, so he didn't know what kind of effects his small action, just walking like this, would have on everyone. Yes, this is the territory of the vampire. It's a secret place that no one will come to us. Isn't that a perfect place? Nevertheless, Issei had to say that this place was quite gloomy as it was mostly dark. Still, compared to the hatred he felt at that moment, he didn't care much where he would stay. As long as he became stronger and defeated Riser, he would do anything. Senpai, you will be surprised after this. What? Issei was confused, but George, who followed them, could only smile since he knew that under the leadership of Issei, Gasper from the future, and also Valerie, everything would be okay. Still, the surprise that Gasper wanted to show Issei hadn't ended, and he brought Issei to a luxurious mansion within the territory of the vampire. While Issei was confused, he still followed Gasper until his eyes widened. CCC. Yo, Issei-kun. Surzek greeted Issei with a gentle smile. Surzek-sama. Issei was crying when he saw Surzek. However, Surzek wasn't the only one since Ajuka, Azazel, Odin, and many others. Yes, with the power of Sephiroth Graal, Valerie returned everyone from the land of death. Moreover, they weren't the only ones, as Valerie also reincarnated many others from evil dragons and those powerful beings that were dying. At this point, it wouldn't be wrong to say that their force wasn't even lost to the Alliance. Issei-kun. It's been a while. Yo, Red Emperor Dragon. Everyone was so happy to meet each other, and when they saw the power emitted from Issei, all of them saw hope, so the moment Issei calmed down, they quickly told him what was happening. Still, to not scare Issei, they tried to lower Riser and told Issei what kind of evil Riser had done to the world. This time, the initiative was in their hands, and they would definitely take down Riser. With that thought, they made Issei full of spirit so he would be ready to fight Riser. Yes, I will do my best. Issei shouted with all of his might, showing his determination to defeat Riser, yet what they didn't know was that Riser was already on his way to destroy all of them. Chapter 375, Greed and Catastrophe. As everyone pinned their hope on Issei, wishing him to master his power as soon as possible, there was no doubt that the vampire nobles that had been conquered probably had the most complex attitude toward Issei and his group. If it was before, they might not have said anything and even supported them since they had helped them kill all those who tried to harm the interest of the vampire. However, what they didn't expect was that Issei, Gasper, and the others would try to conquer all of them and invite them to fight the Alliance. At this moment, all the nobles, whether they were part of the Camilla faction or Teep's faction, gathered together and talked about this problem as they feared that they would fight the Alliance. They might not join the Alliance, but it didn't mean that they wanted to fight it. Still, it was impossible for them to talk about this matter openly, especially when they could see Issei, Gasper from the future, Valerie, and those who returned from death were all so powerful. So, in the secret room, all of them gathered and discussed the problems that had been weighing their minds. Queen, what should we do? King. Queen Camilla and King Teeps fell silent since they couldn't answer this question. They were all too weak, after all, and facing a mighty power, there was nothing that they could do. Do the Alliance know about them? No, they shouldn't know. We have been in isolation after all. This was probably the best news that they had heard, and they were also glad that their vampire had always been in a state of isolation. I think that's the best, isn't it? I agree. All of them at that moment agreed that they just pretended that they didn't know anything. Anyway, the alliance didn't ask them, and Issei and his group didn't do anything, just staying in their place, training to become stronger. Whether it was the alliance or Issei and his group, they didn't want them to become their enemies. But is it really okay, Queen? What do you mean, Elmenhilda? Elmenhilda Karnstein, a noble of the House of Karnstein, hesitated for a while, then said, if we just pretend that we don't know anything, what will happen if the alliance knows that we have been hiding Issei and his group? Then, what do you want us to do, Elmenhilda? Yeah, they are too powerful. Especially that Gasper. Everyone was still shocked and shaken by Gasper's ability to stop the time. Moreover, Issei's aura was just too unbelievable. Frankly, they felt like it was better for them to support Issei and his group instead of the alliance, as the alliance only had several non-main gods. Their leader was Riser Lucifer, a devil whom they were looking down on. Yet, this was normal as they had never seen Riser and only stayed on their territory, ignoring the outside. Even so, he had defeated Buddha and those gods from Hindu myth. That's just the news, who knows the truth? Elmenhilda rolled her eyes, then said, I don't want to say this, but can we really fight the entire alliance, and will this group of strangers help us? They are not vampires, after all. When this question was asked, no one could say anything. Could they really trust Issei and his group? They weren't so naive to believe that they could entrust their life to Issei and his group. Instead, if a danger came, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon Issei and his group. Yet, the question was their attitude. If they reported Issei and his group to the alliance, then they knew that even if they didn't become members of the alliance wouldn't mistreat them. Moreover, they also had to admit being a member of the alliance was great as they would be protected by anything. They didn't need to fear terrorist organizations, and they started a trade of culture, magic, technologies, and many others with other myths. The benefits were so great that they knew that it was stupid for them to reject this offer. If there was something that made them stop this, it was because they would definitely, under Riser Lucifer, whether it was Queen Camilla or King Teeps, not be their queen or king anymore. Moreover, they also weren't sure whether Riser would be fair to them. Even worse, they also had heard about Riser's hobby of sleeping with other wives and women, which was something that they hesitated about. Still, sleeping with the wives and the women of others was nothing compared to many bad hobbies that evil beings usually had. So, at this moment, all the nobles fell in silence and turned into their king and queen, wondering what their decision would be. To be honest, I want to believe in this group. This group? You mean? Yes, Issei Hayadu. Not only the queen and the king but also all of them wanted to believe in Issei and his group. They didn't know why they felt like this, but they felt like Issei was on the righteous side. They felt like they could believe in Issei and wanted him to be the real leader of the world. But I also don't want us to become the enemy of the alliance. Yes, the alliance might not be like that on the righteous side, but it was more realistic. The stronger got everything, and the weaker lost everything. If they had joined the alliance when it was weak, it would have been great, but the alliance had become a behemoth that if they joined, they were nothing but just a side character, so there was no doubt many were jealous of the East Yokai group, who had joined Riser from the beginning when he had nothing. Moreover, it was clear if they became the enemy of the alliance, they would be killed by Riser, like the Chinese and Hindu myths that were ravaged by him. So, what should they do? Should they bet on Issei and his group? Or should they just give Issei and his group to the alliance? After all, it wasn't bad to maintain the status quo. As they had a hard time determining what to do, Riser had already arrived at the territory of the vampire, and without hesitation, he took all the people inside this territory into the space created by the dualist, dimensional lost, and, innovate clear. Reality phantasm. At this moment, no one thought that they were teleported into a different dimension, especially when Riser used the area of invisibility ability, but it didn't matter since Riser had decided to erase all of them. Cardinal catastrophe. The sea of fire swallowed everything, burnt, and killed everything. Chapter 376, Everything is about to end. Whether it was Issei, Gasper, or the others, they had a chill and realized they were about to be killed. Erebrika. Issei wasn't sure where this power came from, but as he wished to protect everyone, he used his power to protect everything from this catastrophe as expected. As it was so sudden and had so much might, the numbers that he could protect were limited. Still, those who weren't protected by Issei were all instantly killed, and there was no resistance. If there was something that they were glad for, they were glad that their death was painless. Nevertheless, Riser was surprised by how strong Issei had become. Was this the power of the god of another world? He could tell that Issei's body exuded a strange divinity, which made him appear different from others. It was like this guy was a god, but it was also because of this that he felt the world was really such a bastard. It was so easy to kill Issei before, but when Issei suddenly returned, his power dramatically increased. Riser could tell that Issei was as strong as the Great Red, or even slightly stronger. Yet, when he thought about how a god from another world could contact Issei without being noticed, he knew that he needed to take those creatures from another world seriously. Nevertheless, while Riser was thinking about the creatures from another world, Issei was enraged. Riser. There was no trace of respect, and what was left was only hatred since, at this moment, he could see how evil Riser was. Due to the Riser attack, there was no trace of anything. The majority of the living beings that lived on this territory burned into nothingness directly, and those who could stay alive were those who stayed behind him. At this moment, everyone was filled with both fear and hatred, especially those from the devil. Why did you do this to us? Why do you have to kill us? Is this how the alliance will be? All the nobles cried and shouted furiously toward the de facto leader of the alliance, Lucifer Riser. Even if Riser was frightened, how could they control their emotions when they saw many of their loved ones were killed? If they weren't lucky with their meeting position to be behind Issei, then they knew that they would be on the same fate as those who were killed. So, there was no way for them to control their emotions. Yet, while the vampires were enraged, like Issei, Surzek, Ajuka, Azazel, and others, they had a complicated mood as they didn't expect Riser to grow into such a monster. George, we need to run away. Nevertheless, Gasper knew from the future that they needed to run away. It wasn't that he didn't think that Issei wasn't Riser's opponent. As long as Issei worked harder, the defeat of Riser was just in front of their eyes, yet Issei didn't even have time to train. Riser didn't even give them time to breathe, and he directly attacked them. As of the moment, all of them, except for the vampires, wondered whether Riser had been waiting for Issei to return from death. All this time, Riser just let them go, waiting patiently, and when all of them were inside the net, he took all of them down. They were unable to talk, and their lips were trembling, thinking about what they should do, but they also agreed with the decision of Gasper from the future to run away. Wait. He can teleport anyone to his side. Azazel quickly remembered something, but as expected, it was too late. Whether it was George or Valerie, the two of them were already in Riser's hands. George. Valerie. Yet, no matter how hard they screamed or tried to help those two, everything was too late. Riser took out the Longinus within the two and threw them away, killing them. George aside, probably others might feel that it was a shame for Valerie, but this woman was so vicious, wishing to kill him with the army of the death. Was there even a point to keep her then? Riser. Gasper from the future was furious, and he lost his mind directly, but before he did anything, his body was cut in half. Fortunately, he was able to return to the past and stay alive once again, but once again, he was cut, but he stayed alive once again by using the power of time. Riser felt that Gasper was troublesome, so he thought he would take out the sacred gear of Gasper in the future, but then, if he couldn't kill Gasper, then he might as well torment him. Still, Azazel saw this plan. Hurry up and stop him. Attack him. He knew that their situation was at its worst, but as long as Issei could do something, they would be able to save this world. Error. As Gasper's body was burnt by the eternal fire, the others started to attack Riser. The hero faction, especially Leonardo, the owner of the Annihilation Maker, is a high-tier Longinus with the ability to create any creature that the possessor can imagine. He directly sacrificed himself and turned himself into a 1,000-tall monster made of light to destroy Riser. Surzek and Ajuka also used their everything to stop Riser, but suddenly, their bodies stopped. Damn it. As expected, huh? As Riser had taken Sephiroth Graal out of Valerie's body, Riser had taken control over their bodies, and it was also due to this that the two of them attacked Leonardo, who had become a monster. Facing all of them, there was no trace of mercy on him, especially when he had decided to kill all of them. Hurry up and attack him. Kill him. Otherwise, we will be killed. Yet, after saying those words, Azazel died. With the power of Sephiroth Graal, Riser controlled them, and along with the power of Mirror Lion, his control over this Longinus was stronger. At this moment, no one could stop him, and it was just a time before he was about to die. Still, watching how many of those who still had the will to fight, Riser wondered whether the aura of the protagonist was as strong as ever, but it didn't matter. Suddenly, the world lost its color, and black lightning flashed all over his body, bringing a powerful impact to all the present. Those who couldn't endure it directly died, or rather, all of them died. Riser ignored Issei and focused on Gasper from the future, yet how could Issei allow all of this? Erhardga. I won't forgive you. Riser. Divine Dragon. His armor's shape and the armor's color changed from pure crimson to a mix of crimson and white. Additionally, this form gained a total of 4 wings, each one containing a cannon. 2 of the cannons are over his shoulders, and the other 2 are under his arms. This was the power he newly gained from Shikigami. Divine Dragon. Heavenly Blaster. The 4 cannons on his wings aimed at Riser before Issei shot out a powerful holy aura blast, intending to kill Riser. Yet, Riser didn't dodge, and he just raised Gasper, which he grasped in his hand on this blast. Wah. Issei wanted to stop this attack, but it was too late. Boom. The world, the space, and everything shook. Due to this attack, the firm space cracked like a broken mirror before it was destroyed, returning them to reality. Yet, while Issei was wallowing in regret due to his rash actions, Drake quickly reminded him. Partner. Wah. Under the destruction, Riser stood in midair calmly, completely unscathed. Chapter 377, DDD. How? Issei and Drake were screaming in horror. They knew how powerful their attacks were, yet why was Riser completely unscathed? Or rather, why did Riser become stronger? This was completely unreasonable. If Riser knew what they were thinking, he would say that they had the same existence, too, as they had become as strong as him after a moment of reincarnation. Yet, even if Issei was as strong as him, it didn't mean that Issei could defeat him. Instead, as Issei grew stronger, he also grew stronger. However, more importantly, his abilities were much better than Issei's. Issei's ability came from Drake and a god from another world, Shikigami. Drake's ability was as simple as it was only a flame and a physical enhancement. Meanwhile, Shikigami's abilities were all perverted abilities. Those abilities weren't bad, but facing Riser, they were meaningless. Riser had so many abilities that he might rarely use some of them, and all of them were powerful. With the ruler, all the attacks he received would be reversed and turned into healing and fortification. With Agni, he could amplify something near infinitely. With full country, he was able to reflect on all the attacks he received, double its original. With sunshine, he could become stronger under the sun. With Satinal, he could create a nuclear fusion reaction in his body, creating an almost unlimited amount of energy. Lastly, Riser also devoured the Great Red and made him able to inherit all the abilities owned by this dragon. So, whatever the attacks that Issei sent him, all of them were meaningless. Instead, the more he fought, the stronger he was. In the beginning, Riser only had a slight advantage, but the more they fought, the more advantage he had. Why? 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 Issei was scared silly as he faced Riser since all of his attacks were meaningless. Instead, he was the one that was being pushed. His body was full of injuries, he was bleeding all over, and he started to lose this confrontation. Even worse, he started to feel that death was coming. At this moment, he was filled with fear, wondering whether he was going to die once again. If so, then what was going to happen? If that was happening, could he reincarnate? When his thought was drawn into the abyss, Drake's voice woke him up. Partner, use my ability. Your ability. Penetrate. Drake said strongly. This is one of my ultimate abilities. Like Albion, who had venom, a poison that was capable of erasing every being, Drake, as the heavenly dragon, also had a unique ability. Naturally, he had two abilities, one was penetration, and the other was ultimate fire, but there was no doubt that the ultimate fire was meaningless to be used against Riser, but penetration was different. This was his strongest ability. An ability that was capable of penetrating anything. With those words, Issei didn't hesitate and used this ability. Even though he had never used this ability as a protagonist, it was natural that he was able to master every ability like he was breathing, so all the defenses on Riser's body were directly penetrated. We did it. 2x. Issei and Drake felt happy, but what they didn't expect was that Riser's body would become a light, and Riser would suddenly appear on top of Issei and then smash his head. Boom. Issei felt like his skull was cracked, and his face was melting as he was smashed by a powerful force that caused an earthquake in the entire Eastern Europe. As the space that was created by Riser using Duelist, Dimensional Lost, and Innovate Clear was destroyed by Issei, it was impossible for his fight not to cause damage to the surroundings, but if there was someone that was blamed, it could only be Issei, right? Yet, Riser couldn't help but frown as he didn't expect that his space could be destroyed as the Great Red was unable to do so in the past. Naturally, their fight attracted the attention of many, and the Greeks and those from the church who were closer naturally came to see what was happening before they were dumbfounded by the aura exuded by Riser. Due to Riser's aura, no one dared to get close, and all of them could only bow their heads in fear. Some of them even directly died as their souls were unable to endure the pressure from Riser's aura. Yet, those things didn't matter for Riser as it was their fault for coming. Get away from here, or you will die. Still, Riser reminded them, as he didn't want many to die, after all, but if they didn't listen, then that was it. Nevertheless, this fight was going to end, even if Issei had gained Shikigami's power, Issei wasn't his opponent. Riser is ready to give a finishing blow, but suddenly, a powerful force envelopes Issei and forces him to back away. His eyes became stern when he saw this pillar of light before he turned his gaze and saw Gasper from the future. This guy. Riser didn't expect this guy to be like a cockroach that was so hard to kill. He had taken out the sacred gear from this guy's body, but somehow, Gasper was able to come back once again. Was it because Gasper had been using his sacred gear for so long that the ability of the sacred gear had become innate? If so, then how do you kill Gasper? Gasper couldn't die as he could return to the past as long as he wished to, returning from death. Yet, if Gasper thought that he could do whatever he wished to, he was wrong. Riser directly invaded Gasper's mind by using the ability he gained from the Great Red before he devoured him. If he couldn't kill Gasper, then he might as well devour him and take all of Gasper's abilities, since he had to say Gasper's ability was nice. Still, as expected, when he took Gasper's ability, something happened to Issei. Issei, who was about to die at that moment, felt like his body was being invaded by something. You. Who are you? In his mind, Issei saw someone like himself, but he seemed much older and even had a goatee. It was like he was looking at his future self. I am you from the future. Yo, you are me from the future. Issei and Draig were dumbfounded when they saw Issei from the future. Why are you here? What do you want to do with my body? Calm down. I am here to help you. Help me. Yes, I will help you to defeat Riser, and after I clear him up, you will be able to get everything, so will you entrust everything to me? In other words, Issei from the future was going to take over his body. If it was someone else, Issei might hesitate, but this was him from the future, and he could even see himself from the future to show such an expression. Only he knows himself the best. So, Issei's answer was obvious. Please defeat him for me. Issei knew that he couldn't do anything against Riser. Even if he had become powerful, his cowardly heart couldn't be erased so soon, so at this moment, he decided to entrust everything to Issei from the future. You don't need to worry. I will defeat him. At that moment, another transformation happened on Issei. The black color suddenly mixed with the crimson and white dragon armor worn by Issei. DDD. Divine Diabolos Dragon. Once again, Issei became even stronger. Riser. Chapter 378, Your Final is Near. As Riser gets stronger by devouring Gasper from the future, Issei also becomes stronger due to his combination with his future self. Yet, Riser had to say that this world was quite unfair. While he needed to do something tedious and even life-threatening, this guy became stronger due to a chance. Moreover, what was this? I won't forgive you, Riser. Issei, who had combined with his future, rose once again and started his attack. DDD, Diabolus Divine Dragon. This was his most powerful form. The combination of current Issei, who had the body of a god, and his future self, who had the boy of the dragon and the devil, created a powerful combination. Moreover, along with the experience and bravery that came with his future self, he had become so dangerous that he could even destroy this world. What is even more dangerous is his anger, which fueled his power and also made him even stronger. Nevertheless, facing this anger, Riser was confused. Why did he do it? Did he do something wrong? Why did Issei suddenly come to him from the future and say that he wouldn't forgive him? As for the original Issei, did this idiot forget that he was trying to take his former fiancée? Was Riser wrong to fight for his rights? In the beginning, no matter how ugly they were, Rias was his fiancée. Did Issei think that he could take Rias without angering him? How unreasonable. Nevertheless, Riser didn't underestimate Issei, since he knew that Issei had combined even stronger, so strong that Issei's existence was so bright. At that moment, Issei was like the brightest light in the abyss. He was an existence that led everyone during their darkest moment. But Riser. He had become evil, the one that plunged this world into misery. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, since he had gotten used to the role of villain. Even though he knew that he wasn't a villain and he just wanted to live well, he was portrayed as evil in this world. Yet, it didn't matter, since being evil gave him everything, and he didn't lack anyone who believed in him. So, even if Issei appeared in front of everyone, it was hard for one's heart to be swayed by Issei's existence, except for those who had a bad relationship with Riser. As for those who had a great relationship with Riser, all of them were solemn, wondering how to help Riser. Yet, Riser didn't need their help. Even though Issei might have become stronger by combining the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, Shikigami, Ophis, and the Great Red from another world, he didn't fear this guy. Taking out the true Longinus, Riser moved with the speed of light, charging with the intention to kill Issei in one go. Facing Riser's vicious attack, Issei was startled by the future, but it was too late. At that moment, Riser's brightness wasn't even lost to Issei. His existence was bathed in the holiness that shouldn't appear on a devil, yet it appeared on him. Issei might have combined himself with Shikigami, a god from another world, but Riser had devoured the god of the Bible. The strongest Longinus, true Longinus, held the soul of the god of the Bible, and he directly devoured it after he had gotten the holy affinity from Irina previously. O spear! The true holy spear which pierces through God. Suck the ambition of the king of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. You. Announce the will and turn it into a glow. True idea. At that moment, Issei felt death was near, but due to sheer coincidence, he was able to dodge it like a bug. The time seemed to stop and rewind, and his action to dodge somehow couldn't be done, erased before his body was stabbed by this holy spear. Riser used the power of Desperado, erasing all the coincidences, fate, and many others, leaving only a result where Issei was dying at his hands. Issei widened his eyes, and he was in disbelief. How? If it was a normal villain, they would be proud of his action and would arrogantly tell why the hero had lost. Yet there was no such thing on Riser. Riser was going to kill Issei. No one could stop him. Nevertheless, the world didn't want Issei to die, and somehow a circle-like portal appeared and then sucked Issei, so Issei wouldn't die along with summoning a powerful creature from another world. When this creature appeared, Riser ignored the presence that made everyone tremble with fear and killed it directly. Yet, this single moment gave Issei a chance to escape, and somehow, everyone also appeared as if they were called into this place. Dear. Darling. Lucifer-sama. Everyone was looking at Riser with concern before they were all dumbfounded, looking at Issei, who had somehow appeared once again. Nevertheless, watching everyone there, Issei's expression became gentle, and then he shouted, Riser. I will come back. I will save this world. I will save this world from you. You evil. Your tyranny will definitely end. For Surzek-sama, Ajuka-sama, Azazel-sensei, and everyone. I will avenge them. His shout was so loud as if he was afraid that no one would hear him. Yet, Riser was as calm as ever and had just thrown the true Longinus, who had escaped from another world, into Issei. Issei was startled, and others also quickly tried to close the portal while trying to erase the connection of the true Longinus with Riser. However, it was impossible. As the portal closed, the true Longinus kept chasing Issei, but Riser knew that it was impossible to kill Issei with it, so he might as well destroy it. In another world, the true Longinus was detonated by Riser. Asterisk. Yet, even so, Riser knew that it was impossible to kill Issei with that. However, he knew that it should be enough to kill many of the beings in another world. Still, the words that were shouted by Issei carried a magic-like effect, similar to brainwashing that would believe his words, which made many think that Riser had done something evil, yet under Riser's aura, those thoughts disappeared. Even if Riser was evil, so what? They were comfortable under his role, and all of them loved him. Moreover, even if they knew Riser was evil, was it even a problem? After all, they weren't his opponent, and he could kill them anytime. As for Issei, this guy who had run away, was there even a need for them to think about him? Still, those who were still unconvinced by Riser had a seed of doubt, and they waited for Issei to return to this world to bring the world into the righteous. Nevertheless, even if Riser knew that he was still as calm as ever and called every one, he knew the end of his war would be soon. Chapter 379, Our next battle is against another world and parallel world. After the battle, Riser brought everyone to the meeting, whether it was the Maus, the Great King, an angel, a fallen angel, gods, and many others, who were all called for this meeting. Nevertheless, it was all clear what Riser was going to say to them, especially when Riser's battle was seen by everyone. Still, even so, they had to say, Riser was strong, so strong that they were unable to breathe or even look him in the eyes, so he was in silence. No one said anything, and they just lowered their heads, waiting for him to talk. Still, while they couldn't talk, Seraphol could say, Dear, what's happening? There is nothing much, but I will fight with creatures from another world and someone from a parallel world. All of them were stunned still and couldn't even say anything. They were tongue-tied, wishing to say something, but they couldn't since it wasn't the first time for Riser to be this decisive. It was like when he suddenly announced a war with Chinese and Hindu myths. It was so sudden that they were flabbergasted, then suddenly he announced that he was going to fight with creatures from another world and someone from the parallel world. Nevertheless, the existence of another world and a parallel world stunned all of them. I know that you might be confused, but like before, even if you don't want to follow me, then you don't need to come. Yes, Riser's power was so mighty that their help wasn't needed at all, which made them speechless. Frankly, his earlier battle had almost destroyed the eastern part of Europe. It was a disaster, and tens of millions of people died, but even so, it was just tens of millions, which was nothing compared to the billions of numbers of humanity. What are you talking about, Riser-sama? We will follow you. Yeah, we will fight along with you. Even if our opponents are from another world or the parallel world, it doesn't matter. We will win as long as we have you. Riser smiled but then said, Thank you, but you are a bit too weak. Everyone. Nevertheless, while I know that I don't need to explain, I will tell you what they are and why I fought Issei Hayudo. Riser knew that many wished to know, especially Rias and the others, since they didn't expect to see Issei. Nevertheless, they didn't believe Issei, especially when Issei was so strong. While they knew that they might be mocking Issei, the truth was like this. Issei wasn't Riser's opponent. The Red Dragon Emperor was just a heavenly dragon, after all. Even if it was strong, it was just an existence below the Great Red and Ophis. However, Riser was already above the Great Red and Ophis, so it was impossible for Issei to be his opponent. Yet, during that fight, Issei could be Riser's opponent, so how? So, Riser told them from the beginning about the existence of another world and also a parallel world. It wasn't that he needed to explain this matter to them, but he knew that his women wanted to know, and the others. They were just bonuses, as he was too lazy to explain. Still, he explained from the beginning how he knew Gasper from the future, the one who helped Cao Cao and the other hero faction, the killer of Azazel, which made the fallen angels furious, but also sighed in relief as that member of the hero factions, especially Cao Cao, had been killed. I waited, and finally, I found out that they were waiting for Issei Hayato. Why? This was what made them confused, since they didn't understand why Gasper from the future, which Gasper from the current timeline, trembled in fear as he was watched by everyone, waiting for Issei. Still, Riser's answer made them speechless. Another world. God from another world used Issei as a way to dominate this world. Yes, Riser directly told them that the creatures from another world used Issei to control their world. As for whether they would believe in him or not, there was no way for them to doubt him since he was already dominating this world, so what was the point of him lying to all of them? Still, the creatures of another world aside, what about the parallel world? Why had they attacked them? No, why did they come to attack Riser? What about the parallel world, dear? Sona asked curiously. If I have to say, probably, they are afraid. Afraid? Yes, they are afraid that I might invade, attack, and dominate them. Everyone. Would you do it, dear? If it were before, I might not think so since I don't even know the existence of a parallel world, but since they have come to attack me, then I might as well conquer them since they will give me nice resources. Hearing his words, everyone nodded. Riser was realistic, after all, and this is what they liked. Nevertheless, with this, whether it was the existence of another world or a parallel world, it didn't matter since all of them were going to be conquered by Riser. Moreover, wasn't it exciting to go to another world? But, why Issei Hayato? This was also a question that couldn't be understood by everyone. Rias and the others knew the answer since Riser had talked about this matter to all of them, so Riser only repeated what he told Rias and the others. Probably, in another world, he is the chosen one. You know, like the protagonist in the Shounen manga. He is the savior and the one who saves all of us. It is something like that. They all fell in silence and couldn't imagine how the perverted Issei Hayato could become the savior of everyone, especially when Riser was so strong. Anyway, whether it is another world or a parallel world, they are going to become my enemies. However, you don't need to worry about them since they are as good as dead as they come. However. Riser then looked at everyone and said, there might be many stupid ones who think that Issei Hayato is the one savior and will try to fight me, so when that happens, you should be prepared. Hearing those words, everyone nodded. As for Issei's words that shouted to all of them that Riser was the real killer behind Surzek, Ajuka, Azazel, and the others. They didn't care since many weren't involved with Surzek, Ajuka, Azazel, and the others. Moreover, it was impossible for them to believe what Issei said one-sidedly. Even Grafia didn't believe that Riser had killed her husband since it was clear the one that killed Surzek was Valet, and the others were Cao Cao. With those words, the meeting ended, and Riser knew that he needed to clean up all the pests before they were going to become Issei's helpers to fight him when he returned. Still, before that, he was going to check his reward since it definitely wouldn't hurt for him to become even stronger, right? Then, as expected, his rewards were rich. Chapter 380, I Love You. As the meeting ended, Riser decided to check the rewards he gained from defeating many famous enemies. Nevertheless, he knew that everything was about to end soon. As long as he was able to defeat Issei, the creatures from another world, the parallel world, and also those who thought that they were on the right side, he knew that everything would be over. Yet, he had to say that it was so hard. Unlike the protagonist, who had the help of everyone, fighting with the power of comrades, Riser used the power of an individual, fighting by himself. However, it didn't mean it was bad. Riser felt that it was better this way as he didn't want to involve his problems with anyone, and the feeling of putting your life and future in someone else's hands definitely wasn't anything unpleasant. Closing his eyes as he enjoyed the quietness of his yard, Riser thought that this was going to be the last. Then, with that thought, he checked his rewards. Congratulations, you have received, Thugga, Lord of Flame God. Riser had to say that even though he only got one skill, this skill was amazing, and it was probably his reward after defeating all the members of the hero faction. Still, this was an evolved version of the Agni, Lord of Charity skill he had previously. If someone forgot, his Agni ability gave him the ability to amplify something near infinitely. When used on a person, it can be used to either increase their strength to or past the limit of their bodies, resulting in living things being burned alive by their own body heat or otherwise falling apart. When used on an attack, the result is absolutely catastrophic, increasing its power to the absolute limit and creating the strongest offensive power. It was powerful, right? Yet that Thugga skill was the enhanced version of that, which made it several times stronger. Not only was the ability to amplify anything almost infinitely, but this ability also included thought acceleration, scorch excitation, parallel existence, and spacetime manipulation. Dimensional leap and multidimensional barrier. Now, let him explain what those abilities were used for. Thought acceleration allows the user to greatly increase the speed of their thought process. It was quite similar to the skill which he had before, but it was stronger, he thought. Scorch excitation. It was the Agni ability, giving him the ability to amplify anything infinitely but with a different name. Parallel existence. It allows the user to split their consciousness and give flesh to independent alter egos of themselves, referred to as an other body. Riser had to say that this skill gave him a surprise as it allowed him to create a copy of himself, which was a great skill for him, to save his life as it would give him 2 lives. While he had never thought of using the skill to do so, he was sure that someone might think of using this skill for something perverted, but he wouldn't do that. Still, let's talk about the next skill. Spacetime manipulation. It allows the user to manipulate and utilize the elements of space and time, allowing them to perform spacetime connection or even instant motion, depending on their proficiency. With this skill, even if his opponents moved to a different place or dimension or even stopped the time, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Riser also tried to use the skill and tried to go to another world to end Issei and creatures from another world, but it seemed he needed to master these abilities more before he could do that. Still, this way, no one would be able to escape, and he also understood why those from the future or parallel worlds wished to kill him somehow. Yet, it didn't matter, as he was the one who would kill them first. It was their fault for provoking him and wishing to kill him, after all, so don't blame him. Then, what about the next skill? Dimensional leap. It's a skill that allows the user to freely locate and travel to a location, even if it is in different dimensions or worlds, as long as there's a guide or connection to it. Oh ho. Riser smiled and thought that it was the only time before he ended everything. Then, the last skill. Multidimensional barrier. It is a barrier-type skill that achieves absolute defense through the utilization of an always active multilayer barrier with a variety of abilities. It boasts a foolproof defense against physical, elemental, and emission-type attacks. While there are attacks that could potentially break it, if the user is able to analyze the nature of the oncoming attack, they can adjust the barrier to block it. Perfect, he thought. With this skill, no one could run away from him anymore. As he thought of that, someone gently massaged his temples. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful crimson hair that was impossible to forget. Does it feel good? A little harder. Like this. Yeah, that's good. Rias smiled and said, if you need my help, just tell me. Comfort me tonight. I mean, if you want me to fight, I can do it too. Riser fell in silence and looked at Rias. Under his stare, Rias took a deep breath and said, I could tell that Issei was hesitating when he saw me. If you used me, then your chance to win would increase. Even if Issei was controlled by creatures from another world, Issei was still the same pervert as ever. She could tell that as long as she asked him to do something, Issei would follow her words, and it would give Riser a chance to end him. No. Why? Stretching his hand, Riser pulled Rias into his embrace and hugged her in his arms. I don't want to use you for something like that. Rias lay on his chest and said, but I want to help you. I don't want to become a vase. That feeling is enough. You are not strong enough. This Issei is different from the previous Issei. Can you defeat him? I can kill him if he doesn't run to another world. Those hateful creatures from another world. Rias gritted her teeth, then let out a helpless sigh as she put her hands on his chest. You know. I wish that such a past never happened between us. But it had happened, after all, and if we didn't do so, our relationship wouldn't become like this. Maybe, you are right, but there is always another possibility, right? There is a parallel world, after all. What kind of possibility do you want? I mean, when you are with me, our family is happy, Oni-sama is living, and many others. Though, I can imagine that you are still with many women even if you are with me. Rias wasn't confident about holding him alone, especially when she knew how strong he was, yet it didn't matter as she didn't mind him having a lot of lovers. Still, Riser was silent and didn't say anything. Riser. Looking at his profile and gentle smile, Rias also understood that if many things didn't happen between them, it was impossible for them to be like this. I love you. Riser. What's with that expression? Rias pouted since he didn't show much of a reaction. I didn't expect you to say that in this situation. So, what about you? Aren't you clear? I am not. Watching Rias act like a baby, Riser only smiled and kissed her forehead. I love you, Rias. Rias felt like her heart had almost exploded, and she hugged him tightly as she really couldn't control her emotions. Whatever had happened in the past, she knew she loved him so much that he would give her everything, so she knew that in their next battle, they had to win. Chapter 381, Set Up the Right Thing. Still, by the end of the meeting, the existence of another world and the parallel world were quickly known by everyone. At that moment, they knew another danger was about to come to their home, and their battle was near, so all of them were prepared for that war to protect their homeland. Yet, while others wished to be protected, there were also those who were in doubt. One of them was those from the church, as they had seen the discussion that had happened in Eastern Europe. They felt like this battle was meaningless. Was a war necessary? Why should they kill each other? Why did so many have to die? They also couldn't understand why the angels supported Riser in this war. Issei Hayadu. This was an existence that they couldn't forget. Unlike Riser, who appeared so evil, Issei was so bright, like the light that existed to guide them when they were blind. This was wrong. This was wrong. This was wrong. Their minds kept screaming as they refused to accept this war as they watched the catastrophe that appeared before them. We can't allow this wrongness anymore. We need to correct everything. There is no need for us to join this meaningless battle. A young man with a gentle and kind appearance looked at everyone and said, "Can you lend me your strength?" With those words, everyone was moved, and they knew this was the time for them to correct everything. At the same time, in the realm of death, Hades and many other evil gods gathered together. What do you guys think? What should we do? We need to fight. Yeah, those creatures from another world are going to invade us, after all. Hades was speechless, but he didn't deny that they needed to fight the creatures from another world. Still, watching their expressions, he knew that no one seemed to have any intention to fight Riser anymore. While he was speechless, he knew that the only one who could handle Issei Hayado was Riser Lucifer. Even though he hated Riser, it couldn't be denied that Hades knew that Riser was strong. After all, if Riser wasn't strong, could he humiliate him? Hades, how about you give up? Yeah, there is no need for us to fight anymore. I think the world under his ruler is great. For the evil gods, Riser's firm, realistic lead while also letting them do whatever they wished way of the ruler as long as they didn't bother him was a great thing. Moreover, he also had taken all the Longinus and sacred gears from those humans, which made them helpless and powerless against all of them. A human should be like this. It was also due to this that they hated the God of the Bible who gave the powers to fight against the gods to the humans. What Riser did was correct, and they also didn't mind following him. Moreover, he also wished to have a war against the parallel world and another world. It's such a fun thing, how could they let Riser do it alone? They also wished to be by Riser's side, following and fighting. Or rather, all of them felt itchy, waiting for those creatures from another world and parallel world to fight. As for Hades, if there was no friendship between them, they wouldn't come at all. Anyway, Riser didn't do anything to them, and they could just enjoy their lives without worry. Watching everyone, Hades was speechless and helpless, but there was nothing that he could do since their powers weren't weaker than him. If they were together, he would be even more helpless. Moreover, they were in the realm of death, his home, and if they fought, his home would be destroyed. Frankly, Hades didn't really hate Riser, either. If there was something that annoyed him by Riser, it was because he treated all the devils the same way as he hated a devil. However, in reality, he was weaker, and there was nothing he could do. He was like those who he had killed in the past, completely helpless. Just give up. Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night, patted Hades' shoulder. I think it is better for us to follow him. If it was on the original, they wouldn't give up no matter what, as Issei was a human, and they didn't like him. However, Riser was a devil, a supernatural creature, and he was also a phoenix, which somehow related to their myth, so no one hated him. By the way, I want to meet him after this. Do any of you want to follow me? Nyx suddenly said. Huh? What are you planning to do? I have a surprise for him. Well, it doesn't matter. I also want to meet Riser-sama too. Ah, how dare you use his given name? Use Lucifer-sama, bastard. Oh, I am special. I am close to him. How unfair. Watching all the evil gods, who talked happily to meet Riser, Hades was speechless and helpless. Even if Riser didn't do anything, the Alliance of Hell, an organization that he created to fight Riser, ended just like that. Letting out a helpless sigh, he hoped Risavim wouldn't give up, so it would be fun. Yet, as Hades had thought, Risavim didn't give up. Even though he knew the creatures from a parallel world and another world was going to come, he still wanted to plunge this world into more chaos, so here he was, coming to the territory of Belial House. Unlike before, the Belial House was quite empty, and the popularity of the champion was no longer there. Dihauser was as good as a dog in the eyes of many, so even if Risavim came, he didn't need to worry about anything as no one would find him. As expected, Risavim found Dihauser, who was sitting on the top of the stone like an ill person. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. It's funny to see the champion has fallen so low." Hearing this laugh, Dihauser turned his head in silence before widening his eyes. "You are. Hiya ha ha, you have guessed, right. I am the real descendant of the Lucifer. Diahazarkuin, do you want to follow me to bring this world to the right? Diahazar was silent, but then, he took a deep breath and stood up, following Risavim obediently. Nevertheless, Riser, who was in his villa, was speechless when a group of evil gods came to him happily as if they were his fans. Wait, they were his fans. However, he wondered why he became popular among the evil gods, which made him wonder whether a villain was the only path that he could choose. Chapter 382, The Evil Gods Are Nice. Riser wondered how many evil gods wished to follow him. Yet, it was great that they didn't do anything strange and decided to follow him. Though, he had to say, he was surprised when he saw Hades was there. Hades stood in the corner, seemingly awkwardly, looking away. If Riser had to say, Hades was like a boy who had made his friend cry, then feeling regret before he was forced by the teacher to apologize. Hades, what are you doing? Come. Didn't you want to apologize? Hurry up. Hades felt so ashamed at this moment, his skill-like face blushed somehow before he looked at Riser with an awkward expression and apologized. I am sorry for what I have done before, Riser Lucifer-sama. He probably also wasn't used to apologizing, so he wasn't sure what to say after this. Yet, this couldn't be blamed. He is Hades, the god of death. How could such a mighty being apologize to others? If someone made a mistake, they would be the one killed by him. Yet, Riser was different since Riser was much stronger than him, and Hades also didn't want to fight with him anymore, as having a peaceful life and fighting the creatures from another world and parallel world was better. No, it's okay. It's great that we don't need to fight each other due to a small matter. Riser was speechless, but he decided to accept Hades' apology since he was amazed by Hades' willingness to apologize. Unlike others, who could only apologize unwillingly after being forced or just stayed outside, ignoring everything and pretending that they had never done anything wrong, Hades was a man for being able to take the initiative to meet him and apologize in front of his friends. Yeah, it's great. The beginning of their fight all started due to the 5 principal clans, the human, and for them, the human was just a small insignificant being. Why should they be troubled by it? Still, Hades also realized that Riser wasn't bad at all. Even though Riser was above all of them, Riser didn't pretend to be such a being and even treated them like a friend, which was great. Nevertheless, Riser realized when he lost something, he would also receive something. When those who followed the original would leave and even fight him, those who fought the original main character would all follow him. Even Hades, who at first tried to antagonize him, somehow mellowed up and told him everything about Risavim. Risavim. Yes. Hades felt a little awkward, but he said, he used Cocytus as a place to hide. You let him hide in your place? What should Riser say at this moment? Well, it isn't really that big of a problem. In his mind, Risavim was nothing but a tool. Risavim thought that he could make a splash on the world, but what he didn't know was that everything was already in Riser's control. Still, if Issei could get stronger by being from another world, Riser wondered whether he could become even stronger by devouring the 666. Yes, Riser knew that Risavim's purpose was to release the 666 to the world and use it to destroy the world. Yet, he let Risavim do such a thing as he wished to get his hand on this beast, devouring it and making himself even stronger. Moreover, he could even use 666 to destroy those who fought him. Still, Riser thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, do you know what Risavim did on the Cocytus? No, I don't know. He is so secretive, after all. Hades didn't hide anything since he really didn't know anything. It might be his arrogance as he thought that it was impossible for Risavim to escape from his palm, so he let Risavim do whatever he wished to do. However, he felt regret as he let him do so since now he lost Risavim's trace. It's okay, but I feel like he must be hiding something there. If that's the case, do you want to go to the Cocytus now? Is that okay? Why not? Riser realized how chill Hades was, and he wondered why they had even fought in the first place. Wait. Hades, you can't take Riser-sama away from us. Yeah, we talked to him first. It's unfair. Riser was speechless, and Hades was so angry at this group of evil gods, wishing to beat all of them up, but he knew that he was powerless against all of them, so he could only snort and look away. At this moment, Riser wondered whether all the gods were at Sundara. Still, compared to the good gods, he felt like he could trust the evil gods more somehow. Why? It was because the evil gods didn't hide that they were evil. They were different from the good gods, who judged everything as good and evil. The evil gods were chill as they only did a bad thing and didn't shy away from acknowledging that they were bad. However, it didn't mean that they would do something so lawless or cause chaos. Instead, what they did was necessary to create a balance in this world. By the way, Riser-sama, can you tell me more about another world? I can help you search for the path to go to another world. Can you? Yes, I am fairly good at teleportation magic, so I might be able to help crack the path that leads us to another world and parallel world. Erebus, the primordial god of darkness in Greek mythology, took the initiative to help Riser. Still, this was good news for him since Riser lacked someone who could help him research a path to go to another world, so Erebus's help was something that he was happy about. By then, Riser told Erebus about what he knew about another world. Though he had to say, he wasn't sure how those creatures from another world could come to them. If there was a reason why they could contact and even open a path to their world, it was because of Issei's perverted power, which was the main power of the original protagonist. Perverted power. Hearing this answer, no one knew how to react after it was so ridiculous, yet when they heard the existence of the god of Brates, Shikigami, they knew that Riser didn't lie. Even though it was ridiculous, it was another world, so anything could happen. I will do my best. This is what Erebus could say. Oh, right, Riser-sama, I have brought a gift for you. Riser looked at Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night and the younger sister of Erebus in Greek mythology. He had to say that this goddess was beautiful and had a cute face with long black hair and pointy ears. It was also due to this that he wondered what she would give him, but unexpectedly, she would give him a girl. Chapter 383, What do you think of this girl? The girl is beautiful. Her long hair is purple in color, and she appears to be in her late teens. Her eyes were closed, and she appeared to be sleeping. Watching this girl, Riser looked at Nyx and asked, does she have a sleeping disease? Yes. Nyx nodded. For you, it should be easy to handle, right? There was no doubt that the sleeping disease was the most troublesome disease in the underworld, as those who caught it would be unable to wake up and just sleep as if they were dead. However, due to Riser's feng shui ability, he was able to ease this disease momentarily. Frankly, Riser could heal the sleeping disease with his healing ability, as he also had cured Miss Labail, Sarord's mother, who was also his lover, but he kept this matter a secret. Instead, he created a medicine that could temporarily cure sleeping disease, so as long as one consumed it, they wouldn't fall asleep. If Riser had to say, he was like those pharmaceutical companies who made medicine for cancer or HIV. He might have created a perfect cure for those diseases, but he hid it and only showed the one that healed temporarily so they would continue to consume his medicines, generating more money for him. Was he evil? Riser had to say yes, but people often said that one would sell their souls to the devil for money, right? Well, Riser was a devil, though, so don't expect him to be a great guy. Still, it was also due to this achievement that Nyx thought that Riser could handle this girl well. However, Riser was confused. Who is this? Why did Nyx want to give this girl to him? What was so special about this girl? This is Ingvild Leviathan. Leviathan. The surname of this girl quickly caught his attention. Yes, she is the only descendant of the Leviathan now, Nyx reported happily while wondering whether she would be praised. However, Riser didn't praise Nyx since he didn't have much of an interest in the descendants of the original four Satans. If it was someone else, they would be happy and think that this was a chance for the devil to rise, but for him, it didn't matter whether the original four Satans existed or not since their existence was redundant to him. However, Nyx had given this girl to him, and he felt like it was good to have the descendant of the original four Satans by his side as it would help him politically. Thank you, Nyx. Did this goddess fall for him? Riser was speechless, feeling complicated by a primordial goddess for falling for him. Yet, he focused his attention on the sleeping devil before him. He could tell that she was half and she was born from a devil and a human. Even though she was the descendant of the Leviathan, she wasn't pure blood, but it didn't matter as it was almost impossible to search for the descendants of the four original Satans. Still, he didn't take this girl first. He talked with the group of evil gods for a while before he could be with this girl alone, but before that, he called Seraphal, Sona, and many others, as there was no doubt the existence of this girl would affect Seraphal the most. So this girl is the descendant of the Leviathan. Seraphal looked at the girl curiously. Yes. Who is her name? If I am not wrong, according to Nyx, her name is Ingvild Leviathan. So, her name is Ingvild Chan. Seraphal nodded. Watching Seraphal's reaction, Sona and Riser couldn't help but feel curious. Are you okay with this, Wani-sama? Why not? Isn't it good for the descendant of the original Satan to be found? As the mother of the devil, Lilith, was no longer by their sides, it was impossible for pure blood to be born once again except by having sex. Still, unlike humans who could get pregnant easily, it was hard for the devil to do so, and for one to get pregnant, it might take several decades or even a century to do so. The proof of that was the fact that even though Grafia and Surzek had been married for so long, their child was only born recently, right? With that proof, it was easy to see how hard it was for the devil to get pregnant. Nevertheless, they needed to discuss Ingvild, who appeared before them. If you don't have a problem, then I will wake her up now. Okay. Unlike Kateria Leviathan, whom Riser had met in the past, he could tell that Ingvild was the real deal. It was also why he could tell that she was strong and she should have the original ability of the Leviathan, see Serpent of the End, an ability which was similar to the Citri House but stronger. Moreover, as Ingvild was half-human, Riser knew that she also had a sacred gear, and this sacred gear wasn't weak. It even had a power that was close to or matched the Longinus, like Starbuster, Starblaster and Unknown Dictator, which he owned. Nevertheless, Riser wasn't that excited by this girl. Even though she was beautiful and was also the descendant of the original 4 Satans, she was just a normal girl. Suddenly, he thought about Kuroka's words, which made him think that he might only be interested in the wife or the women of others since the feeling of robbing was nice, which made him realize how degenerate he had become. Yet, this was also good news for Ingvild as she didn't have to worry that something happened when she stayed by his side. Nevertheless, while Serafall was okay, Riser wondered what his wife was thinking about Ingvild. What about you, Sona? It's okay, isn't it? Her existence can make your ruler stronger. While Sona didn't think that there was someone stupid enough to challenge him, when she thought about Dihauser, she knew that someone was just so stupid sometimes that they couldn't be saved anymore. As for the others, they didn't have many opinions since Ingvild didn't affect their lives much. The only one that was affected was Serafall, who was the current Leviathan and also the Citri house, but even so, with Riser, what could others do with them? Moreover, with the gentle nature of Serafall and Sona, they also couldn't bear to see this girl sleep all the time due to this sleeping disease. With that decision, Riser used his ability and woke Ingvild up. Her eyes trembled before she opened her eyes in confusion as everything was unfamiliar. Congratulations, the operation was successful. You have become a beautiful girl. Ingvild wasn't sure what to say. After all, wasn't she a beautiful girl? Nevertheless, she knew she had woken up from her sleeping disease. Chapter 384, Riser who don't want to have any regrets. How do you feel, Ingvild? Thank you, Riser-sama. I feel comfortable here. A week had passed since Ingvild woke up, and she had been staying at Riser's villa. Naturally, Riser had also told everyone about her existence to all the devils, but frankly, there weren't many reactions to knowing Ingvild's identity. If it was in the original, where the politics were divided into various factions, the reaction when one knew the existence of Ingvild would be huge, but in this world, there was only one voice in the underworld, and that was his voice. Nothing was happening. Moreover, even if they knew that Ingvild was the descendant of the original Leviathan, what did they want to do? Creating a new political party to attack Riser. If they dared to do so, there was no need for them to wait for Riser to move, as the others would definitely take their lives. At this moment, everyone worked their best, trying to get into his best side. Even if they had to devour others, they would definitely do it as it was hard to impress him, and killing other devils was much easier than going to another world or parallel world to fight his enemies. His announcements that the fight with the other world and the parallel world that wished to invade all of them had spread in every direction. Everyone was tense, and they were training hard so they could stay alive during this battle or just hide so they wouldn't be involved. The last type of people might be rare, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. However, this type of people was much better than those who wished to fight the Alliance, thinking that they were wrong. Is that so? I am glad to hear that. Riser smiled and said, though, if you wish, you can walk around instead of staying in the villa all the time, you know. If it was Kuroka and the others, he might not have cared, but Ingvild was so pure that she didn't understand anything. Unlike Asia, who had been tainted by him, he didn't intend to do anything to this girl, so it was better for her to leave. As for the chance of her being kidnapped by the pro-old Satan faction or others, Riser only laughed. No, I feel this place is better, Riser-sama. The outside world is scary. Ingvild quickly declined Riser's words, then said, if you are worried that I might bother with your intimacy with your women, then you don't need to worry. I won't disrupt you, and... She lowered her head shyly with a blush, then said, I can help you too, you know. Riser's lips twitched before he could only close his eyes, deciding to ignore this descendant of Leviathan. Like any other girl, she was also willing to open her legs for him. Yet, how could she not be? Who wouldn't have to have an intimate relationship with a being like Riser? Even if they didn't want to, could they reject him? Moreover, even if they had a partner, many were sure that whether it was their husbands, parents, or boyfriends, they would push them into Riser so they could get into his good side, as his hobby was obvious to all. This was also the reason why Kuroka didn't appear most of the time, as she was punished by him, considering she was the one who made such a mess. By the way, how is your training? Well, it's fine. I can control my sacred gear quite easily, too. Ingvild sighed regretfully, but she quickly answered him as their position didn't allow her to be disrespectful, yet she really wished for him to sleep with her as she could see how much his women loved to be held by him. It seemed so enjoyable, especially when they fell asleep. Their sleeping faces were so peaceful, and it seemed so nice. Probably because she had a sleeping disease, that even though her disease was cured, she still loved to sleep. So, she wanted to feel how it felt to sleep after being held by him. Nevertheless, the real reason why she wished it was him was because she was the man who had woken her up, and his attitude toward her was sincere, unlike many others who approached her due to her origin as the original descendant of the Leviathan. In the original, her meeting with the original protagonist, Issei Hayadu, was relatively strange as he suddenly appeared in Kuo Town, as if she was there trying to seduce him. Still, the original development aside, it didn't matter, considering how she had met Riser, and she wished to be her strength. Her life had been a mess due to this sleeping disease, whether it was her parents, family, or many others, she had lost all of them due to sleeping for hundreds of years. Moreover, those who tried to cure her of this disease didn't do this wholeheartedly and deceived her family, using her as an object of research. In this world, only Riser was the one that she could trust, and that was why, to gain his attention, she wished to become stronger. While Riser was a bit speechless knowing her feelings, he didn't reject her and let her stay by his side, especially when he knew she had a unique sacred gear. Nereid Kairi. This was her sacred gear. It had the ability to control the sea and the dragon, enslaving them. This was also why Riser knew that Ingvild's existence was important to him, especially when his enemy was partly a dragon. However, Riser also felt speechless at how Issei could have become so strong before. Diabolo's divine dragon, huh? When Riser thought about his last battle with Issei, he wanted to crack the whole world, destroying it as this thing was annoying, but he endured it as his loved one was living in this world. Still, Riser knew that when he fought Issei once again, it definitely wouldn't It would be, what was it? He didn't know, but he was sure that Issei would definitely be much stronger. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, as he would definitely be the one who became the winner. Still, if there was something that surprised him. By the way, did you join Rias's peerage group? You are too hasty, you know. Hearing Riser's words, Ingvild didn't get angry, but a voice from the side suddenly interrupted their conversation. What do you mean by that, Riser? Turning to the side, he saw Rias walking with Grafia and puffed her cheeks, showing an annoyed expression. Come to think of it. Have I done both of them? Riser realized that he hadn't, and as there would be a big battle before them, he knew he should try something he hadn't tried. While Grafia and Rias didn't know, they knew that this guy was definitely thinking something bad. Chapter 385, To Live Without a Regret. Rias knew that Riser was thinking something bad, but it didn't matter as she wished to help him, so even if it was a little strange if he wished to, she might even try to change the color of her crimson hair for him. So, what do you mean by those words? Nevertheless, Rias wanted to know why this guy said it was something bad for Ingvild to join her peerage. I am not saying anything bad, but it's just been a week since she woke up, and you suddenly made her into her peerage member. Early bird gets the worm. Rias sat on his lap intimately and said, Have you heard those words, dear? Riser couldn't argue since he was sure that with Ingvild's identity, there would be many who wished to make her part of peerage members. She might be a descendant of the original Leviathan, but there was no rule that she couldn't be turned into a peerage member, right? Moreover, among all the people who could make her into a peerage member, Rias wasn't the only one, as there were others too, such as Ravel, Iriuka, and Latia, who could do the same. So, Riser didn't blame Rias that much, but this girl moved really fast, which made him speechless. By the way, what piece did you use to make her into part of your peerage? Pawn. 8 of them. 8 of them. Rias was decisive, and once she decided on something, she would do it. Moreover, instead of a group of small fries winning by using the numbers, she liked to have a group of elite. What pieces are left on your evil pieces, then? Nevertheless, with this, there was no chance for Issei to return to Rias' peerage anymore, especially when all the 8 pieces of pawns used by Rias were used for Ingvild. 1 knight and 1 rook. That's all. Have you found them? Not yet, but it's okay. I am not in a hurry. Rias didn't have much interest in the rating game anymore, as she thought that it wasn't as interesting as she thought, and so what if she became a champion? In the eyes of others, the champion was a worthless position. However, a peerage member was someone that she could trust, especially to handle family matters. Even if Rias had become Riser's woman, she knew that she still needed to handle the matter of the Gremory house, and those peerage members were someone that she could trust to handle those problems. As for Grafia, Rias knew that Grafia was more than willing to go to Riser's place instead of staying in the Gremory house, which made her helpless. By the way, what about Gasper and Kiba? While Riser didn't care much about Gasper and Kiba, unlike Rias' other peerage members, those 2 guys had a chance to betray Rias due to their deep connection with Issei. Right now, they are working hard to become stronger for our next war, Rias said with a serious expression. They are too serious. You are the one who is too lax, Riser-sama. Ouch, that hurts, Grafia. Riser looked at Grafia, who casually jabbed him, which made him hold her hand and pull her into his embrace, too. On these arms were Rias and Grafia, and this was definitely amazing as one would definitely imagine that something like this could happen. Still, Rias and Grafia didn't really mind as they came up with a purpose to make him happy and ease the pressure. They knew that he might like to erase or escape when there weren't any important jobs, but they knew that in the place they had never seen, he was working hard, hiding all of the pain in the place they didn't know. Nevertheless, Riser took care of the matter with Gasper and Kiba well. Whether it was Gasper or Kiba, even though their power was only SOSO, there was no doubt that they were exceptional among the others. To tie them into his group and make sure that they wouldn't betray him, naturally, he had made a countermeasure. In the case of Gasper, Riser reincarnated the owner of the Sephiroth Graal, Valerie Teeps, erased the memory of Valerie, and modified it so she would be in Riser's favor. If this was before, it might have been hard for him to do so, but he held the Sephiroth Graal, which made him able to control the soul, and he also had Crazy Diamond and time manipulation ability he gained from devouring Gasper from the future, which made something that was impossible, possible to do now. As for Kiba, Riser had found Tosca, one of the survivors of the Church's Holy Sword project. Unlike Kiba, who stayed alive due to his luck being found by Rias, Tosca was alive due to awakening the sacred gear. Still, whether it was Gasper or Kiba, the two of them had something they had to protect, and more important than Issei. For Valerie and Tosca, they would do anything, even if they had to fight Issei. Moreover, due to his words, they thought that Issei was already controlled by creatures from another world and a parallel world. While they wanted to save Issei, they knew that with their powers, it would be impossible to defeat Issei, who had combined with beings from another world and a parallel world. Even Riser might even lose against this Issei. Moreover, even though there might be a chance Issei might not be controlled, the fact that Issei had become the enemy of the Alliance in this world, as he had sided with the creatures from another world and the parallel world, didn't change. So, to protect those they loved, they had to fight Issei. It was also due to this that Riser wanted to see how Issei would react when his dearest friends would try to kill him. Yet, at the same time, Riser could imagine how callous and cold Issei would become when the war started. By the way, is it alright for Sona to open the school? While I know this is her dream, isn't it better to postpone this matter until everything is clear up? The war with the parallel world and another world was about to begin, but unexpectedly, Riser agreed for Sona to open the raiding game school for the low-class devil and reincarnated devil, which she had dreamed of. It's okay. I think that she should do it now instead of later. Why? 2x. Grafia and Rias were confused. It's because we don't know what will happen in the future, so while we might have a chance to do it, let's do it so we won't have any regrets. Those who heard his words all fell into silence. In this war, no one could tell what would happen. Anything could happen. Even he, who was mighty and immortal, could even die. Riser still recalled his memory of when he fought the Great Red before, and he didn't want to have any regrets, so he picked up Grafia and Rias, ready to erase his regrets. While Rias and Grafia were stunned, they didn't really mind, but then. Ingvild, do you want to join us? Rias suddenly asked. Okay. Ingvild nodded as she lowered her head shyly. Riser. Chapter 386, Final Struggle. At the same time, in another world, Issei was strangely okay. Even though the explosion that came from detonating the true Longinus could even destroy a planet, it didn't hurt him as much as it somehow fell on the other part of another world. Eviatold. This was the name of this world. The world of Eviatold is divided between Evi and Atold, who have been at war with each other since ancient times. Issei was on Atold's side as his body was reconstructed by the Shikigami, and he was also saved by the leader of the Atold, Resetoris. It was also due to the self-destruction that the true Longinus didn't explode on the Atold's side as they were protected by Issei's plot armor. Instead, this explosion happened on Evi's side, the mechanical life forms led by Melvazoa. Watching the explosion and destruction that happened on Evi's side, everyone was at a loss for a while. They should be happy that Evi, who was their enemy, was killed, yet at the same time, they also had a chill since they could see how strong Riser was. As long as Riser is able to come to Eviatold, then. We can't continue like this. Issei from the future, who had taken over the current Issei, said righteously. We can't fight between us any longer. We have to combine our power to fight against this crisis. While some of the Evi might not be able to accept the creation of an alliance with the Atold, who had been their enemy from ancient times, they knew that they didn't have a choice. If they wanted to win this war, they had to combine their power with each other, so under the leader of Issei, they met the leader of the Atold, Resetoris. If it was before, they might fight immediately as many of them had died, and whether it was Evi or Atold, they had a grudge that was impossible to erase. Yet, when Issei came, hatred, grudges, and negative feelings disappeared. He had this aura that worked like magic, which could make everyone believe in him. Still, hearing Issei's story, Resetoris ground his teeth in hatred. Riser Lucifer. He would remember this name and wish to take his life as he knew that this devil would become the obstacle to Atold, or rather, it might become the nemesis of Atold as a whole, especially when he learned Riser's ability from Issei. Yes, as Issei from the future knew many things, he naturally knew about Riser's ability to manipulate a machine from the alpaca tyrant, which he had robbed from others. Riser was evil, and they had to stop him. I know. I will believe in you, and we will fight together to defeat him. No one was sure whether Riser could do another explosion like what he did when he made the true Longinus explode. Yet, they had a feeling Riser should be able to do more, and by then, no one could stay alive anymore. It was also due to this. Issei Hayudo. Regal Ziva, one of the powerful beings on the Eevee told, looked at Issei and asked, I have heard that Shikigami has become one with your body. That's right. Then, let me become one with you too. Huh. Everyone was startled by Regal Ziva's decision. Are you serious, Regal Ziva-sama? Yes. Regal Ziva nodded. It's for the future of everyone. If all of us want to live, I have to do this. He then looked at Issei again and said, Issei Hayudo, can you promise me to defeat Riser Lucifer? Believe me. I will definitely defeat him. Issei didn't have a doubt as he believed that he could defeat Riser. While Riser from the future might be a fearsome creature, this current timeline of Riser was as good as a baby. As long as he gained Regal Ziva's power, he believed that he could take down Riser. Then, I leave everything to you. Like Shikigami, Regal Ziva gave his body, soul, and everything to Issei. At this moment, not only did Issei gain the characteristics of a devil, a dragon, and a divinity, but he also gained the characteristics of a mechanistic life form. His body grew stronger and stronger, and he had become the symbol of hope for everyone. Yet Melvazoa, the leader of Evis, and Resetoris, the leader of the Atolls, felt that this wasn't enough. For the future of everyone, they knew that they had to do this, and they believed that Issei was someone that they could entrust to. Your strength isn't enough, Issei Hayudo. Yeah, can you bear with us, Issei Hayudo? Still, Issei was stunned by his words. What do you plan to do? Like Shikigami and Regal Ziva, we will give our everything to you. In exchange, we hope that you can protect everyone. Whether it was Melvazoa or Resetoris, the two showed a sincere expression filled with hope toward this young man. In their minds, as long as they gave their everything to this young man, nothing was impossible. Nevertheless, Issei was startled by their words and determination. His eyes were in tears as he had never thought that someone would believe in him this much. Partner. While my power is limited, I will give all of them to you. No, Drake, your power isn't limited. Your power is amazing. The reason why Issei could fight against Riser was all due to Drake's innate ability, penetration. As long as there was this skill, he believed that he could defeat Riser. Moreover, he also gained the body, ability, and soul of Shikigami and Regal Ziva. Yet, if he could gain even further, then why not, right? Issei came to this world because he wanted to save everyone, especially his harem, as he didn't want them to fall under Riser's hands. This time, you're going to fall. Facing Melvazoa and Resetoris, Issei didn't have any doubt or hesitation. His expression was full of determination and firmness, showing that he would do everything to defeat Riser Lucifer, the source of all calamity in this universe. Leave everything to me. I will definitely bring him a defeat. Your words reassure us. We believe in you, Issei Hayudo. There was no doubt in the voice of Melvazoa and Resetoris, and they believed that this young man was able to give them a miracle. Leave everything to me. With those words, Melvazoa and Resetoris gave their everything to Issei Hayudo. Chapter 387, Only Excellence. To live without regret, Riser thought there were still many things he wanted to do in his life, so he knew that he needed to win. Everyone was also affected by emotions, and they also didn't want to have regrets, so they did their best in everything. Nevertheless, such a thing needed to stop for a while, especially when Sona's rating game school was about to open. Unlike before, when her school was only followed by a few people, and most people only saw it as a charity or something. With Riser's support, this school had become much bigger, and Sona also knew while it was possible to make the rating game school for the low-class devil and the reincarnated devil, there were some adjustments that she needed to make to this school as those low-class and reincarnated devils weren't the only one that would join on this school. If it was before, Sona might get stubborn and wouldn't change no matter what, but she had become Riser's wife, and she also knew that there was something that she could do and couldn't do. To become a wife that matched Riser's status, she discussed her problem with Riser, who gave her an idea of what kind of school she should create. While the essence of this school didn't change as it allowed for the low-class devil and the reincarnated devils to join, as there was also a descendant of the high-class devil and other races to join her school, she changed her school with the concept of the strong got everything. Discover excellence. This was the motto of Sona's school. It didn't matter what your status was, whether you were a noble, low-class devil, reincarnated devil, or one of the other races, what was important in this school was your excellence. There was no doubt the concept of this school was great, but at the same time, it was also given a chance for those who didn't have anything to achieve something. Yet, there was no doubt that Riser knew this school would be cruel, as those who didn't have the ability could only be pushed away, especially when this school tried to support a competition. By having a competition, there was no doubt that their strength and will would be tempered, and when they graduated, they became the best among the best. However, at the same time, those who didn't have the ability would only be pushed down and abandoned. Frankly, if it had been before, Sona might not have dared or even rejected such an idea, but she knew how cruel the world was. If one didn't have the ability or the will to try hard, then they could only be abandoned by the world, living an ordinary life. Nevertheless, Sona also understood that it was meaningless to train those who were unwilling. This was a rating game school, a place where one trained to become the best and champion during their youth. If a competition in the school had made them depressed and give up, then they might as well give up. Sarorg, who was also partly involved in this school, also agreed with the concept of this school. The reason why he could stand up until now, even though he didn't have a talent for his demonic energy, was all due to his talent and his physical ability. He knew that even though he was underestimated, he was special. However, the reason why he could achieve all of this was because he was willing to work hard. He had a will, and he kept trying, so he found his talents. Adults might not be able to do this since they didn't have time, as they also needed to work and provide for their families. However, the children were different. They had a lot of free time, chasing after what they wished, but having a dream and trying to achieve what they wished was a painful thing. If they couldn't even handle this pain, then they might as well give up. This was also probably the reason why the nobles were willing to send their descendants to this school. If this wasn't for this type of education, those nobles might as well have sent their descendants to their usual schools, as a school was nothing but a place for nobles to interact and make connections with each other. Yet, this school aims to make the best of the best. Only one could stand above all of them, and the rest could only become the stepping stones of the others. What a Spartan school. You don't like it? Riser looked at Rosweiss, who was standing by his side as his bodyguard. At this moment, they were in one of the rooms at Sona's school, waiting for the entrance ceremony. Naturally, as Sona's wife, he was present. Rosweiss, who was also Sona's peerage member, did the same. However, as Sona was busy managing the opening of her school, Riser didn't bother his wife and stayed in his room within this school together with Rosweiss. As for why it was Rosweiss, naturally, if it was others, especially Zenobia, there was no doubt that they might mess around. So, there was no doubt among all those who could be trusted, it was only Rosweiss. Yet, was it true that Rosweiss wouldn't mess around? Well, Rosweiss wouldn't do anything, but if she was pushed by Riser, she could only agree, right? Still, to answer his question, she shook her head and said, "No, I agree with this type of education. We're all studying for a better future. If one wants to change their fate, they have to work and bleed more than anyone. They aren't nobles, and they don't have someone they can rely on except themselves. If they can't handle this hard work, then they might as well give up. Everyone came to this place to change their fate. They didn't want to become useless and became like those nobles in the future. If they didn't have a will to preserve, then they might as well give up." Rosweiss was like that in her childhood, as she didn't have a talent for her family's magic. She needed to work harder than anyone, sacrificing her youth for her future. Fortunately, she did this, or she might not be able to meet Riser. "Thanks for your hard work." "Thanks." Leaning on his shoulder, Rosweiss smiled and rubbed her cheek against his, feeling content and thought that her hard work was rewarded. Yet she knew that this wasn't the end, especially when the war was about to happen. Still, suddenly, the door of the room was knocked on. 2x. Rosweiss and Riser looked at each other helplessly, but then someone opened the door. "Riser-sama, Rasis, did you do something perverted at the school?" Zenovia's head poked out from the gap of the house as she looked at them with a smile. 2x. Still, whether Rosweiss or Riser thought that all the students in the school also needed to be taught common sense and etiquette, or else, they would become muscleheads like this stupid girl. "Zenobia-san, are you sure that it is okay to say something like that?" He, it's okay. It's okay." Behind Zenobia, there was an elderly woman who wore a deep blue-colored robe. Grandma. Watching this elderly woman, Rosweiss was so happy that she started to talk in her dialect. Yet, Riser was speechless. Was this her grandma? Chapter 388, If I am attacked, there is nothing I can do. Riser was surprised since he hadn't expected that Rosweiss' grandma would be so young. Was it like Rias' family? He had come to Rias' house before, especially after he had set up a help for her family, and he saw her mother, grandmother, and even ancestor. All of them were beautiful women, and he would never have thought that they were all mothers, someone who had given birth to a child. Still, he wasn't a beast, and he wouldn't attack them. Rias and Grafia were enough for him. However, if they attacked him, there was nothing that he could do. Nevertheless, similar to Rias' family, Rosweiss' grandma was also young, which made him sigh, thinking how amazing the supernatural race was. Still, he didn't dare to show such an expression, especially when Zenobia was around. If he showed such an expression, he was sure that this stupid girl would say something idiotic that would make his relationship with Rosweiss' family become awkward. Still, while Rosweiss was excited to meet her grandmother, Gondel, her grandmother, didn't forget the etiquette she needed to give to Lucifer. "Lucifer-sama." Gondel bowed her head deeply, facing the highest being. Looking at Gondal's gesture, Rosweiss didn't say anything since it was something normal for Riser to be respected. Even if she was his woman, she didn't think that her family could be an exception, even if Riser had given them permission not to be polite with him. It wasn't because she was cold or didn't care about her family, but this was etiquette. If Riser was at their house, it might be different, but they were in public, a place where people could see him. Gondal might have been Rosweiss' grandmother, but she was nothing but a high-ranking Valkyrie. Whether it was Thor or Vidar, who was the highest rank of gods among the Norse, needed to give the highest respect to Riser. Naturally, Gondal needed to give even exaggerated respect. You don't need to bow your head. You are my woman's grandmother's family. I can't do that. You are a leader, after all. Riser only smiled, but he didn't say much since he could see how stubborn she was. But thank you for taking of Rosweiss, Lucifer-sama. No, I am the one who she has always taken care of. I am glad that I have her by my side. Riser-sama. Rosweiss somehow wished to mate with Riser now. Riser-sama, how about me? However, as expected, Zenobia also didn't want to lose. Looking at Zenobia helplessly, Riser rubbed her head and said, "You too, Zenobia," which caused her to laugh. Watching their interaction, even though Riser had a harem, Gondal could see that everyone was happy with him, which made her know that he was a good man. Nevertheless, even if he wasn't a good man, there was nothing she could do if he wanted to take Rosweiss, her daughter, or herself to the bed, as they could only succumb under him, which somehow made her feel a bit restless for some reason. "Oh, by the way, thank you for accepting to become a teacher at my wife's school." No. It's my honor to be able to teach in this school." Unfortunately, Riser didn't have any intention to take down Gondal, which made her feel conflicted, especially when she had made a mental preparation. Riser's unique hobby was obvious to all, and many didn't mind having their wives or girlfriends sleep with him. Yet, it seemed that he didn't have an interest in her, which made Gondal wonder whether she hadn't dressed well enough. If Riser knew what this grandma was thinking, he would come directly to Kuroka, as this naughty cat had caused him so much trouble. Nevertheless, the misunderstanding that happened between them didn't cause much trouble. Instead, everything went smoothly from the opening to the ceremony. While Riser didn't do anything and only came to support his wife, many people, whether they were gods, nobles, angels, fallen angels, or many others, came. With him as their leader, the future of the raiding game probably would be even more vibrant and enormous, especially with the other races and myths that seemed to have an interest in this raiding game. In the future, it wasn't only a game for the devil. Instead, all the races would compete against each other in the raiding game, which was something that everyone was looking forward to. Still, before that, they needed to tackle the threat before them, which was the creatures from another world and the parallel world that would come to attack them. While Riser had told them that he was going to fight them by himself, it was impossible for them to stay in silence, and they also needed to move as their homeland was about to be invaded. Nevertheless, all of them could discuss this matter later, especially when the ceremony of the opening of this school had been held. Watching a group of children of various races listen to the ceremony intensely strangely gave everyone a thought that they needed to protect this. "Riser-sama, are you not going to make a speech?" Barakil asked curiously. It was probably because his daughter was with Riser, Southwest their relationship was close. "No, Sona is the protagonist today. There is no need for me to join the fun." While he was involved in the creation of this school, it was made by Sona. He could help her, but by that time, it wouldn't be her school. Instead, it would be his school, which made it quite different. Yet, as his wife, Sona should know that it was impossible for her to escape from him, but as she had grown up, it didn't matter. However, if it was so easy to meet Riser Lucifer, then what was the point of his high status? This might sound arrogant, but as someone who stood above the others, he should appear elusive and special, and only the best of the best could meet him. Unlike the president or prime minister, who was chosen by the people, he became the leader because of his power. Moreover, instead of being kind, Riser wanted to be feared. Nevertheless, his wife asked him to make a speech, which he was unable to reject, so he appeared in front of everyone, causing everyone to scream in fascination. Still, when he told them to be quiet, all of them shut their mouths before listening to his passionate speech. All of them were excited before they clapped their hands excitedly. "Thank you, dear." Sona smiled sweetly. "You are my wife, after all. There is no need to worry about this small matter." Still, when he returned to the place where all the high-ranking stayed, he noticed the strangeness on Michael. "Michael, what's wrong?" Michael's expression was so ugly before he said with a heavy and gloomy tone, "The heaven is attacked." Everyone. Chapter 389, You Are Wrong. The difference between heaven and the church had reached a critical point. The alliance and peace that the heaven from the angel's side sought with the devil and the fallen angel couldn't be accepted by the church's side, who were the believers of heaven. Why? Why should they befriend their enemies? Why should they stop swinging their swords and weapons against their enemies? Moreover, how could they erase their hatreds with this alliance? Many members of the church didn't have a good impression of the devil and the fallen angel, as many of their families, lovers, friends, and many others were killed. Nevertheless, the church gave them a chance for their revenge, so they took this chance without hesitation and avenged their loved ones. The Kuo Treaty, where three races decided to hold hands and make peace, was like a jail for them. They could only endure their hatred and could only do nothing. Even worse, the angels and many of them were used by Riser Lucifer to help with the illegal Phoenix tears. Why should they help the devil? Even if their enemies were evil people, they wondered why they were forced to do this. Still, due to their beliefs, they endured all of this, and they also didn't dare to do anything, especially with how mighty heaven was. Moreover, their beliefs also didn't allow them to get angry toward heaven. Yet to put their hatred toward the devils or the fallen angels was also impossible since they had seen how cruel those two races were. Riser Lucifer. Under the leadership of this being, everything moved in a direction that was unfavorable to the weak human. Moreover, facing this mighty being, all they felt was a sense of helplessness. Fighting was meaningless, and they could only endure it. Yet, even if they endured everything, it didn't mean they had given up. Instead, it was just being suppressed in the corner of their hearts as if waiting to explode at the right moment. Endure. 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 This is what they thought, but as expected, they still showed their struggle and fangs to show the heaven, devil, and also fallen angel that they, as the church's side, weren't something that they could control like a puppet. Yes, their power might be small and weak, but they believed that they were correct, so due to their beliefs, many also started to follow them. A human might be weak, but their numbers were incredible. In this world, humans have the fourth highest population among living beings. On the other hand, while the supernatural beings were powerful, they had limited numbers as they had a hard time reproducing. They were very different from humans, who could put their penis into the vagina, then make one pregnant. It was because it was easy for them to reproduce, unlike supernatural beings, that they didn't respect life as much as supernatural beings. If a human didn't have enough money or wasn't ready for the life that was born on their stomach, they could either abandon the child or have an abortion, which was a ridiculous act, and it made them appear more like a devil than the original devil, who treasured their descendants well. Nevertheless, due to this act, the number of church followers became so high that they couldn't be counted. In a life where no one could be trusted, only the higher beings could give them comfort. Yet, when this higher being had betrayed their beliefs, they swore to make it right. However, as expected, they were ignored. 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 No matter how hard they pleaded, prayed, and asked, everything was meaningless. Heaven wouldn't hear them. The God they believed in was no longer with them, and the angels that were supposed to be the most loyal servants of the God decided to follow the devil, the scum and the source of all the evil. Nevertheless, due to this act, some of them were punished, especially the leaders of this group. Yet, even if they were punished, they would never succumb. Everything they did was for everyone, and it was impossible for them to give up. The harder the whip was, the harder their resistance was. They believed that they were correct, and they definitely would do everything to make everything correct. Still, while they could fight in heaven, they still believed in heaven, and their beliefs didn't allow them to fight against the angels, so they hoped for the angels to become better. Unfortunately, the angels never got better, and all of them had all started to follow Riser. Even Gabriel, the most beautiful woman and the saint, would soon become Riser's woman. Still, they still endured it. Everyone endured it until, in the end, the death of many on the Eastern European changed everything. What had happened there was seen by many. Death, brutal battle, and everything, everyone saw it. They felt a sense of helplessness as they were unable to do anything against this power. Yet, before all of that, they were in tears when they saw many humans dying. All of those humans, whether they were old or young, a woman or a man, were dying due to the fight between Riser and this mysterious being. Still, whoever this mysterious being was, they felt like they could trust him, and in their eyes, it was Riser who was the evil, and this mysterious being was the justice. Riser Lucifer, an existence that was supposed to protect them, killed all of them, yet even so, the angels ignored this tragedy. At that moment, something snapped in their minds, and they knew that they couldn't trust the angels, the symbol of purity, justice, and everything. I can't let this continue. The owner of the Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus, cried as he held the scorched earth after the fight between Riser and this mysterious being. No, all of this should be done by Riser Lucifer. My brothers and sisters. Dulio Gesualdo, the strongest joker among the reincarnated angels, was crying in tears of blood. Facing all the people who were in despair due to this tragedy, Dulio was going to make everything correct. The church, the heaven, and everything. Everything should be done with kindness and righteousness. So, at the moment, under the lead of Dulio and many followers of the church, they attacked heaven at the same time. As for Riser, who heard all of this, well, they are stupid. This was his only opinion. Chapter 390, Strength is Everything. All the high-ranking beings on the Alliance, who had heard that the Church had decided to attack heaven, felt like the human was foolish. They have never changed. Stupidity is their strongest trait. Kaka kaka. Everyone had various reactions, but they felt like it was all due to Michael's laxness. Facing the Church, the followers of heaven, Michael had always been kind and gentle, but this how they repaid him. Did they know how powerful Riser was? Did they know how much trouble they had caused him? Foolish. Michael, who had always shown a gentle expression, showed an enraged expression. Unlike the reincarnated devil, who was obedient and loyal to their masters, the reincarnated angels, who they had reincarnated, became traitors who had decided to bite their masters. How ungrateful. Michael had done his best, yet they tried to ruin everything. Do you need my help? Riser asked. Hearing Riser's question, everyone looked at Michael, waiting for his answer. If Michael asked, all of them could move and would kill those stupid humans who thought that they could bite their master's hands without being afraid of retaliation. Yet, this is how everything was, right? No matter what kind of evil the Church had done, heaven never did anything. As long as the number of their believers increased, they left everything to the human. Yet, it was a different matter when this group of humans wanted to attack them. Michael took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. I can handle them." No matter how strong the humans were, in the end, they were just weak humans, so there was no need for everyone's help. Still, if you need help, you can talk to me. Thank you, Riser-sama. Do you want me to send you to heaven now? Please. Before you go, take this with you. Michael widened his eyes as he received a sword from Riser. He bowed his head deeply and thanked him. Thank you, Riser-sama. Go. Riser used his teleportation ability and sent Michael away to heaven. Still, he knew that this was just the beginning, and he decided to summon Bediz Abaddon and Roygun Belphegor to meet him. As for the problem of heaven, with Michael, there was no need to worry. Moreover, if Michael needed his help, Riser could come anytime. Still, as Bediz and Roygun were called by Riser, the two were confused and felt a bit nervous somehow. After all, unlike before, his height was so high that they felt stupid to fight him in the past. Even Sarorg, whom they had never defeated in the past, was defeated so easily, like an adult taking candy from a baby. You don't need to be nervous. Lucifer-sama. 2x. While Bediz was shaking, Roygun wished to be impregnated by Riser somehow. It was said that Graphia had become his woman, so he could accept someone her age, right? By the way, you two used a king piece, right? 2x. Riser-sama. Their expressions were so pale white that they didn't know what to do. Should they try to silence Riser? Just kidding. The moment they tried to show hostility toward Riser, they would be erased from this world. After all, unlike Riser, who was natural and born strong, they were artificially strong. Or rather, the truth, they weren't strong at all. I am not going to do anything to you. You don't need to feel afraid. In my eyes, the king piece is like sacred gear or any other weapon used by the devils in the raiding game. What's wrong with using a weapon to strengthen yourselves? If there were others, they would think that Bediz and Roygun were cheating, but Riser didn't think so. Then, if they thought that they were cheating, then they might as well forbid the use of weapons or sacred gear as they were something gifted by God. What was the difference between sacred gear users, who received their power from God's system, and Bediz and Roygun, who received power from the Great King faction? If they felt that it was unfair, then they might ask those who participated in the raiding game to throw up all their talents, hard work, privilege, and everything, turning everything into a zero so everything could be fair. Still hearing his words, Bediz and Roygun sighed in relief, then nodded. You are right, Lucifer-sama. The source of our power isn't different from others. Whether Bediz and Roygun had a good family, then why shouldn't they use their family resources well? While everyone sought fairness, there was no such fairness in this world. Only the winner and the loser. If you want to become the winner, then be selfish and use everything to become stronger. After all, this was your own life, and the others wouldn't care about you, whether your life was good or not. If you didn't fight for it, the others would trample you down. As someone from a good family, they knew more about how evil a heart could be, and they were sure the moment they failed, many would laugh and feel happy before they chomped down their everything. It was the same case as Rias' family before, who were in ruin after the death of Surzek. Now, there is a reason why I am calling you here. Please tell us, Lucifer-sama. Whatever your request is, I will do anything for you. Bediz looked speechlessly at Roygun, but Riser only showed an awkward smile and said, well, Dihauser seems to know that you two are using the evil piece. 2x. Probably, he is trying to reveal this to everyone. 2x. By then, it is clear what is going to happen to the two of you, right? Bediz and Roygun took a deep breath and knew what they should do. They were all smart and the leaders of their own family, and they knew why he wished to meet them was because he wanted them to kill Dihauser. However, when their interest was going to be taken from them by Diehauser, even if Riser didn't say anything, they would kill Diehauser. Like Diehauser, the raiding game was their everything. Diehauser wanted to rob everything, so then don't blame them for robbing his everything. However, this isn't all. I know that Diehauser is also going to cooperate with Risavim, the leader of the Clippeth. You don't need to worry, Lucifer-sama. We will take care of this scum. We will do everything to kill him. The two had made up their determination. You don't need to worry. I will help you later. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. 2x. Still, Riser sighed and said, though, I wonder why someone can be so stupid. Bidis and Roygun shook their heads and felt the same way, yet they felt like this was fair. Diehauser was blessed with strength, but in exchange for that, he was an idiot. When are we going to attack him, Lucifer-sama? Let's wait for a while. Let's catch him when he is doing the crime, so Bidis, your power is needed here. Leave this to me. With that meeting, they decided to take down Diehauser. Nevertheless, in heaven, something huge happened. The angels were all confused by how the church had decided to attack them. While some of them had died because of the cruelty of their followers, they acted fast by contacting Michael. The church was their loyal followers, but why should they attack them? Yet, it wasn't because of this status, all the angels were going to kill those followers, since how dare they kill their comrades. The angels had already had a hard time reproducing, and each of them was important, yet some of them were killed. If they weren't afraid to fall, they would kill those humans. Still facing the angels, who could only run away, the group of the church became excited, and they thought of conquering heaven by themselves. At this moment, many noticed that everything had gone wrong. Their will to change had become something uncontrollable, and killing the angels wasn't something that they wished for, yet it had happened. Dulio. Griselda Corda, Gabriel's queen, one of the reincarnated angels, looked at this group of humans who had attacked heaven with tears. Corda-san. Dulio gritted his teeth and knew that everything was out of control, but how could he stop it? No, this is necessary, we need to. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept all of them, causing them to tremble in fear. All the angels listen to me. Michael's voice echoed throughout the space, then he made his judgment. Kill all of them. Leave no one behind. At that moment, heaven became hell. Chapter 391, Angel Massacre. This was probably the difference between the angel with the devil and the fallen angel. If it was the devil and the fallen angel, even if one was a leader of this race, there was still a chance for their followers to betray them. However, the angel was different. As everyone had chosen Michael as their leader, no one disobeyed his orders, and they raised their blade of light to kill the human who dared to attack them. Huh. What? Wait. This is different. Yet, it was too late. 1, 4, tens, hundreds, then thousands. All of them were killed by the angels without any emotions on their faces. Arageg. Forgive me. Forgive me. Michael-sama, I beg for your forgiveness. Yet, no one listened to their pleas. All the angels moved like machines and massacred those insolent humans. Did they think that an angel was a kind being? Did they think that an angel was the protector of the human being? Did they think that an angel wouldn't do anything when they were attacked? No way. The reason why the angels were kind was because all of them followed the God, their creator. Nevertheless, the God had died, but even so, their faith never disappeared, and they still followed the God. Yet, as the God had died, the humans thought that they could do anything. They felt like they were the ruler and the owner of this land. This was something that they couldn't tolerate, so they might as well destroy them. Under Michael's leadership, all the angels took down all the humans without batting their eyes. No one felt sorry for those humans and even felt their lives would be better being put in hell after they died. Oh, that's what they were going to do, so no human would dare to do such a thing in the future. Nevertheless, all the humans who came to attack heaven were crying in horror and terror. All of them thought that everything was in front of their eyes, everything was for them, yet it was just an illusion, and they were nothing but weak creatures in front of the angels. So, they begged for mercy. Please forgive us. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Oh, Gabriel-sama, please don't kill me. Yet, Gabriel, who was the kindest among them, killed everyone without looking away. Yes, she might be gentle, but it didn't mean that she didn't dare to kill. She was an archangel and an angel who had fought in the big war between the angel, devil, and fallen angel. Did people think that she was innocent because she was the kindest among the devil? Who in the supernatural world has never killed others? Even the exorcists, who thought that they were on the justice side, had also killed others, right? Even though the person they had killed was either a devil or a vampire, those creatures also had a family. Yet, they didn't care about any of that and thought that they were the right ones. Still, with Michael as the leader, everyone started their counterattack, and all the humans were massacred. Yet, among them, there was also an angel who didn't move, and that was the reincarnated angel. Watching the angels, who killed their compatriots, they felt like the angels had become unfamiliar. They weren't the beings that were entrusted and believed in their faiths, but cruel beings that wouldn't hesitate to kill others. Michael-sama, please forgive them. All of them should be sorry. Please give them mercy. All of the reincarnated angels came to Michael and begged him to stop while trembling in fear and crying. Nevertheless, Michael stared at them coldly and said, "Kill them." Everyone was at a loss and stared at Michael in disbelief. Unlike the original angels, who followed Michael without any hesitations and killed all the humans without saying a single word, all the reincarnated angels hesitated until, in the end, one of them said, "No, I won't kill." Michael simply killed this person with a single swing of his sword. Looking at the sword in his hand, he had to say that he felt that it was a nice reward from Riser. The sword given to him was quite similar to the sword given to Barakiel, but its color was white, and silver gave off a divine feeling. Holding this sword, his aura became even mythical and made people tremble in fear when they saw him. Moreover, he also got stronger under the sun, which made him realize how amazing this sword would be. This is the last time. If you can't listen to me, then die. Nevertheless, Michael never forgave them. This group of reincarnated angels was also partly the reason why the humans became insolent and dared to fight the heavens. At the same time, he also thought about how the devils would kill the reincarnated devil that had gone astray. He felt like they should do the same to the reincarnated angel who couldn't listen to his words. However, if they agreed, was there a point for him to do this cruel thing? All of them trembled in fear as it was their first time to see Michael, who was so cold. Michael exuded a killing intent, and once they didn't agree, they would be killed by Michael. Should they be killed because they didn't want to kill their compatriots, or should they kill the others because they were ordered to do so and to protect their lives? Yet, only a few of them knew what it was all about because of their acts to attack heaven. If they hadn't attacked heaven, would all of this have happened? Those who understood only a small number, but whether they understood or not, it didn't matter since if they didn't move, then Michael was going to kill them. At this moment, it was like a countdown, and if they didn't move, then they would be killed by Michael. The hesitation was only for a moment, and by then, someone started to move and charge toward the humans who attacked heaven, as there were still a lot of them. Arageg. When one started to move, the others also followed. All of them then started to kill those humans with tears in their eyes, almost crazily. Watching this, Michael didn't do anything until suddenly, a strong breeze covered the entire field and stopped the angels' movement. Michael-sama, please stop this. Michael looked at the person who easily stopped everyone, the owner of the second strongest Longinus and the greatest disappointment of the reincarnated angel. Dulio Gesualdo. Chapter 392, Your Last Chance. Michael looked at Dulio and thought that he really hadn't taught this child much. He had left him alone and let him do whatever Dulio wanted to do, yet it was because what Dulio did was harmless, as Dulio was only going out to hunt the evil beings, test delicious foods, or give hope to those children who had lost it. Yet, unexpectedly, Dulio was surprised by becoming the leader of this rebellion who attacked heaven. Moreover, from this, it was easy to see how hypocritical Dulio was, as he didn't do anything when some of the angels were wounded and killed, yet when the human was started at a disadvantage, he started to move as if he was the savior. Nevertheless, as the strongest exorcist ever lived, when Dulio appeared, the angels stopped as they knew Dulio's power. Yet, the humans were all excited, thinking that they saw hope when Dulio appeared. Still, watching the expression of that human, Michael knew that there was no hope for them anymore, and he thought to end all of them. Dulio, as my joker, I will give you a last chance. Nevertheless, Michael still felt reluctant to lose the second strongest Longinus user. Kill all of the sinners for me. Everyone fell into silence, and all of them were so nervous. The air was so suffocating that no one could talk, and they felt like their chest was about to burst due to the nervousness. It was also the same case as Dulio, as he had never expected the leader of all the angels in heaven would be so cruel. Was this the true face of the angel? Or was Michael being affected by the devil? Many thoughts appeared in his mind, yet he had never thought that it was all their fault to invade heaven. Yet, for the angels, this was already their limit. Their homes, their sacred garden, and the last remaining gift left by their Lord, God, were stomped, stained, and dirted by a human. Moreover, if something like this could happen once, then wouldn't it be possible for it to happen twice? This was already their limit, and they weren't going to forgive those humans. Still hearing Michael's heartless order, Dulio was stunned, and he couldn't believe what he had heard. His body was shaking, and he turned to look at the group of humans that had come to attack heaven with him. As if noticing Dulio's decision, all of the humans quickly begged. No, don't kill us, Gesualdo. We beg you, please. We're really sorry for what we have done. We won't do this again. Watching them begging him, Dulio closed his eyes and said courageously to Michael, Michael-sama, they have repented themselves. Please forgive them, Michael-sama. Yes, Michi-sama, please forgive us. We won't do it again. Please. Please. As if gaining courage from Dulio, all of them begged together that they put their heads on the ground. Yet, Michael never changed his decision. Do it, or I will kill you here, Dulio. He had seen many humans, and they thought that just a simple forgiveness would change everything. A human was, in the end, an animal. When they saw something, they got greedy. Some were smart, and they knew what they should do and what they shouldn't do, but most of them were stupid, and they got ahead of themselves, thinking whatever they did would be forgiven. It was the same case as Dulio, this stupid boy. No, please, Michael-sama. Please change your decision. They should be given a chance. They have repented themselves. There is no need for us to fight anymore. Then, why did you come to attack us here in the heaven? Michael roared for the first time. Do you think that we're your tool? Do you think as long as you ask for forgiveness, you will be forgiven? Then why did you think God created a hell? If there was a reason why God created hell, then it was because of this type of people. Did you think this will end as long as you ask for forgiveness? Then, what will happen to those angels that you have killed and wounded? Moreover, do you think you can hide those dirty eyes from me? The killing aside, there were many who thought that they could get their hands on the angels and do something dirty to them. While in the original, Issei might have done the same by looking at the angels with a perverted gaze, he was the original, and he also had the power to back up his perverted act. However, what did those humans think? Did they think that they could gaze at the angels with those dirty eyes? Michael was so furious that he wished to exterminate every human in this world. At this moment, he thought about what Riser had said before and realized how naive he was. If he wasn't so naive and gentle, then would all of this happen? Yet, Michael knew what he had done wrong, and he wouldn't let his guard down anymore. While he wouldn't exterminate all humans, he wouldn't hesitate to kill all of those who were involved in this matter, even if he had to kill all the beings in the church. Nevertheless, Michael knew the importance of power. Only power was necessary. Justice and wrong. Those things could change depending on those who stood above them. Still, unlike Riser, who could kill others easily even if they were a Longinus user, Michael wanted Dulio to change. Moreover, as his Joker, he knew Dulio's personality well, and as long as Dulio could change, then everything would be solved, yet. Facing Michael's judgment and roars, Dulio felt like his heart was crushed. He knew well that everything had gone in the wrong direction, but he tried to close his eyes, thinking that everyone was going to be all right, as he knew how God and angels would forgive those who repented. Yet, unexpectedly, they didn't receive their forgiveness, and what awaited them was a cruel judgment. Dulio couldn't even look Michael in the eyes and turned his eyes to the people who had come to attack heaven. No, Gesualdo. Please save us. We beg you. As an orphan, Dulio thought of everyone as brothers and sisters, so there was no way for him to let them die, right? Dulio closed his eyes, then made up his determination. He wasn't sure where this courage came from, but he said courageously to Michael. Michael-sama, I think this is wrong. Please reconsider your decision. Please forgive them. They won't do it again. He thought that by showing his determination, Michael would change his decision. Then, along with Dulio's pleas, the others also followed, but one of the heads of those humans exploded and died by Michael's beam of light. Yet, this wasn't the end. Michael attacked Dulio with the intention to kill. Then, die. At this moment, Dulio realized that an angel wasn't such a forgiving being. Chapter 393, There is no miracle. There was no trace of pity on Michael as he had decided to kill Dulio. Facing this attack, Dulio was startled, and his heart was so cold due to the fear. He might have fought many fights, but due to his power, many of them were defeated so easily. Facing the power of Zenith Tempest, everyone could only give up before they started to fight, so there weren't many chances for him to feel dead. Yet, Michael was serious, and he had intended to kill Dulio with the sword, which made him shocked and unable to believe what he had seen. Nevertheless, as someone with the second strongest Longinus, Dulio wasn't weak, and facing Michael's sword, he dodged, but his left hand was cut down. Argrig. The feeling of his arm being torn and then burned was something that he couldn't bear. Yet, there was no mercy, and Michael kept attacking. He would never give Dulio a chance to fight, and he was going to end this battle instantly. However, there was no way for Dulio to be defeated so easily. Freeze. Suddenly, everything before him was frozen. Yes, this was the power of Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus. It allows its users to manipulate the weather and elemental attributes that exist in nature, which grants them control over fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, and ice. It was also why Dulio was able to freeze Michael. Yet, even if Dulio was able to freeze Michael, he wasn't able to stop the others from killing all humans. No. Don't kill me. I beg you. I beg you. Even though Michael was frozen by Dulio, no one stopped, and everyone followed Michael's order. Watching this, Dulio was in so much pain, his expression was full of regret, yet he didn't think that he was wrong since he felt the angel was the wrong one. He was about to use his Zenith Tempest to stop angels, but suddenly, an intense heat that caused his body to shudder was felt from behind. Dulio was startled and released 12 golden wings and 4 halos above his head, running away from Michael's sudden attack. Boom. The explosion happened, and many people died, yet Michael didn't seem to change his expression. Open your eyes, Michael-sama. This fight is meaningless. There is no need for us to fight anymore. Dulio tried to persuade Michael once again, but his eyes kept staring at the battlefield below and wished to stop this massacre, yet how could Michael allow him? Yet, Michael had to say that he felt intense regret when he saw Dulio release the 12 angel wings and 4 halos above his head. He realized that he shouldn't reincarnate a human into an angel. After all, if he didn't do this, then would this kind of trouble exist? Michael knew that an angel and a human were different. The reincarnated angel was different from the reincarnated devil, especially when the reincarnated devil understood their hierarchy and had absolute obedience. However, the reincarnated angel was different as the angel treated them kindly, like a family, yet how did they repay him? The angel had given that human power, yet this is what they had done. If possible, he wanted to start a judgment day and destroy everything at this moment. Still, facing Dulio's plea, Michael ignored him and continued to attack him. As the two fought, all the angels continued to massacre the humans. Some of the reincarnated angels resisted this act as they didn't want to do it, but in the end, they were all killed. No one had mercy. Even Gabriel killed many of them. Still, watching all of this happen, Dulio couldn't handle it anymore. It was like something inside him exploded, and he knew that the angel had been tainted by the devil. I am sorry, Michael-sama. But you are wrong. I will have to end all of this. Michael only rolled his eyes since, in this world, there was no absolute right or wrong. Those who decided right and wrong were those who stood above. The weak and oppressed had no right to point to the others that they were wrong. If Dulio wasn't even the owner of Zenith Tempest, would Michael bother to talk with Dulio? No way. In the end, Michael knew that Riser was correct. The Longinus was too dangerous, and it was necessary to collect all of them. There was no need for them to appear in the hands of humans anymore. With that determination, Michael had to kill Dulio, yet how could Dulio accept being killed like this? Facing this killing intent while it was hard, Dulio was going to kill Michael. This was something that Dulio never thought would happen, but he knew that he had to do it, or else everything would be destroyed, so. Inevitable punishment of the holy angel's rainbow, shining star of the end. Like other Longinus, Zenith Tempest also had its own balance breaker, and Dulio, who was a genius, was able to manage its balance breaker further. His appearance became even holier. Dulio was like a real angel, bringing hope to those who saw him. Yet, this angel decided to kill the leader of all the angels, Michael. Stretching his hands, Dulio created countless bubbles that trapped Michael inside before creating swirling flames, violent hurricanes, freezing cold air, and vicious torrents of lightning. All elements were combined with each other and attacked Michael mercilessly. When Dulio does this, he is in tears as he knows that what he has done is wrong, yet he still does it because he knows that the angels have gone wrong. You don't need to worry, Michael-sama. I will bring everything to the right. Due to how intense Dulio's attack was, the battlefield stopped for a moment, and everyone was startled by his power. While the angels were worried, the humans were excited. Michael-sama. Dulio. Their expressions were mixed. While the angels thought that their leader was going to die due to Dulio's attack, the humans showed a vicious expression once again. As expected, huh? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard from inside the bombardment inside the bubbles. Huh? Pride flare. At that moment, everything vaporized. All the bubbles that Dulio prided upon were erased by the intense heat emitted from Michael's body. Dulio couldn't even react, and his body was directly vaporized by Michael's attack. Everyone was silent as they hadn't expected this development. Continue the massacre, Michael said calmly. Hearing his words, everyone stopped their gaffe and attacked the humans again, and heaven was full of screams until an unexpected figure appeared before them. Michael, can you stop the battle? When this figure appeared, everyone fell into silence again. While the angels were surprised, the humans were also dumbfounded since the one who saved them during their crisis wasn't their god but the devil they hated the most. Riser Lucifer. Chapter 394, Do Your Best. When Riser appeared, all the angels stopped. Still, Michael was surprised when he saw Riser and quickly approached him, then showed his alliance. Riser-sama. The rest also followed, and they kneeled before him. All the humans were dumbfounded, but they quickly groveled as they knew Riser was the one who saved them. If they still felt resistance toward him, then death was their destination. Even the strongest Joker was killed, those who were nothing more than a mere exorcist could only succumb. Still, many, especially the reincarnated angels, sighed, looking at Riser gratefully since they knew if Riser didn't stop Michael, then the massacre would continue. Get up, Michael. Yes. The rest didn't get up as Riser didn't ask them. I think that you have killed them enough. There is no need for you to kill them anymore. While Michael was stunned by Riser's words, he didn't have that much rejection. Instead, he was also grateful since there was no doubt that those who were pained by this massacre were him. Those humans, while he hated them for tarnishing heaven and killing some of the angels, there was no doubt that he felt sorry. Yet, as the leader of heaven, this was what he should do, especially when those humans had gotten ahead of themselves. Yes. As Michael nodded and stopped the massacre, Riser then looked at his contracted magician and said, Meredith, help them tend to their wounds. Yes, Riser-sama. Meredith made a salute and went to the group of humans. Watching Meredith, who had left, Riser then looked at Michael and said, Can you guide me around heaven, Michael? Sure, Riser-sama. With those words, the two walked around heaven as Michael introduced the heaven to Riser. As for the rest, they started to help the humans as if nothing had happened, and the humans also showed gratitude as they had been forgiven. Still, one seraph stared in the direction of Riser and Michael. Gabriel. No nothing. How do you feel? Horrible. Michael sighed, but he knew that this was something that he had to do. Are you angry that I have stopped you? Riser asked. No. Michael quickly refuted and said, I think this is a great move, Riser-sama. The reason why the church showed resistance toward heaven was due to their rejection of Riser. Still, in this cruel massacre, Riser showed his compassion and forgave those humans who had attacked the angels. There was no doubt that this move would enhance Riser's image among the church followers. Michael also didn't mind this, especially when Riser had become the ruler of this world. It might not be wrong to say that Riser was a god. No, Riser was even better than God. After all, the God of the Bible was unable to become the ruler of this world. Moreover, the reason why the God of the Bible became the greatest God was all because God was powerful. Whether the teaching of God was wrong or right, it didn't matter since strength determined everything. If the gods from the pagan were stronger, then would they be called pagan gods? It was because the God of the Bible was the strongest that he had become a god. Watching Riser grow up step by step, Michael knew that truth. It was also because of this that Michael didn't mind becoming the bad guy. Michael killed the human, and Riser forgave the human. This was nothing but a bad guy and a good guy technique. By doing this, no one in the church would hesitate to follow Riser anymore. This might be a cliché technique, but it was effective. It's great that you are not unhappy. How could I be? Michael shook his head and understood Riser's reason for doing this. Moreover, he also felt that the massacre was enough, but... Do you think I am too naive? Riser asked. Michael couldn't deny it since he knew well how evil a human's heart can be. Even the most devoted followers of heaven dared to attack heaven and caused much harm. Even if they were grateful to Riser, who knew what they thought inside their hearts. Frankly, in his mind, Michael felt like it was better to destroy everything and build everything from zero. By then, Michael could teach the humans himself, telling them what they should and shouldn't do. It might be troublesome at first, but it was better than letting those humans back into the church. Those humans might feel sorry, scared, and grateful, but then, as long as they thought those who had been killed, they would start their revenge. Riser smiled and asked, Do you know why I only bring Meredith with me? Now that you mention it. Frankly, Michael also felt confused as to why Riser decided to bring Meredith alone, especially when there were many people who could accompany him, and those people were even stronger than Meredith. Moreover, her ability was nothing more than a sealing and a security magic. Would she be able to seal everyone's memory? Michael thought for a moment and wasn't sure why Riser brought Meredith, so he waited for his answer. The real reason why I made her into my contracted magician was all due to her sacred gear. Sacred gear. Alpheka Tyrant. That's her sacred gear. Alpheka Tyrant. It's a new sacred gear that has the ability to control a human's mind. Michael widened his eyes. Then. I am not so naive to believe those humans. Riser wasn't so naive to believe that those humans could repent. Instead, he knew that as long as they were given a chance, they would bite them down cruelly like a beast. He didn't doubt it since that was how a human was. Kindness among humans might have existed, but a human was, in the end, an animal. To stay alive, they consumed the others. So, instead of believing them, Riser believed in Meredith's ability more. With Meredith's ability, their worries disappeared. By the way, you are the only one that I have told this to. Riser looked at Michael and said, You can ask her help to clean up the church. Thank you, Riser-sama. At the time, Michael vowed to follow Riser forever. Then, as they talked, Michael suddenly said, By the way, Riser-sama, I will bring Meredith to clear up the church, and I will have someone else to guide you around heaven. Who? You don't need to worry. You are familiar with her. Watching Michael smile, Riser knew that this angel was more crafty than he had thought and, as expected. Riser-sama, I will be the one who guides you to heaven after this. Gabriel showed a warm smile to Riser. Riser. Do your best, Gabriel. This is for heaven, Michael thought as he remembered Gabriel's sacrifice. Chapter 395, The Peace of the Devil and the Angel. As Michael was busy managing heaven and the church, considering there were still many dirty things remaining in his faction, he left Riser in the care of Gabriel. If it was before, there might be some doubts, and many might clamor that something like that couldn't be allowed, especially with Riser's status as a devil. In the past, Riser and Gabriel were like Romeo and Juliet. They loved each other, but their countries didn't allow them to be one. Yet, unlike Romeo, who could only wallow himself in sadness and commit suicide, Riser dominated the world and made others give Gabriel to himself willingly and enthusiastically instead of begging. In the end, Romeo was nothing but a spoiled prince who had nothing every day. If he made himself stronger and fought in the war, giving him the nickname of God of War, what could the other country do except give Juliet to Romeo? Still, Riser didn't care about Romeo and Juliet and walked around heaven under the guidance of Gabriel. While something huge, such as a civil war between heaven and the church, had happened, it didn't change heaven that much. The angels weren't so weak that they could be defeated by a group of humans easily. If Michael had come earlier, there was no doubt that the massacre would have happened sooner. In this world, there are many heavens, and this is the heaven in the Christian myth. I see. Considering there were many myths in this world, Riser felt like it was normal, for there were several heavens in the world. However, this place was the Christian heaven, the home of angels, as well as the former home of the fallen angels and the God of the Bible, before his death. It has a system to help prevent angels from falling. When activated, it surrounds the angel in what looks like a barrier filled with angel symbols. Does it have such a function? Gabriel nodded as she stared at him. No, on his lips, as if she wanted to show him that she wouldn't fall even if she kissed him. Riser fell silent and thought it had been a while since he met Gabriel. Their first meeting was when he went to the Vatican since he happened to be there. Yet, whether it was unfortunate or fortunate, he met Gabriel, and she wished to follow him. By then, while he might not have thought too much about their relationship, his existence brought so much change to Gabriel. Frankly, the moment they met each other, neither of them cared about heaven much. When Gabriel saw him, she wished to leap into him, hug him tightly, then kiss his lips, and then do even more. Yet, as one of the seraphs, she knew there was something that she had to do and couldn't do, especially when she was in front of everyone. However, at this moment, they were alone. No one could stop them, and she even gained everyone's support. Yet, as expected, as a woman who didn't have experience in that area, she didn't know what to do and only glanced at Riser from time to time, wondering when he was going to attack, considering his reputation and all. Nevertheless, Riser was silent, wondering whether his reputation was that horrible. Still, he had to say, even though it had been a while, Gabriel's beauty was as great as ever, with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. It was said that she was the most beautiful woman in heaven, and he didn't think that was wrong. Still, if he slept with Gabriel, he could imagine that Seraphol would swallow him whole, considering Gabriel was Seraphol's rival. Yet, after his fight with the Great Red, he never hesitated. Moreover, with the great battle before him, he knew that many things would happen and he might even die, considering his opponents were from another world and a parallel world. Frankly, if possible, he wanted to go to another world where Issei was hiding, yet he couldn't pinpoint the location of this world, which made him helpless. Still, even if he couldn't go to another world, he could go to the future parallel world where Gaspar and Issei from the future came from. Frankly, he wanted to go there and sleep with Issei's wives, telling him what it meant to fight him, but he wouldn't do so unless he was sure that he had taken down all of his opponents. At the moment, his focus has always been on Issei from the future. So, he took a deep breath and asked, "By the way, I have heard that you have created a better version of the interdimensional room." "Ah, yes." Gabriel blushed and nodded. "We have done that research. Do you want to see it, Lucifer-sama?" "Riser." Just like before, call me Riser." Gabriel stared at Riser with reddened eyes, then nodded, thinking that he hadn't changed, which she was glad for. Holding his hand, she could feel the warmth that she sought after, something that she had always dreamed of. If it was before, she might not dare to do this as she knew she would fall as a fallen if she did so, but now she wished to be with him. Holding his hand, she took him to the advanced version of the interdimensional room, which was located on the fifth heaven. The heaven is divided into 7 regions, and the fifth heaven is the former home of the members of Gregory before they fell. It is now filled with research institutes where the brave saints were created. While Riser didn't like it, he knew that this place had the influence of Azazel. Still, it didn't matter as Azazel had died, and he had made him into a hero, which was the best ending for him. Nevertheless, Riser didn't care about Azazel, especially when Gabriel led him into the advanced version of the interdimensional room. Unlike the simple room where he did it with Irina, this room was massive, with a jacuzzi and many other luxurious things. However, the fact that it had a lot of religious items that were related to the church didn't change, which made him helpless. Fortunately, even though he was a devil, he had an affinity toward a holy thing, so when Gabriel hugged and kissed him, he fit her well, and everything was completed. The moment they closed the door, there was no need to talk anymore, and they pressed each other's lips greedily, yet as expected, Gabriel was still a virgin, and she didn't know much, so Riser guided her, inserting his tongue inside her mouth as he carried her to the bed ready to combine the angel and the devil, creating the bridge of two opposite races. Riser. 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 Still, as expected, those who were the quietest had always been the lewdest. Chapter 396, Religion is a Good Thing. As one of the seraphs of heaven, Gabriel wasn't weak. She was as strong as the original four Satans, having the might that made her able to rule over the angels and the church. Yet, in front of Lucifer, such a might was as good as meaningless. At this moment, there was no such thing as the holiest being in the world. What was left was only a woman who wished to be impregnated by her men. Riser-sama. Riser-sama. Give me more. Shaking her waist lewdly, Gabriel sat on his waist as she moved her round and soft buttocks like a female cowboy. Due to her intense movement, two heavy masses on her chest moved around like a pendulum that tried to hypnotize him. Yet, Riser was strong. His will had been tampered with by many challenges, and he knew that he was going to win this battle. As expected, even if Gabriel wished to take his everything, before long, her innermost was so full of his juice that she couldn't drink anymore. Meanwhile, Riser, whose recovery could even help him to reincarnate and make it impossible to die, was able to stand up in the end. Or rather, he hadn't had enough. Yet, Riser didn't do anything and let Gabriel rest while deciding to check the rewards that he had gained from what had happened earlier. While he might not have taken part in cleaning up the church, the reason why Michael destroyed the church was partly because of him. Yet, he also wondered how humans could be so brave that they would try to fight heaven. Was it because of Issei's effect? Riser sighed, wondering why everything was moved to Issei. Why did they think that Issei was better than him? Had he done something wrong? Riser felt like he had never treated anyone unfairly and only fought all of his enemies. That's what he did. If he didn't do so, then he would be the one who died, after all. If someone started everything, it was Issei and those of his cronies. Moreover, there was also the will of the world. Riser knew that this world wished for Issei to become the main character, solving everything and fighting along with his comrades. How laughable. He wanted to laugh somehow, but as everything had become like this, he had to fight until the end. Congratulations, you have received the Armageddon skill and the miracle. Riser looked at his skills and wondered whether he had become an angel or, even a god. Frankly, he had devoured many gods, but those were gods from another myth, and they weren't from the Christian myth, so he knew that he wasn't like those things. Yet, with the rewards he gained, he somehow was able to become an angel, or, slightly similar being to the God of the Bible. Still, let him explain the two skills which he gained. The first skill, Armageddon, allowed him to summon an army of up to 2 million angels who obeyed him. Naturally, this angel wasn't an angel from heaven in this world. Instead, those angels were something created from another world, like the ocean, which allowed him to create an ocean from another world. If he had to, it was like the Innovate Clear, which made him able to create living beings in the pocket dimension, but unlike Innovate Clear, the Armageddon allowed him to summon those beings, and the beings that he could create was only limited to an angel. Moreover, those angels weren't weak. With those numbers alone, it should be possible for him to destroy the world. Somehow, he understood where the name Armageddon came from. Still, if this was enough to impress you, then you were wrong, since there was another skill that made him dumbfounded. The miracle. This ability had 3 effects: probability manipulation, damage empowerment, and hope infusing. Each of those effects was amazing, and they were enough to make him one of the superpowers in this world. Nevertheless, let him explain each of the uses of those effects. The first was the probability manipulation, an ability that allowed him to give more chances to defeat his enemy. As long as the chance wasn't 0, he could make something near impossible to be possible. Defeat into victory. The extinction became a rebirth. There were many examples, but there was no doubt this ability was suitable to be called the miracle. However, even without this skill, Riser, who was a desperado, could manipulate fate, turning everything unfavorable into favorable for him. Still, aside from this effect, there was also a damage empowerment, which made him get stronger and stronger as he was hurt. It was like the crisis skill, he thought. As for hope infusing, it was a concept-like ability that could manifest hope, then give him a nigh indestructible body and reflect any damage he received. Frankly, miracle was kind of redundant, as he had abilities with similar effects, but it also gave him a new characteristic of his body. With this characteristic, he could create a golden angel-like wing, a sword, and a bow, and even transform himself into another unique state. Even if miracle had a similar effect to many of his abilities, it had unlimited potential that he could develop. Nevertheless, with those abilities, he knew that heaven and the church were as good as his. Unlike other devils who thought that religion was bad, he felt like religion was a good tool. Riser knew that his words might be provocative, but please listen to him. In the end, a human was nothing but a more intelligent animal. Like an animal, when they were born, it was impossible for them to think what was right and wrong. Instead, their instinct was only to stay alive and reproduce. However, with religion, they were told what was right and what was wrong. If you didn't do a good thing, you would enter hell. If you did a good thing, you would enter heaven. If there was no religion that told people what was wrong and correct, the world would be in chaos. The order would be destroyed, and everyone would be living in fear as no human could trust others. It was like saying, 2 tigers cannot hide in the same mountain. By then, everything would be a bloodbath. So, Riser had never thought of destroying the church and felt like it was a good thing as he could use this to tame people so they would be obedient to him. With those thoughts, Riser held Gabriel once again and did his best to maintain the numbers of the angels so they could help him to keep the world a peaceful place. Chapter 397, The Heavens. With what had happened between Riser and Gabriel, he decided to stay in heaven for a while, as he also needed to accompany Meredith. In addition to him, Michael also knew Meredith's ability, and he wanted to see what Michael wanted to do after knowing all of that. Michael also understood that it was a test for him with Riser, so he didn't do much and just asked for Meredith's help to calm down the church while also sighing as he understood why Meredith became Riser's contracted magician. As for Meredith was happy to help, and she knew that with this, her influence would become much bigger. It was also due to this that she worked hard for her Riser-sama so that he would praise her. With those two being busy, Riser stayed in heaven with Gabriel's companion, escaping from his work in the underworld. Staying in heaven was a good thing for him, especially when he also wanted to stay in this place. His stay was also welcomed by everyone, and Gabriel also continued to explain about all the areas within heaven. Still, watching heaven, he felt like he could create it by himself. He knew that his words might seem outrageous, but in the end, heaven was a place sitting above the clouds with a bright white ceiling high overhead. Apart from that, it is also guarded by a large gate and has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to be floating. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to recreate it, and they thought that only God was capable of creating it, yet Riser could do it. Or rather, he felt like the fact this place was created by the God of the Bible was a lie. Instead, he felt this place was found by God on the dimensional lost as he felt a similarity between this place and Agrias, the floating city within the Agar's territory. Nevertheless, he had to say heaven was a fun place. As for why it was a fun place, it was because each region was different and had its own uniqueness. As he had said before, heaven is divided into 7 regions, or heavens. The first was the first heaven. The first floor of heaven, where the brave saints and low-level angels generally reside. It also serves as the front line of heaven's defense. This place was also the one that was affected the most by the rebellion of the church, as the one that did the rebellion was helped by the brave saints or the reincarnated angels. Those reincarnated angels thought that they had done the right thing due to the others' influence, but in the end, they were all slaughtered by Michael and the others without mercy. While many places within this region might be destroyed, this place was still beautiful on its own. Next was the second heaven. It is a place filled with darkness where the angels observe the stars and where they confine angels who have sinned. It is also where those involved in the Tower of Babel incident are imprisoned. As for why the rebellion caused so much trouble to everyone, it was because the rebellion also attacked this place and caused all of those who had sinned to escape and join the rebellion. It was also why Michael didn't hesitate to kill Dulio at that time, since Dulio didn't seem to care when those who had sinned escaped. Dulio even supported those groups of sinners so they could become help for Dulio and the others. Riser knew everything that he saw might be scary, and some even uncomfortable to see all of this, but he felt that this was interesting as it made him learn about many things, and at the same time, he sought after stronger strength as he felt that he wasn't strong enough. Still, while he sought after strength, he wasn't in a hurry and continued with his trip to the next place, which was the third heaven. It is the home of the souls of the dead who have been taken to heaven. It's so vast. Yes. Gabriel nodded. It's so vast that it's almost immeasurable. In the past, I have tried to use a century to walk around this place to see the limit. You really don't have anything to do, huh? Gabriel chuckled as she linked her arm against his. But now, I have a lot to do. You are right. Riser also smiled, and he also observed the expression of Gabriel's brave saints, who seemed to be in reverence when they saw this place. He thought that this place must hold such importance that when the war happened, those angels tried to do their best to stop the rebellion from reaching this region and limited the fight on the first and second heaven. In this place, there was also the Tree of Life, and Riser could also see that this place seemed to have a connection with Purgatory. Knowing this fact, Riser knew that the terrorist might be able to attack heaven from this connection, so he closed this connection easily. Yes, he knew that this might seem outrageous, but he had controlled heaven. How? It was with the power of Kote no Mi. With this power, as long as he wished to, he could control all inanimate beings, including heaven. Still, those were small things for him, and more importantly, he realized that Gabriel's brave saints were all beautiful women, but as Gabriel was by his side, he didn't show much interest in those beautiful reincarnated angels who had been following him and Gabriel. Instead, he focused on his trip to the next region of heaven, which was the fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden, where the legend of Adam and Eve began. This is the place where the tree of wisdom resides. Watching this place, Riser felt that humans were quite stupid as they decided to live on Earth when they could live in such a wonderful place, yet that was how a human was, right? Foolish. Well, Riser couldn't say that he wasn't foolish thought since he kept fighting and fighting even though if he gave up, he could get a comfortable life, yet as he had chosen this path, he would continue to fight. Playing in the Garden of Eden for a while, Riser decided to visit the next region, the fifth heaven, but as he had been in this place before, he moved to the next region, the sixth heaven, known as Zebel. The current core of heaven is where the seraphs, such as Michael and Gabriel, reside. It is protected by a large gate that only a god-class being could break through. Gabriel also lived in this place, and she invited him to play in her home. Naturally, their play was impossible to do on the outside, and Riser loved his private life being unknown, so he wouldn't do something outrageous, yet he had to say, he might be the first devil who could do all of this, he thought. If the original Lucifer knew what he did, Riser could imagine that Lucifer would cry in happiness, as he was able to do something that his predecessor couldn't do. Still, after he played in Gabriel's house, he went to the last region, the seventh heaven, the home to the sacred gear system and God's system. Also, where the God of the Bible once resided in heaven when he was alive. And, it was the place that he had wished to enter. Chapter 398, Go Beyond. Staring at the large gate before him, Gabriel said, "No one can enter this place after the Father is dead." Riser glanced at Gabriel, who became sad and just pulled her into his embrace as he patted her arm gently. Still, he didn't care much about the death of God, instead, he was more interested in everything that was kept inside this place. Or rather, this was his first intention to come to heaven. The seven heavens. While it was impossible for others to enter, it was possible for him to enter. So, at this moment, all the four great seraphs, whether it was Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, or Raphael, gathered around him as they saw that Riser was ready to open this place. Yet, the four of them had to say that their hearts felt complex. In the past, they saw how Lucifer was kicked out from heaven, then became the devil, a being that brought the human into a sinner and also their enemy. Yet, in the end, even without the devil, a human was a being that would make themselves into a sinner. Even if the devil didn't do anything, the human would do many foolish things. Moreover, at this moment, they also worshipped the devil as their new lord. While they had decided to follow Riser, they had to say that they felt complicated, but the world was like this. Only the strong could exist, and those who could adapt would continue to live. If they couldn't become the strongest, they could only adapt, so at this moment, all of them decided to follow Riser wholeheartedly and even present this place to him. If he can do it. Lastly, if Riser really could take this place, then he would become the new being, with the God of the Bible within him, and he could also control all the sacred gears that had been circulated in the world. Then, I will open this place now. Yes, Riser-sama. 4x. Be careful, darling. Nevertheless, unlike the others, Gabriel was worried when she saw Riser was going to enter the seven heavens. When the God of the Bible died, some angels tried to enter this place, and as expected, they perished. You don't need to worry. Nothing can kill me. Yes, nothing could kill Riser. It would be different, though, if he was sealed or trapped in another place. Yet, in this world, where he was the strongest, was there such a being that capable of doing that? Riser only laughed, then used the power of Kote no Mi to take control over the seven heavens. The place that had been sealed the moment the God of the Bible died started to move, and it was taken over by Riser. The holy and bright light illuminated the entire space. Whether it was Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, or Raphael, they closed their eyes subconsciously. Even though they were angels, this light was too much for them, yet for the devil like Riser, he should perish. Strangely enough, he was okay and stepped into the seven heavens before he closed the door as he knew what he would do next wasn't something that could be seen by others. While the angels might have sworn their loyalty to him, he knew that he wasn't the real God, and there was still a chance they might betray him, especially with what he was about to do. Apart from Gabriel, he was still wary of the other three. Nevertheless, as expected, on the seven heavens, the place where God was living previously, there were many things. All the systems in this world, whether it was to control heaven or the sacred gears, existed. At this moment, he took control of everything, and he had officially become God. Well, he was still a devil, though. Even though he had taken the DNA of the Lucifer and also devoured the Great Red, in the eyes of the others, he was still a devil. Still, due to Miracle and Armageddon, he also became an angel. Wait, I should be a god, too, right? When he thought about it, as he had devoured the gods from various regions, he should be officially a god, yet unlike the God from the other mythology, the God from the Christian was different. There was only one God. The only mighty being. This was the God of the Bible. So, even if he had become a god due to devouring the gods from another myth, he felt like he wasn't one, so at this moment, he put his attention to the being that lay within this seventh heaven. Even though this being had died and couldn't move a single muscle, Riser knew that if his power was just as good as Michael's, Surzeka's, or Ajuka's, it would be impossible to approach this figure. Even though this figure had passed away, and it was his first time seeing it, Riser knew well who it was. God of the Bible. The corpse of God was right in front of him. Frankly, after he devoured the Great Red, he had been searching for God, as he knew that as long as he devoured the corpse of God, he would become the new God. No, he would become even stronger. Maybe some people thought that what he was doing was wrong, but even the original protagonist, Issei Hayadu, wasn't much better than him, as Issei's method to get stronger was similar to his. In the original, Issei, who was just a normal human and the holder of the boosted gear, the SOSO rank of the Longinus, became strong due to his body being recreated by the Great Reed's flesh and also Ophis, so he could become the strongest. In this story, Issei also got stronger in a similar way, as his body was recreated by Shikigami, and also Issei from the future. If there was a difference, Issei got everything by being given. Meanwhile, Riser used his efforts to become stronger. There was nothing wrong with what he did, and he also had devoured the will of God from the true Longinus, so he just approached this corpse and devoured it so he could become stronger. At this moment, heaven shone brightly, and everyone basked in the gentle light. Everyone, whether it was the angels or those who followed the teaching of the Christian faithful, cried with all of their might before they prayed. Even Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael were also praised piously until the gate of the seven heavens was opened, and they saw the figure that they had been waiting for. Riser-sama. 4x. Everyone cried in happiness when they saw Riser. Nevertheless, Riser, who had devoured the God of the Bible, smiled, feeling happy by his new gain of power. However, this was far from enough. He didn't think that it was enough for him to face the enemy that he was about to face, but fortunately, someone was stupid enough to help him. In the underworld, where Riser had gone to heaven, everyone worked together to make this place a better place. Whether it was the devils or the fallen angels, none of them cared about the difference anymore and held each other's hands as they followed the same Lord. Yet, what no one expected, when everything was in full swing and everything moved in the right direction, was the Agrias, the floating island within the territory of the Agar's house, disappeared. Chapter 399, Unforgivable. The disappearance of the Agrias naturally brought panic to everyone. Whether it was Seraphol, Falbium, Zekrom, or many other powerful devils and nobles gathered together. Yet, if someone looked closely, they would realize that among this group, there was someone who was missing, and this devil was someone that was impossible to miss from this group, as this devil was one of the most powerful devils within the generation. As expected, huh? Lucifer-sama can see everything. We need to act now. Before Riser left, he had told them something, and while they didn't believe it at first, it was different now as the fact was before their eyes. Yet, at the same time, they realized that they had underestimated how idiotic someone could be. Even Zekrom could only shake his head and sigh in relief, thinking that he was glad that he had slapped his son to death. If he didn't do so, then this son of his might encounter the same trouble. Riser Lucifer. If it was in the past, they might not think too much, but now, it is different. Riser was at the top of everyone. He was above everyone. He was the strongest in the world. No one could deny his rule. As long as you wanted to live in this world, obedience toward him was the only way for you to live. Everyone in this place and the majority of the supernatural beings in this world knew that fact, even many evil gods also followed him, yet someone was just too stupid to understand that. Why can one enjoy life? Yes, it's nice under him. Unlike the original Lucifer, who only thought of all of them as dispensable pawns that could be gotten any time, Riser never treated them like that, and as long as one lived a normal life, everything was okay. Naturally, those who were strong, wealthy, came from a big family, were talented, and many others had more privilege than those who were below, but that was a natural thing as that was how the world worked. Nevertheless, everything was peaceful. There was no need for them to fight except for the threat that came from different worlds and terrorists. However, there had always been one or two fools who would always cause trouble and wish to destroy this peace. I feel that a bit reluctant, though. It can't be helped. This is the only way. Yes, this is the price for fighting him. Moreover, even if he is strong, his brain is just that. Well, that's true. Everyone agreed, and no one had any objections that they were going to kill the devil, who had given the Agar's island to the group of terrorists. Yet, they had to say that the person who committed this crime was so idiotic that he had never thought about the consequences that had been done to his family and those who were related to him. At the same time, they also felt frightened by Riser's method, and no one thought to fight him anymore because of this action. Still, no one objected, and all of them agreed that the devil, who had caused the disappearance of the Agar's island, had to disappear from this world along with all of his family. I will lead this attack. Serafall looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's attack him as soon as possible." Yes. Since Riser wasn't in the underworld, it was their turn to protect this place. Moreover, it was also their chance to show their loyalty to him, so at this moment, no one hesitated, and they were going to do their best. Meanwhile, Dihauser Belial, who had returned to his territory, didn't notice anything. He just thought that he had done the right thing, as he knew that everything that had happened in the underworld was nothing built on the fake. He needed to return everything to how it used to be, and the first thing he had to do was give the Agar's island to the original descendant of Lucifer. Yes, instead of Riser, it should be the original Lucifer who led the devil. Nevertheless, Dihauser felt betrayed, especially when he knew the raiding game was nothing but a game played by high-ranking devils. It was nothing but a place for them to make money, which made him even more angry as they had tainted this game. Moreover, Riser should know that Riser didn't do anything and just let it continue like this. Unforgivable. Dihauser felt like everything had gone wrong under Riser's ruler, and he also knew that the death of his lovely cousin also happened due to Riser's government. Yes, everything was Riser's fault. It's all his fault. So, Dihauser was going to destroy everything. However, before he left the underworld, he was going to re-challenge him once again to tear away that fake Lucifer's mask. Unlike before, this time, he was confident that he was going to win and bring everything back. Cleria. Dihauser cried when he thought about Cleria Belial, his cousin, who was the past governor of the Kuo town before Rias Gremory. He knew from Risavim that his cousin, Cleria, died because she tried to uncover the truth of the raiding game, and because of that, he was going to destroy everything. No one was going to be forgiven. Everything had to return to how it used to be. Still, if someone saw him at this moment, they would think of him as a crazy person. After his loss to Riser, his popularity went downhill, and due to his animosity toward Riser, everyone also moved away from him. The Belial territory that was once popular due to his victory in the raiding game once again disappeared. It had become dilapidated with no one, and even bandits wouldn't come as there was nothing important in this place. His parents and family tried to say something to him, yet Dihauser never heard what they said and just followed what he believed, like he was the correct one. Everyone was confused about what to do, and facing the strongest in the Belial house, there was nothing that they could do. Still, Dihauser never cared about them, and he just did what he believed. Everything should go smoothly, and it should be moving in the direction in which he wished, yet he had never expected what kind of disaster he had brought to his family. Standing on the hill as he overlooked his territory, he started to get nostalgic for the past, but suddenly, he noticed an extreme danger that came from the distance. Dihauser was about to do something, yet it was too late. A bright, massive aura blast came from the distance before it fell onto the territory of the Belial house. No! Dihauser tried to scream, stopping this tragedy, but nothing could be done. Boom. Chapter 400, that's it. Everyone was in a daze by the destruction caused by the weapon Riser lent. Watching the territory of the Belial house that was destroyed from so far away, they felt their entire bodies cold. Falbium, who was the one who managed and controlled this weapon of mass destruction, felt a little cold for some reason, yet he didn't stop and destroyed everything within the Belial territory. This weapon was crafted based on the Star Buster Star Blaster, and Riser lent this weapon to Falbium. As for why Falbium was the one who held this weapon, it was because of his ability. Similar to other devils, or Mao, Falbium had a special ability. That ability was an absolute defense, an ability he was born with. It can, as the name suggests, block all attacks. Falbium's body is constantly wrapped in its aura. When in battle, the aura intensifies and becomes visible with an orange color. Destroying this aura is impossible for even being superior to high-class devils. The lights of the angels, which the devils are usually weak against, cannot move Falbium's aura one bit. The power of destruction from Surzek Lucifer is the only thing that can disable it, but the barrier aura can always be regenerated as a backup. It has been said that the only devils who are able to harm him are Surzek's, Ajuka, Serafall Graphia, and Risavim. Well, facing Riser's attack, this ability was meaningless, though. Still, this ability should be unrelated to why he was chosen to hold the weapon created by Riser. But that wasn't the case, as his ability could be switched to attack position, where he could turn absolute defense into an absolute attack, creating an even more powerful attack from this weapon. Or, he could even protect himself from the attack that came from the distance, as they knew that they needed to protect this weapon from the unexpected attack. Like now. I will kill you. Dihauser was all bloody and appeared suddenly in front of Falbium, but his sneaky, desperate attack was meaningless. Falbium didn't do anything and just stood in place, using his ability to defend against Dihauser's attack. He didn't even move, and he was completely unscathed, especially when he had prepared himself, but with Dihauser's intention to kill him, he also aimed the weapon at Dihauser. Dihauser felt his entire body was cold, and he could feel that death was near, but as an unbeatable champion of the raiding game, he wasn't weak. Worthless. Huh. At that moment, Falbium was unable to use his ability anymore. Yes, this was Diehazer's ability, worthless, an ability that allowed him to nullify all abilities, including Mao's. There was no doubt this ability was powerful, and it was also why Bediz Abaddon and Roygun Belphegor were never able to defeat him. Falbium didn't expect this, but fortunately, he wasn't alone. When Diehazer was about to give a finishing blow to Falbium, his feet were grabbed by someone, and the attack on his hands was broken into pieces. Huh. Diehazer looked at Bediz and Roygun, who attacked him at the same time so suddenly. This was so sudden, and he was unable to react. He was so shocked as he didn't expect that the two rivals who had fought him for so many years would attack him like this. Yet Bediz and Roygun never gave mercy, and watching Diehazer, who was shocked, they also gave a finishing blow. Using the power of Hole, Bediz cut Diehazer's legs mercilessly. Using the power of Crack, Roygun broke all the defenses created by Diehazer. Moreover, at that moment, by using an all-out attack, Falbium gave a finishing blow with the weapon. Die. Boom. At that moment, everything was covered in the blast. Whether it was the earth, trees, or many others evaporated, disappeared from this world. However, as expected of Diehazer, as the champion of the raiding game, he was still alive, but his situation was critical as he didn't have any powers to fight them anymore. Even so, Falbium, Roygun, and Bediz never stopped and did their everything to kill Diehazer. Still, as Falbium walked toward Diehazer, ready to end this stupid championship, he broke Diehazer's worthless. How? The answer was simple, and it was by using his demonic power. Yes, Diehazer's power was amazing, but to use this ability, Diehazer needed to use his demonic power to overpower his opponents and stop them from using their abilities. If his opponents' demonic power were stronger than his. Naturally, the consumption to use his ability was much more expensive, and under the siege of many powerful devils, he was unable to use his demonic power to seal Falbium anymore as he also needed to protect himself. Cough. Watching many powerful devils walk toward him, Diehazer glared at them with intense hatred. Coward. If this was one-on-one, would he lose? Yet, they ganged him up and attacked him at the same time. How cowardly. Yet, at the same time, Diehazer shouted, "Why? Why did you do this? Did I do anything?" Everyone felt speechless by Diehazer's anger since this guy never realized what he was doing. Not only did Diehazer make Riser his enemy, but he also worked together with the terrorist organization to steal Agar's island. Moreover, he was also ready to work with the terrorist organization to destroy the current underworld and also exposed all the dirty things that the current government had done, such as the king piece on the raiding game. In the original, Bediz and Roygun might give up since there was no chance of them returning anymore, but this time, it was different. They had a chance to save themselves, so how could they let Diehazer destroy their lives? Yes, they might be cheating, but so what? The king piece was their power, it was like the sacred gear or the tools that many had used. Was it wrong to use a tool to fight? If so, then they might as well forbid the devils from using their special ability so it would be fair for everyone, as not everyone had a special ability. Still, they didn't bother to talk with Diehazer as they knew that this guy was stupid. What a stupid guy. How poor. I guess the world is a fair place. While Diehazer was given a powerful strength, his brain was so poor, so they might as well end him. Do you have no shame at all? I won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive you all. I curse you. Remember my blood will. Diehazer knew that there was no chance of him escaping, and he knew he was about to die, especially being surrounded by many powerful devils. Everything was meaningless. There was no chance for him to escape. However, even so, he was going to make them remember him. He was going to curse them to death. Blood gushed out from her eyes like tears, and even if he was weak, he stood up, pointing his finger at all of them, remembering every one of their faces, even if he was going to die as he was ready to plan his revenge. Yet, the weak had no right. Before Diehazer finished his words, his head was cut. Seraphal suddenly appeared behind Diehazer as she held a sword. So noisy. She shook her head and said, "Let's go back." Okay. Ah, so tired. I want to sleep. In the eyes, Diehazer was just a small episode. He was nothing but a bug that could be crushed by Riser anytime. If there was a reason why Riser didn't do it, it was because he had a vast and kind heart, yet Diehazer never appreciated Riser's kindness. As for the curse of Diehazer. Ha ha ha. They were all devils, when were they afraid of curse? With the end of Diehazer, nothing changed much, but everything became peaceful once again. Chapter 401, Touching Reunion. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. I don't mind, but when are you going back? I should go back soon. Okay. I am waiting for you. Hearing reports of Diehazer's death, Riser didn't show much of a change in his expression. His day was like any other day, and it didn't change much even if Dihauser had died since, in his eyes, he never put Dihauser on his eyes. If Dihauser just stayed quietly in the corner of the world without bothering him, then would this happen? Riser felt like Dihauser was too idiotic, which made him helpless. Yet, the supernatural world was like this. When one gained a powerful strength, they thought that they would be free from the rules that bound all of them, but they forgot that there was someone who was more powerful than them. Still, their strength had blinded them, thinking that they had the power to change everything. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to win. As long as they worked hard, they would get what was supposed to be theirs. Yet, they forgot that Riser was working even harder than them. While they were working hard quietly, he worked hard smartly, taking thousands of steps much more than them. In case Riser lost to those clowns, he was simply stupid. In his mind, Dihauser had never been his opponent, and his opponent was something different. Nevertheless, Riser thought of visiting the underworld later as he wanted to devour Dihauser. In heaven, he had taken everything, whether it was heaven, angels, or even the corpse of God. He should have been the strongest at this moment, but as expected, he didn't feel saved as he still wished for more power. If there was something great, it was the fact that he couldn't die and he had collected all the Longinus except for one. Yes, all the Longinus except for boosted gear had been collected by him. Before Michael killed Dulio, Riser appeared beforehand and stole the Zenith Tempest from Dulio, giving him the second strongest Longinus that made him able to control the elements and weather. Frankly, Riser didn't feel that this Longinus was powerful, but as expected, compared to the others, it had the ability to cause mass destruction. Still, when Riser thought about leaving, Gabriel tightly hugged his arm. "Riser, are you going to leave?" It had only been a few days since they had been together, and she didn't want him to leave so soon. "You don't need to worry. It's not like we won't be able to meet each other, and if you want, you can follow me to the underworld. You have never been in my villa, right? Let's go there." At this moment, he was fishing in the Garden of Eden, the place where Adam and Eve lived in heaven. It was a great place with rich foods and many things. There was no need to work here, and everything was provided. It was also his favorite place, as he often went there to fish. Nevertheless, he had to say his adaptability was frightening. In his previous life, he also followed a religion. I won't say my religion, so it won't cause an unnecessary trouble, and while he wasn't sure whether there was a heaven and a hell, he felt like it was better to believe that those places existed. While he knew that it was rude, it was like insurance. You might not know when you fall sick, have an accident, or die, so you might as well buy insurance to prepare when those things happen, right? Follow a religion, and pray for the one you believe was like that. Moreover, when you had no one, it was tough, so having a belief that could support you, knowing that being would watch over and help you and many others, felt great. No matter how humans grew, they were imperfect beings, and they had something that they couldn't talk to someone about, even if that someone was close. God was different, as you could say everything to God. Yet, as he had become a devil, he had stopped following his religion. It wasn't like he didn't believe it. Or rather, he still believed in his religion as he had become part of that religion, so he felt complex, and the more his position grew, the more he realized that religion was nothing but a tool for the people in power to make those who were below to be obedient and good people. With a religion, they would be afraid to do something bad. Yet, was it a bad thing? Naturally, it was a great thing. After all, doing a good thing would make oneself feel happy, and they also would make others happy. While some might be unhappy, compared to the greatness brought for the majority, this minority who could only be happy by hurting others was simply an evil. Nevertheless, as he had grown to become so powerful, he had become the god that was preyed on that religion. So, at this moment, he felt complex as he had never thought that he, who was a believer in the past, had become the god that every believer would pray to. Still, he stopped thinking about this matter, as Gabriel was happy with his invitation. "Okay." As she nodded, she thought of something, and then she asked, "By the way, can I bring my brave hearts?" Brave hearts. Riser turned and saw two women who had been following them from the beginning. Those two women were Griselda Korda and Marana Shadarova. They were Gabriel's queen and ace, respectively. Unlike others who followed the rebellion, all the reincarnated angels that Gabriel had chosen never betrayed her and stayed with her, fighting against the rebellion even though it hurt them. Still, like Gabriel, the two women were also beautiful. Griselda is a woman in her late 20s to early 30s with blue eyes. She is like a woman from Northern Europe and has features that stand out like an actress. On the other hand, Marana is a beautiful young woman with an enormous chest who wears a black sister outfit. She has ashen blonde hair and mesmerizing gray eyes with a tint of blue. Finally, the two had a chance to introduce themselves. Frankly, Riser had been ignoring them and had been focusing all of his attention on Gabriel. While they had to admit that Gabriel was beautiful, and it was great to know the relationship between Riser and Gabriel was good, it would be better if they could be added, too, right? If you want, you can have them in your harem too, you know. Gabriel suddenly said, causing Griselda and Marana to blush, but neither said anything as they had agreed to Gabriel's words. Riser's lips twitched, and he felt speechless, but then he thought of something. Wait, Corta. Your last name is Corta. Yes. Griselda nodded, then asked softly, is there anything wrong, Lucifer-sama? She felt a bit nervous at that moment, wondering whether she had done anything wrong. Wait a moment. Riser took his mobile phone and called someone. As expected, it was connected instantly. Riser-sama. Did you miss me? Hee hee. I know that you miss me, right? It's okay. Just teleport me to your place. Sona-sama isn't around. It'll be safe. Everyone. Riser rubbed his temple as he heard Zenovia's smug tone. He felt helpless and then asked, are you not at school? It's okay to skip for a while. I am sure that Sona-sama will understand. Okay, I will teleport you here. Be prepared. Okay. Then, soon, Zenovia appeared in front of Riser, but she was stunned when she saw where she was, as it was her first time to see such a beautiful place. However, somehow, she had an idea where she was, and it made her heart shake with excitement. Riser-sama, this place is. It's heaven. Really? Yeah. Yay. Zenovia was so happy when she heard that she was in heaven that she could just dance at that moment. She had been dreaming of visiting heaven, and that dream was achieved because of her lover. She didn't hesitate to jump into Riser, ready to kiss and make a child with him as she wanted to taste how it was different to do it in heaven and in a different place, but when she hugged him, she realized that they weren't alone. However, she was okay with it since she had the experience to do it with other girls. Still, she was curious, so she looked around before she was stunned silly. Zenovia's body was shaking, and she pointed her finger at someone. It's been a while, Zenovia. Griselda smiled gracefully. It seems you are well. Yet, facing this smile, Zenovia couldn't utter a single word, then looked at Riser in disbelief. It seems that I am correct. You should know her, right? It's great for you two to have a reunion, right? Watching the sincere smile of his, Zenovia realized that she was being trapped by Riser. Chapter 402, Perfect Life Form. Watching 5 women who lay beside him, exhausted, without a single fabric on their bodies, Riser knew that someone must say that he had fallen. He had indulged himself in the pleasure and forgot what he needed to do, and he was like those emperors who spent all of their days on women and sex. Yet, they were wrong. If they thought he indulged himself, they would be under a great misunderstanding as he was trying to become stronger. Unlike others, sleeping with beautiful women gave him a great reward, so while others thought that he had fallen, the truth was that he was trying to become stronger. While he couldn't deny that he loved the process, everything was necessary for him to get stronger. He definitely didn't do it just because he was lustful toward the 2 reincarnated angels that had been following him and Gabriel. Yet, Marina aside, his indifference quickly took a sharp turn when he heard Griselda's identity from Zenovia. Yes, this girl was, without a doubt, idiotic, and he was afraid that in the future, the children that were born between them would create a musclehead who was thinking about sex and power all the time. Somehow, Riser could imagine that their children might become like that. Still, even so, he didn't think that their children would be bad children. Or, probably, their children would. However, Riser hoped that his children would be normal. Still, even if Zenovia was quite idiotic, she knew how to tickle his desire like Kuroka, especially when she told him that Griselda was her guardian or her mother. They might not be a parent and children biologically, but the 2 of them treated each other like a parent and children. Still, Riser wasn't sure whether Zenovia was a good daughter or not, as she could even send someone who she had always thought was her mother to his bed. Yet, he had to say, it was so damn exciting. The memory of their exchange still lingered in his mind, but at this moment, he decided to focus on getting stronger as the day was near. Congratulations, you have received Sora Sora no Mi, complete version. As expected, like before, he got rewards and abilities from a certain work that he knew in his previous life. This wasn't his first time to obtain this type of reward, so he could accept it easily. Yet, he had to say this reward helped him greatly, and with this, he had become perfect. Sora Sora no Mi, or Soul Fruit, was a devil fruit that gave him the ability to control the soul. Was it powerful? Naturally. Yet, it wasn't that omnipotent either. Still, the reason why he liked this ability was because it made it truly impossible for him to die. What about Sephiroth Grawl? Riser took the Sephiroth Grawl from Valerie Teeps, a Longinus that made him capable of coming into contact with the principles of life itself, so with such a Longinus in his possession, this devil fruit was as good as meaningless, right? Yet, he didn't think so. While he might have said that Sacred Gear's existence was like an extra organ within one's body, as expected, it was something external given by the system created by God. Yes, he had controlled the system, and the Sephiroth Grawl was as good as an extra organ within his body, yet he still felt uncomfortable when he thought that this wasn't something innate. He knew that he was being troublesome, but as long as he ate this devil fruit, his life-saving skill would increase even further. Even if his body was destroyed, as long as his soul existed, he would be okay. Or even if his soul was destroyed, there should be a way for him to be reborn from death. If he only relied on Sephiroth Graal, it would have been impossible for him to do so, since this Longinus might escape his grasp the moment he died. After all, Longinus had their own conscience, and even if he had taken control over it, due to the protagonist's aura of Issei, he was afraid that during the critical moment, they would try to run amok, making him die. Even if Riser had defeated Issei so many times and he didn't think that Issei would be his opponent, he was still wary of the will of the world. This world wished for Issei to become everything and wanted him to go die, so he needed to do everything to erase the possibility of his losing. After all, he had many things that he wanted to protect, and he didn't want to lose everything. His present and future, he was going to protect them. So, he ate the devil fruit, which gave him the ability to manipulate his soul. As expected, it tasted as bad as ever. Nevertheless, as it wasn't his first time eating something bad, and it was also a price of gaining power, he endured it. As he swallowed this devil fruit, he gained the power to manipulate the soul, and he knew that with this, he should be ready to. Wait, there is another more. Do you want to do more, Riser-sama? Zenobia asked as she hugged him from behind lazily yet lustfully. That wasn't what he meant, but as expected, compared to being an exorcist, Zenobia was more suitable to become a devil. Yet, in this world, whether one was a devil, an angel, a fallen angel, or even an exorcist, it had no meaning. The only thing that was important was power. It was also why Meredith, who was sleeping naked, could become the Queen of England. While Riser was in his own thoughts, Zenobia smiled as she thought that she was glad to meet him. If it wasn't because of him, then would she be able to achieve all of this? She could have a happy life, do something that she couldn't do before, meet her parent-like figure without worry, and even know the feeling known as love. Yes, she had fallen for him. Sometimes, she wanted to steal him away from her master, Sona. Yet, she knew her status well, and she was okay as his lover. Yes, as expected, being his lover was great, and she also couldn't wait to see their future together. To those who wanted to destroy their future, Zenobia was going to fight them. By the way, Riser-sama, do you want to visit the school? There are a lot of cute girls, you know. Riser looked at Zenobia, speechless, then took the pants that he had been pulled by everyone before. I need to go somewhere first. Huh? Where? Just a little job. You go back. Sona must be mad at you. Zenobia. While Zenobia begged that she didn't want to go back, Riser ignored her since he had something more important to do. Saying goodbye to the angels, he returned to the underworld, taking the body of Daihauser and devouring it, which gave him the ability of Worthless, before he went to Ophis, who quickly jumped into him when she saw him. You have become much, much stronger. Ophis looked at him with her usual blank expression. Right. Ophis. Riser smiled as he patted Ophis's head. By the way, Ophis, can you accompany me for a while? Chapter 403, One Last Piece. Rizavim and Euclid stayed together inside Agaria's island, which was stolen by Daihauser previously, and they moved to the corner of the world. Naturally, there was a reason why they needed this island, and that reason was those creatures before them. Ha ha ha. I can see that everyone will be crying when we let loose everything inside. It's as you say, Rizavim-sama. Unlike in the original, where Rizavim and Euclid gained the help of the evil dragons, which they reincarnated by using the Sephiroth Graal, in this world, they didn't have any help at all, and they had been relying on each other to grow up until now. Or rather, it was all Euclid's work, and Rizavim only made an order before being executed by Euclid. Yet, unlike Rizavim, who sought chaos and destruction in the world, Euclid wondered whether there was a point for Rizavim to be so focused on all of those things. Still, if there was a reason why Rizavim chased after this chaotic life, it was because he was the son of the original Lucifer. He was bored, and because of this, he wanted to make everything less boring. From inflicting harm to the weak, bullying, manipulating his children, using his mother, destroying the world, and then traveling to another world. Rizavim, who had everything, only wanted to do whatever he wished. Nevertheless, his last wish to go to another world should be able to achieve with the help of Issei. Because of this, Rizavim tried his best to help Issei as he also wished to destroy this world and another world. Anyway, he just wanted to do whatever he wished to do. He was simply an element of chaos. Meanwhile, Euclid was more interested in the parallel world and time manipulation. Instead of going to another world and destroying the world, he wanted to go to the past so that way, he could return to his big sister's arms instead of hiding like a rat in the sewer. Yes, Euclid had sister control, and he wished to get his hands on his big sister, Graphia. Yet, such a thing was impossible, especially when Euclid heard that Graphia had become Riser's maid. With Riser's nature, it was definitely impossible for anything to happen, and he was sure that Riser played with the widow of the dead previous Lucifer. Thinking about those things made him feel a hatred toward Riser, and Euclid just wanted to kill Riser. So, even if Risavim's plan was troublesome, Euclid did everything to support Risavim. As for Dihauser, who died? Haha, they thought that guy was stupid for being played by Risavim's lie. Anyway, as they got their hands on Agria's island, they did everything they could. The first thing they did was to create mass-produced boosted gear scale males. Yes, they created a clone of Issei, who had gained the power of Shikigami within him. They weren't sure how Issei could lose part of his DNA, but as they had gotten it, they wouldn't let go of this chance and quickly used his DNA to create clones of this perverted Red Dragon Emperor. Yes, Issei might be perverted, and he might have lost to Riser previously, yet when they saw the last battle between Issei and Riser, they knew how powerful Issei was. As long as they could create an army of Issei clones, they knew that the destruction of the world was near. Frankly, if they thought carefully, they would feel something was amiss and strange as they could get everything so smooth. Everything, whether it was their evil plan, funds, or research, was so smooth that it was so scary, yet Euclid or Risavim didn't care about those things, and they were just happy with their success. Yes, Riser might be able to defeat Issei, but what if there were a lot of Issei's clones? When they thought of an army of Issei clones, they felt happy and excited about their future. Still, this wasn't the end, as they also got their hands on another thing, and this thing was more dangerous as it was something that had caused the god of the Bible to die. 666, Trihexa. Or the apocalyptic beast. This was what they had gotten and was also the reason why they got their hands on Agria's island. Due to how powerful and dangerous Trihexa was, the god of the Bible decided to seal it by using God's everything. If it was before, this unseal might be hard to unseal, and they needed the help of Rosweiss to unseal this, but somehow, Euclid felt like he could unseal this beast easily as long as he was given time, especially when the Agria city. While it might be strange why they robbed this most popular city owned by the Agar's house, there was a reason why they did this, and that reason was that this city held all the technology of the old Satans. Due to the last Devil Civil War, many of the old Satans died, and it was also due to this that many technologies in the past had been lost. That should be the case, but those technologies still exist within this city. It was also why Ajuka had been holed up in this city, as he wished to understand those technologies. Yet, even if Ajuka had been staying in this city for quite a while, the only things that he had created were the raiding game and the evil piece. Meanwhile, Euclid, who had only stayed in this city for a while, was already on his progress to unleash the beast that was capable of destroying the world. Still, as Risavim and Euclid were excitedly ready to unleash the Trihexa on the world, the two of them suddenly felt a powerful force before dying without being able to say anything. Yes, it was Riser who had killed them. He suddenly appeared and killed the two easily before he looked at the creature that was about to be unleashed by the two. This thing is dangerous, Ophis, who came with him, said as she looked at the Trihexa. Trihexa's appearance was intimidating. It has the shape of a giant beast with characteristics coming from different animals like a lion, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, etc. It has 7 necks, 7 heads, and 10 horns, as well as 7 long, thick tails of different shapes. It also has 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. Its main body is that of a primate leaning forward. It is covered in black fur and what appears to be scales all over its body. Its size is well over several hundred meters, making it significantly larger than even Great Red. Moreover, as expected, when Riser appeared, this beast had already woken up. Roar! Trihexa grinned as he stared at Riser and Ophis dangerously, wishing to eat them. Riser only stared at this beast plainly and said, "Ophis, wait here. Don't let anyone enter." Ophis's eyes widened, and her small hand reached the hem of his shirt. "I will go with you." "Thank you, but stay here. This is my battle." Patting Ophis's head, Riser was different from the original protagonist, who would use the power of this infinity dragon without a care. He wasn't going to rely on anyone, and he was going to devour this beast with his own power. "Just wait, okay?" Hearing his words, while Ophis didn't want to, she could only agree. Then, as the seal of the Trihexa was broken, Riser said, "Duelist." At that moment, Riser and Trihexa disappeared from this world. Chapter 404, Ready. Riser. A few days had passed since Riser disappeared, and when he appeared once again, Ophis hugged him. Riser was exhausted and lay on the ground, but his eyes were full of excitement. Yes, he won against Trihexa. He won against the enemy that had made the god of the Bible die. Moreover, not only had he won, but he also devoured this being into his body. Still, he had to say that this enemy was stronger than the Great Red, which made him confused. Was this the effect because he was a non-protagonist? Was the will of the world didn't want him to win that much? Nevertheless, he had won, and he devoured the Trihexa. While it might be old news, he knew that he had become an existence that was impossible to defeat. A buggy existence that was impossible and whose only meaning was to stand on top of others. An apex predator. Still facing the Trihexa, he understood why the god of the Bible had died. Nevertheless, as he devoured the Trihexa, he gained its ability. Still, compared to the Great Red or the God, the ability of the Trihexa was much simpler as its main ability was its immense power, energy, and regeneration. Those basic abilities were simply maximized and made into an ultimate being that was truly impossible to die. Yet, what made him happy was the reward for the ability he gained after he defeated the Trihexa. As usual, when he defeated something strong or made an achievement, he would gain a reward from his system. Congratulations, you have received the Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony ability. Still, when he got this reward, he thought that he had become far less like a demon from the Phoenix house. As a member of the Phoenix house, his main ability should be his fire, yet now his main ability was to devour the others. While this wasn't bad, he felt complex regardless, yet as long as he became strong, it didn't matter. Nevertheless, what was the ability of the Beelzebub that made him so happy? Like any other skill that he received in the past, while he only got one skill, this skill consisted of several effects, which were imaginary space, mimicry, corrosion, soul consumption, food chain, and predation. All of those effects became part of a skill known as the Beelzebub. Now, let him explain what those abilities were used for. The first was the imaginary space, which was an ability where he could keep anything within a space created by himself. It could be said that it was the enhanced version of Duelist, Dimensional Lost, and Innovate Grawl. This space had unlimited space, and he could also combine it with those three abilities he mentioned above. By now, he could isolate others, and he knew that this fight with Issei for the last time would be much safer. He didn't need to worry that he would destroy the terrain like when he had his battle with Issei in Eastern Europe. Frankly, this was also one of his worries when he fought Issei. While Issei was brainless, Riser wasn't, and he knew what kind of consequences that their fight would bring if it happened on Earth. The last thing he wanted to see was the Earth being destroyed due to their last battle. This ability helped him to refrain from that, yet somehow, he felt like he should prepare for the worst, considering how cheating Issei's existence was. Even if he felt like nothing could harm him anymore, Issei had always brought a surprise, and this sudden surprise would be a sudden enhancement of his strength. Nevertheless, if the Earth was destroyed, he felt he could restore it to its original form. Yeah, I think that's possible. Still, Riser suddenly felt emotional when he thought that he had grown an existence that could casually restore the destroyed Earth. Well, let's focus on my skill first. After imaginary space, the next effect of Beelzebub was mimicry. Well, this ability was pretty much an ability that allowed him to replicate the appearance of others and also use their abilities after he did an analysis of his opponent. Well, having devoured his opponents, this was something easy for him as he had the data of his opponents within him. If it was someone that he hadn't devoured, it might take a while, as he needed to do a manual analysis before he was able to replicate them. Still, it was a great ability regardless. However, this wasn't the end, and the next effect of the Beelzebub was corrosion, an ability to corrode whatever he wanted to, which was pretty much simple, but if he developed it further, he might be able to corrode the existence of an intangible thing such as a concept. Was this the end? No, the next one was soul consumption, an ability that allowed him to eat the souls of others forcefully. Frankly, this skill was SOSO as it was like a branch ability from the Sora no Mi, which he had eaten previously. While there was no doubt this ability was great, it had far more effectiveness compared to the Sora no Mi. Nevertheless, compared to soul consumption, his next ability was better. Food chain was an ability to freely copy the prototypes of the skill of any subordinate while also enabling the user to grant subordinates any skill they are compatible with. Furthermore, the user's power also grows whenever their subordinates grow stronger. If Riser had to say, this ability was like the Link ability he gained in the past. While they were similar, they were also quite different. Still, the two skills complemented each other, so it was all great for him. Still, the best effect of the Beelzebub was the next one, which was predation, which was an ability to absorb others into himself. Moreover, it also included organic matter, inorganic matter, talents, abilities, physical ability, energy, and even space itself. It could be said that this ability was the enhanced version of the Degranate. With this ability, it was even easier for him to devour others and manage everything that he had eaten, so at this moment, the moment he gained this new ability, he tried to combine and consume everything that he had devoured. Starting from the Great Red, God, and the Trihexa, along with those powerful beings whom he had killed in the past, such as Odin, Surzek, Ajuka, Azazel, Gasper from the future, Dihauser, Rizavim, and many others. Those beings had been devoured by him, and there was no chance of them returning to the world of living anymore. All of them had become his powers, and with this power, he was ready for the last battle, which he needed to face. Chapter 405, Your End. There was no hesitation in him, and as Riser had devoured the Trihexa, the last part condition for his victory, he thought to tear apart the space so he could start the war with Issei and all of those creatures from another world. Like how Issei gained the ally of the remnants of the hero faction and those deceased to return to the world of living due to the Sephiroth Grawl, previously, Riser was sure that Issei had gained the ally of those beings from another world. There is also a parallel world. Yet, compared to another world, the existence of the parallel world was much easier to take care of. After all, the strongest beings in the parallel world were Issei, Trihexa, God, Surzek, the owner of the Longinus, and those other famous gods. Yes, those beings were strong, and they were above everyone, yet for him, they were nothing but a small fry. His attention had always been on the will of the world and Issei, who should have combined himself with the beings from another world. What is it again? DDD, isn't it? Divine Diabolos Dragon. If Riser wasn't wrong, this was the strongest state of Issei previously. If Issei gained the power of another being from another world, what would it become? Riser wasn't sure, but he only needed to fight. Still, as he thought about his battle, he realized Ophis had been hugging him tightly and buried her face in his chest. Ophis. This infinite dragon should be emotionless, a being without emotion, yet. Why did she cry? What's wrong? Gently caressing her hair, Riser asked. I don't know. You don't know. When I thought I couldn't see you anymore. I felt like my chest was hurting so much. It felt so uncomfortable. Riser looked at Ophis, whose expression showed confusion and sadness. He felt like he should explain what Ophis felt, but at the same time, he didn't want to. Still, at this moment, he realized that Ophis' form had changed. Ophis no longer appeared like a little girl, she had become the adult version of herself. Unlike the Great Red, with its ability to manipulate dream and reality, or the Trihexa, with its immense strength and powerful regeneration, Ophis was a shapeshifter. She could change herself into any shape that she wished to. If there was a reason why this infinite dragon stayed in the form of the little girl, it was all because of the wish of the original author or the creator of the world. If Riser was the author, he would make Ophis into a sexy adult woman, so there wouldn't be any problems. Still, he also felt like Ophis wasn't much different from children, especially when she wasn't proficient in the matter of emotions. Yet, at the same time, for a being like her, an emotion was unnecessary, especially when all the beings that came into contact with her only felt fear, and those who wished to get close to her only wished to use her. Yet, her meeting with Riser changed her. Ophis felt the warmth that she had never felt. Her days on the dimensional gap, where she spent time alone in the cold. Such a day should be normal and what she sought after. Her first purpose in getting close to Riser was also nothing but to get her hand on the dimensional gap, once again, so while it was strange, she wished to eliminate him from the world. Yet, after she met him, she changed. She felt something that she had never felt before, and whenever he met trouble, she wished to stay by his side and help her, but somehow, he had always rejected her and told her to stay, which made her keep staring at him, which by then, he would give her a sweet dango for her to eat and listen to him obediently. 3 days might not have been much for Ophis in the past as she had been living before the world was even created, but these 3 days, when she thought that she might not meet him anymore, felt much longer than all the days which she spent alone on the dimensional gap. His existence had meant many things to her. She, who didn't care about appearance, enemy, or whatever, only aimlessly living on the dimensional gap, realized the meaning of companionship. When she thought that she would lose him, she felt like the world didn't matter anymore. Watching Ophis, who had grown into an adult woman, Riser was silent and didn't expect that he would bring such an impact to this dragon, who didn't care about anything except for existing on the dimensional gap. What he did to her was just ordinary and something normal, yet for others, such an ordinary thing might be something that they would never get in their lives. Yet, even if Ophis had become such a grown-up woman, it was still hard for him to erase the small girl image that she had previously. Moreover, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to think about his lower body. Caressing her hair, he said, "You don't need to worry. I won't go anywhere or die." He was going to win, and he refused to lose. Ophis nodded softly and had confidence in him as she knew how powerful he was. Moreover, the powers he gained from the Great Red, God, and the Trihexa made him into a being that was impossible to defeat. It was a fantasy for anyone to defeat him, but... "Do you want to devour me too?" Ophis suddenly asked. Riser was stunned by this offer and refused her without hesitation. "No. You don't need to. But with me, your chance of winning should be increased, right? As I have said, no. I can do this by myself. This is my battle, and just wait for me to win, okay? I don't want to wait anymore. I want to fight with you." Watching her sincere eyes, Riser fell into silence, and his heart felt warm, yet it was also due to this that he knew he had to reject her. Once again, no. Wait for me. I will definitely win. Gently, he rubbed her head. He didn't want to have this conversation anymore and left the Agrias, leaving this floating island on the corner of the world so he could research it later. Still, when he returned, he directly announced to everyone that the war would start. Everything was so sudden, yet like how he had his war with the Hindu and Chinese myths in the past, he said he would go there alone, making many speechless. Yet, unlike before, no one denied him. Everyone wished to follow him. After all, this time, their enemies were beings from another world. They tried to invade their world, so they had to fight as they refused to be invaded by those beings. While Riser wanted to say that their existence was simply meaningless as they weren't strong enough, he didn't reject them since he needed to focus on his battle with Issei. This time, he was going to erase this perverted protagonist completely from the world, truly making this world into a peaceful world for him. So, after a week of preparation, under his leadership, they all went to the dimensional gap before he opened the portal that connected his world and another world. When the portal was opened, everyone could see another world, and everything was so peaceful, yet it was easy to tell those beings were prepared for the battle. At this moment, those beings from another world also noticed them, but they started at them in a daze, feeling confused by their appearance. Issei and the others widened their eyes, startled and shocked. Still, Riser didn't care about that and used his power to destroy all of them. Vermilion Downfall. At that moment, another world was destroyed. Chapter 406, Last Battle. At that moment, everything was silent, and no one could say anything. Everything exploded, and nothing remained. The brutal and deadly war that they were waiting for just ended like that. Riser used just one attack, and another world was destroyed directly. Frankly, this was a shame since he wanted to use the resources of this world for his world, yet when he thought about the danger that would come to him anytime, he might as well destroy it so there wouldn't be any chances for his opponents to do anything. Moreover, he also wanted to show everyone his powers so there wouldn't be any more nonsense in the future. Nevertheless, with this, everything was peaceful, and the threat of another world was erased. While some were disappointed as they couldn't fight and show their powers in this war, no one said anything, and all of them fell silent, understanding the reason why he could fight this battle alone. Frankly, if there was a reason why they existed, it was to stop the goons or those stupid guys who thought that they could fight Riser. Still, the foolish was destroyed, so everything was over, right? Yet, while Riser's side was peaceful, the other side of the world was in ruin. All of them were in terror as the explosion buried all of them, killing all of them without any mercy. Help! Ah! Issei-sama. It's hot. It's so painful. Help us. They thought that they were ready for the battle, and they thought with their power, it would be easy for them to fight Riser and his group, yet all the initiative was taken by Riser, and they were all defeated without being able to do anything. At that moment, they were all in misery, and they had a painful death as the flame was just too unbearable for them. Yes, their races might be a spirit and a mechanical life form, but it didn't mean that they couldn't feel pain. It was because they were a complete life form that they could feel pain. At this moment, everyone watched their acquaintances, families, loved ones, and enemies turn into an ally death in front of them, yet even so, they ignored them, and they fell into confusion, trying to stay alive. However, no matter how they tried, nothing could be done. Their fate was only one, and that was dead. Riser also didn't hold back and sucked all the souls of all the beings on another world to make sure that no one could fight him. They could also become a nourishment for his power, which was a great thing for him. Yet, as expected, while the majority, or almost every life form on this planet, was erased by Riser, Issei, who had combined himself with the leader of two races within this world, could hold on. He used his everything to block this attack, yet as expected, he was unable to fight to save the others, and if this continued, then... Issei-sama. Aya. Help us. Please. 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 Issei cried blood as he was powerless to stop everything. All the beings within his body also cried and watched their races being exterminated by Riser while forgetting that they planned to fight Riser. Riser, I won't forgive you. Kill you. I will kill you. The two beings inside Issei's body roared. Their feelings resonated with Issei, yet Riser was a stronger opponent than they had thought. This flame was simply a nightmare, and even if Draig's flame was also powerful, compared to Riser's flame, Draig's flame was child's play. Once again, Issei was in a crisis, and he didn't know what to do. Even if his energy was almost unlimited due to the combination of his future self and two leaders of two life forms of this world, it was simply meaningless against Riser. Yet, when he was about to be swallowed by a flame and thought that everything was about to be over, a voice entered his head again. Issei Hayadu. Issei. Issei thought that it was his imagination, but this voice kept calling him, which made him confused, and he wondered who this person was. Who are you? I am the will of the world. Will of the world. Whether it was Draig and the two leaders of the two life forms within Issei's body was dumbfounded by the origin of this voice. After all, they could feel the power contained within this origin, and it was much more than their combination, especially when they saw the world seem to stand still and stop. Yet, at the same time, they were startled by Riser's flame, which seemed to be able to burn even if the time and space stopped. Yet, Issei ignored Riser's flame and was more cornered by the voice that called him. Why did you call me? You are the person that I have chosen. You are the chosen one. I will give you the power to defeat your opponent. Really? Yes, defeat Riser Lucifer. You're the only one who can do it. Yet, at that moment, Riser suddenly appeared in front of Issei and slammed his fist into his face, causing Issei's head to burst open and disappear into ash. Still, this wasn't the end since he kept stomping Issei's body until nothing was left. He knew that Issei was planning to power up, but he wouldn't let him. He was going to erase him from this world and gain his peace. However, the world wouldn't let him. Even if Issei was destroyed into nothingness, his body suddenly reformed, and he appeared once again in the distance. At that moment, the other worlds disintegrated and swirled before they were all absorbed into Issei's body. The two leaders of the two lifeforms within Issei's body also combined themselves into Issei's body. Unlike before, this time, they had fully fused into his body, and he had become a new life form that hadn't appeared in this world. This was the perfect life form that was undefeated. D. At that moment, several voices sounded at the same time. Issei appeared once again with his mixed dragon armor that had a variety of colors from golden, black, red, white, and silver. The colors mixed together, creating an image of an ultimate power that couldn't be defeated. The time that stopped also moved once again, but all of them had despair in their eyes when they saw Issei's new transformation. Demise Diabolic Device Divinity Dragon. Riser was in silence and stared at this transformation helplessly. For real. Yet, he knew that he needed to take this battle out on another space, or else everything would be destroyed. Duelist. He and Issei were absorbed into the powerful space, as the two were ready to fight until the death, yet strangely enough, this space of his was cut, and he was blasted into the Bering Sea. Boom. And then he died. Tomorrow, I will give 3 chapters, and by then, this novel will be finished. Chapter 407, Devour. The moment Riser was punched by Issei, Riser was dead, but once again, he was reborn, and half of his body that was cut was also regenerated. Still, the impact of this attack caused a tsunami in the surrounding area, and whether it was Alaska or the northeastern part of Russia sunk into the sea. Yet, this wasn't the end. Riser. Issei blasted Riser once again toward Canada, and the impact caused the western parts of the country to almost sink into the sea like the others. At that moment, he was enraged, and he was going to destroy Riser. His hatred, anger, and everything. There was no way that he would forgive him. Facing this attack, Riser was once again dead, then was born once again. It was impossible for him to die, yet at the same time, he knew that this was dangerous. There was this power in Issei's punch that almost made his rebirth ability invalid. It was as if it was impossible for him to use it. Yet, if Issei thought that power was enough to kill him, then it was wrong. Riser wouldn't die so easily. No, he couldn't die. Even if his rebirth ability was invalid, there were still many ways for him to return alive, such as turning all the damage into nothing but a dream or focusing on his regeneration. Yet, he had to say that Issei was cruel. Riser wasn't sure how many humans had been killed in this battle, but he knew that the numbers would almost reach 1 billion soon. While he didn't want their battle to affect those humans, he was powerless at this moment. Even though his space creation was enhanced due to the isolation effect from the Beelzebub skill, no matter how many times he tried, the space was penetrated by Issei so easily like a piece of paper. It's useless. As if reading his thoughts, Issei said, the power of penetration from Drake has been empowered. No matter how you try to imprison us, it will be impossible to do it. Even though Riser was beaten up, he felt speechless by Issei's words. He just wanted to move the battle somewhere so it wouldn't hurt the others, yet why did this guy act like he was the wrong one? Was it the revenge of the will of the world and the two leaders of two lifeforms on another world for him and this world? As this world was almost dominated by him, Issei thought that he might as well destroy this world. Moreover, the one who was in control of Issei's body at this moment was Issei from the future, which meant that even if this world was destroyed, it didn't matter. Yet, even if it was meaningless, Riser tried since he really didn't want more people to die. However, all he did was pointless since he could do nothing at this moment. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself until he could match Issei. Yet, it needed time, and by that time, this world might be as good as an end. At that moment, everything was in ruin. Nothing remained. It was like a scene that happened in another world. Whether it was all supernatural beings or living beings in this world, they thought that it was the end of the world. Ragnarok, Apocalypse, Frashokaridi, Armageddon, the end of the world, or whatever the names are according to the religions, which everyone believed might truly happen. Everyone was crying. They were in terror, frightening, yet they had no power to do anything. At this moment, the only one that they could rely on was Riser. Those who tried to come perished as the impact, aura, and everything of their fights weren't their fragile beings could hold. Nevertheless, Riser continued to stay alive persistently. His figure might be lame and even ugly due to the brutality caused by Issei's attacks, but even so, as long as he was the one who stayed alive, he was the winner. Yet, as if reading his mind, Issei said, I know that you are confident about your rebirth ability, but what if your rebirth ability is meaningless? Hearing those words, Riser didn't say anything and just stared at Issei, who had gotten ahead of himself. He wasn't sure where he was at the time, but he felt he should be one of the islands in Oceania. He had to admit that this battle was difficult and took quite a long time as he almost revolved around the world. Are you scared? You are scared, right? Hearing those words, Riser spat saliva that was mixed with blood on Issei's face. Dai. Once again, a tsunami spread everywhere from the impact of Oceania. At that moment, everyone was in despair. They tried to pray, yet their prayer was meaningless since the only one who could save them was on the verge of dying. Dear. No. 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 I won't forgive you. If there was something that Riser was glad for, it might be because of Issei's subconscious action to avoid those heroines who were supposed to be part of Issei's harem. Yes, in this world, those heroines might be taken by Riser, but as long as Riser disappeared, they would return to Issei's arms once again. Still, the screams of those women who were supposed to be his made Issei even crazier as they cursed him. Riser. Nevertheless, Issei never blamed them. Instead, he blamed Riser as everything was Riser's fault. If Riser wasn't here, then would everything turn like this? Riser was already numb, and he had already ignored the pain in his body as it was too much. Frankly, dying might be better, so he wouldn't feel this pain anymore, but how could he give up? The thought that Issei would conquer the world and take what was supposed to be his made him wish to puke and insist on staying alive. Nevertheless, he had to say that even if this guy had gained such power, Issei was still a pushover, which made him speechless. Yet, as if reading him once again, Issei said, "This is the last blow. I know that you can continue to be reborn, but with this power of penetration, you won't be able to stay alive once again. This blow will end everything." Riser thought that Issei was talking nonsense, but somehow, he could tell that this blow was dangerous, and he knew that he needed to escape. Yet, unfortunately, he couldn't. However, when he thought that it was his end, someone appeared in front of him and accepted this blow. You. Issei panicked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yet, Riser widened his eyes and didn't expect something like this to happen to him. While this was the cliché plot of the protagonist where his loved one would block the attack so it wouldn't kill him, he didn't expect this plot to happen to him. You stupid. Riser looked at Ophis, who blocked this attack for him. However, Ophis only smiled. This was probably the first smile he had ever seen on her face. Is it worth it? It is. Ophis could feel her life was dwindling, yet she said those words sincerely. You're warm, so warm that it makes me find the meaning of life. You give me meaning. I might disappear, but I will be with you. Thank you, Riser. Her body disappeared and entered his body. No, no. No. While Issei stared at this scene in disbelief and refused to accept, Riser closed his eyes and could feel Ophis' strength enter his body. Duelist. Unlike before, this time, whether he and Issei were swallowed by space, it was a time for him to devour Issei and everything. Chapter 408, New Universe. Riser wasn't sure how long he had been in space, but it shouldn't have been a month. Yet, even so, the aftermath of his battle with Issei brought so much destruction that it was impossible for it to disappear for at least a decade. Many lives were lost, and the Earth was on the verge of ruin with many earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and many other disasters that happened every day. It was already impressive that the Earth could hold on until now. Yet Riser didn't intend to return to his women first, he just rested on one of the beaches in Sri Lanka. He wasn't sure why he appeared here, but he was just there. Frankly, as he was in this place, he was thinking of visiting Adam's Peak, where the first human, Adam, fell to Earth for the first time. Yes, if this was usual for him, he would do this, but unfortunately, he wasn't in such a mood. As he sat on the Tangale beach, he thought about Ophis as he had never thought that she would give herself to him. He could feel her inside him, and he should be able to reincarnate her, yet somehow, he felt that it was wrong. He had failed her, and he couldn't even protect her. In the end, he was like any other protagonist who relied on the power of others to make himself stronger. How can I enjoy my life from now on? The peace he sought after was already in his hands. In this world, he didn't have any opponents, and everything was as good as his. Yet, the price of that was the death of Ophis. He rubbed his temple and thought about what he should do. Are you there, system? What's up? This strange answer made him nostalgic for some reason, and he also couldn't help but think about his past, where he had to fight Issei for the first time during his engagement with Rias in the past. The system was such an annoying thing and forced him to do something inexplicable, yet he knew that if this wasn't because of it, he wouldn't become what he was now. Do I get a reward? Yeah. Congratulations, you have received the Gold Experience Requiem, Raphael, Lord of Knowledge, and Made in Heaven. As expected, the rewards he gained were amazing, but what was the point of it? He had failed Ophis. Yes, he could revive Ophis, but somehow, As he had made her sacrifice for himself, it made her death feel worthless, and he felt like he would become something that he didn't want to do if he revived her. If he revived her, then her feelings would become worthless, and he also wouldn't learn anything. He might have become an almighty being, yet he didn't want to lose his heart. How about you check your reward first? Well. Riser followed the advice of the system and checked his rewards. His first reward was the ability of the Gold Experience Requiem. It was an ability that allowed him to return everything to a zero. A nullification. Returning something back into a state where it never happened. By using this skill, he could also give life to those who are dead. Well, that was amazing, but did the system tell him to go to the past to change everything? Riser shook his head, then checked his next reward, Raphael, the Lord of Knowledge, an ability that allowed him to understand everything. While he had a high intelligence due to his first reward, he still needed time to understand something, but with this skill, he could understand many things easily. Learning the use of this ability, his brows furrowed, and he decided to check his last reward. Made in Heaven. Wow. He was amazed by this ability as it allowed him to accelerate time, yet the true ability of this ability was to create a new universe. Yes, a new universe. According to the cyclic model of the universe, after a certain period of time, the universe will eventually begin to contract rather than expand, eventually reaching a singularity point. This singularity point serves as both the end of one cycle of history and the beginning of a new cycle. In the resulting new world, the path of fate is largely identical to that of the previous universe, with the planet's formation and the lives of living organisms following the same course. In other words, as long as he used this ability, he would be able to truly escape from his fate that was attacked by Issei, other beings, and the will of the world. As long as the new world was created, he would be truly free. Yes, he knew that he might defeat Issei, the beings from another world and the will of the world, but he knew that they weren't the only ones. In the future, he could even tell that he would meet Issei from the past, Issei from the world, and many others. It wouldn't end, no matter how he tried to become a being that dominated this entire universe, as this universe was shaped by the will of the world. Yet, if he created a new world by destroying the universe, then his fate would become truly free from all the burdens. However, the price was obvious. He would be forgotten, everything started from a zero. So, would he do this? When he thought about all the connections that he had made, he hesitated, and he wasn't sure what to do, so he decided to walk. He walked out of Sri Lanka aimlessly, wondering whether he should create a new world. Frankly, this plan had 100% success, as with a start, he would understand everything, and with the Gold Experience Requiem, he would nullify all the mistakes. Still, by then, everyone would forget about what was happening in this world, as they would be reincarnated into the new world. As he hesitated, he heard someone call him. Riser. Dear. Finally. Finally. Riser was startled and realized that he had been walking so long that he had arrived in the desert. Huh? Why are you here? Yet, they didn't answer him and leaped into him, hugging him tightly without letting him go. I have finally met you. Where have you been? How did you walk into Mecca? Was this Mecca? Riser was speechless, wondering how he could walk at ease from Sri Lanka to Saudi Arabia without much thought, and it made him realize how hard this decision would be. Still, when they met him, there was only one thought on their minds, and they directly made children on this place, which happened to be Mount Arafat. They weren't sure how long they had been in a state of lust, only thinking about reproduction and making children for him. Yet, they couldn't be blamed since what had happened previously made them so scared that they thought they couldn't meet him. However, strangely enough, this meeting erased his worry. Even if he appeared in Sri Lanka and then wandered to Saudi Arabia, they could meet each other. It was as if fate, gravity, and the world wished for them to meet each other, so even if he created the new world, he knew they would be able to meet each other again. Or rather, this time, he wouldn't make a mistake. He wouldn't let those he cared for get hurt. In the end, even though they tried to defeat him with the quantity, they weren't his opponents, and soon, they fell and slept due to exhaustion. Only a few of them were able to have their conscious remains and stayed by his side as they watched the stars at night. So, Ophis is. Yes. They were sad, yet they knew that the one who was affected the most was him. What are you planning to do? Seraphal asked. I plan to make a new world. Everyone. With the Innovate world, Riser had the experience of creating a world, a good world for him to live in. After all, in this world, no matter how strong he became, he would become the invader, a virus that needed to be erased. His existence was such that it couldn't be changed until the new world was born. Will we be able to meet again? Of course. Riser nodded. We have never thought of being together, yet in the end, we are together and live till now. It is like gravity pulling us together. If it can happen once, then it can happen twice. If it doesn't happen, then I will make it happen, so you don't need to worry. We will definitely be together once again. He had made up his determination to terminate this universe so a new world would be created. His women also agreed, as they knew that if he didn't do this, he would fight and fight again. While they knew that they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves like Ophis for him, how would he feel if he were the only one left behind in this world? In a world where he was alone without anyone, was there any meaning? So, they could only support him, and because of this, they had sex once again and continued for so long that they had his children. His children were conceived in their wombs, and this would be their reminder so they wouldn't forget about him in the new world. While it was a shame that they wouldn't be able to meet their children in this world, they knew that they would be able to meet them in the new world. With all of that, Riser used the Made in Heaven to terminate this universe and create a new world. During the process, Riser spoke with the system. Are you still following me to the new world? I won't. Huh? Why? Riser was confused. On that world, you are not a villain. Your role will be different. I am not needed there. Moreover, you are strong enough now. My role is over. It's great to be with you, Riser. Riser wasn't sure how he felt at this moment, but while their beginning was quite rocky, he was glad to have the system since if the system didn't exist, then he might be as good as over. Thanks. No problem. There weren't many exchanges between them, but even so, they wouldn't forget each other, like his feelings for all of his women. By then, Riser used his power and started to create a new world. Within the universe, all the galaxies were pulled by gravity and merged before they began to collide with each other. By then, all the matter in the universe would be crushed into an infinitely hot, infinitely dense singularity similar to the Big Bang, and then a new universe was created. Chapter 409, Beginning. Yua. Vala suddenly woke up as he held his temple, feeling scared by all the dreams that he had previously. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he felt like he had been living on another identity, which confused him. Valley and I, what's wrong? Are you okay, Valley and I? Hearing two voices of concern, Vala looked up and saw his two little siblings. They were twins, and their only difference was their genders, but even so, he loved them very much. Nothing. I just have a bad dream. Then, we will hug you. Yeah, be better, Valley and I. His two little siblings hugged him together, which made Vala smile. He rubbed their soft, blonde hair and felt a little helpless as they were quite sticky to him. Valley, have you woken up? It's time for breakfast. Suddenly, the three heard the voice of their mother. Come on, Valley and I. Let's have breakfast. It will make you feel better. Okay. Vala stood up from his bed and then looked in the mirror. Like his little siblings, his hair was also blonde, and to be honest, he felt like he was different from the others. He had a power that might be able to destroy this world, which made him scared somehow. Erasing this thought, he shook his head and walked out of his room to have breakfast. In the kitchen, Vala saw his mother, who was humming a song that should be from a TV drama. He wasn't sure what TV drama she was watching, but it was good she was happy. Have you woken up, sleepyhead? His mother greeted Vala with a smile. Good morning, Mom. Come on. Have your breakfast. The bus is going to arrive soon. Okay. Vala was obedient to his mother and sat on the chair as he had his breakfast with his little siblings. Unlike a normal family where there was a father, his family didn't have a father, but even so, they had a happy family, and they lacked nothing. Still, he had been wondering who his father was, and while it was only his thought, he knew that his father should be the one who gave him this power. Watching his little siblings, who somehow were distracted by the anime on the television, Vala looked at his mother hesitantly. What's wrong, Valley? Vala's mother asked curiously. Mom, who is my father? Valley asked hesitantly, causing his mother to smile gently, and said, you will meet him soon. Huh. Strangely enough, this answer wasn't something that Valley had thought of. What? You thought that your father had abandoned you or fought an evil organization. Valley. He isn't, but there is something that he has to do, and when it is over, you will meet him, so be patient, okay? While Valley was still doubtful, he knew that his mother wouldn't lie, so he nodded and decided to believe in his mother. Still, as he ate, the voice of his teacher was heard from the outside. Riser Phenex. Hearing this voice, Valley hurriedly ate his breakfast. Mom. Miki Hayato looked at her daughter with a smile. Even though it was hard for her to get pregnant, in the end, she was able to get pregnant, and frankly, even now, she wasn't sure why such a handsome young man would be interested in an old lady like her. Was it her breasts? Nevertheless, she was happy that she had her own family now. Mom, when Dad is home. Rubbing her daughter's long blonde hair, she said softly, Dad will go back in the weekend. Ah, that's too long. Be patient. You only need to wait for a day. But I want to see Dad. Then, tell Dad to stay longer, okay? Thinking about the day she spent with her men, Miki decided to work together with her daughter to seduce her men to stay for a longer time. Yeah. Thinking of the return of Riser, the two held hands, and the two talked to each other about preparing a surprise meal for their father, to make him happy. As for Issei Hayudo, there was no such a person in this universe. After all, her mother was taken. In the villa, a woman with silver hair and a maid outfit shouted, "Riser-sama! Riser-sama! Where are you?" Her voice was like a roar, truly angry by the act of this young man. As she shouted, she tried to find him before she found him near the park, sleeping on the soft bed surrounded by 3 girls. Among the 3 girls, one had a slightly similar feature to Riser, and the 2 had a cat-like feature with a white and black color, respectively. Kuroka. Kaneko. Ravel. As expected, it's you 3. The 3 girls only frowned in their sleep, but Riser opened his eyes and then looked at the beautiful maid. "Don't get angry, Graphia." Hearing his words, Graphia sighed helplessly and asked, "You don't do anything strange, right? Look how old I am. What can I do?" "Good." Graphia nodded and said, "When the time is ripe, I will be the one who takes your virginity." Riser was in silence for a while, staring at his queen helplessly. Still, he knew that Graphia must be coming for a certain reason. "So, what's wrong?" "The heiress of the Citri house and Gremory house is coming." "Why?" "Well, probably their elders told them to meet you, the genius from the Phenex house, right?" Was that sarcasm? Nevertheless, Riser stood up from his bed and let the 3 girls sleep while following Graphia, as he knew this woman was quite strict with etiquette. "Have you waited so long?" "Not really, but they seem to be quite spoiled." "Well, they are the heiress, after all." As the heiress of 2 famous noble houses, it was natural for them to have a certain arrogance. "But they are nothing compared to you." "Don't say that. You will make them angry." "Well, if you say so, Riser-sama." Watching an older woman pout, Riser felt unbearable somehow, and as he thought so, a voice suddenly interrupted his thought. "Are you Riser Phenex?" Riser turned and saw 2 girls before him. One girl stared at him unconvincedly, and the other stared at him curiously and nervously as she hid behind the first girl. "My big sister told me that you were special, but I won't lose to you." With her childish voice, a girl with short black hair and glasses said firmly. "So Sona, you can't be so rude." The girl with crimson hair, who hid behind the black-haired girl, said nervously. "Rias, you can't act weak like this. You are the heiress of the Gremory house." After she said that, the girl, whose name was Sona, stared at Riser with an unconvinced expression. "Before I answer your question, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Or, as a heiress, has no one ever taught you etiquette?" Hearing Riser's comeback, Sona blushed and felt embarrassed, realizing her fault. My name is Sona Citri. Nice to meet you." Riser nodded, then looked at the crimson-haired girl. "How about you?" My name is Rias Gremory." Rias introduced herself stutteringly as she looked at Riser curiously. "Nice to meet you too, Miss Gremory." Riser nodded, then introduced himself. "My name is Riser Phenex." Riser Phenex. 2x. The 2 girls murmured his name as they looked at him curiously. Still, this wasn't the only meeting. He met a variety of people, including many beautiful girls from the underworld, the human world, and even heaven. It was as if their meeting was predestined, and fate let them meet each other. Similarly, in the corner of the world, in the place where no one was living, dimensional gap, the strongest existence, had been living there for an eternity. She didn't know why she was born, but this was her home. She was comfortable with this place, and she never thought to move until she saw someone approaching her. Unlike those who happened to cross her before, which she destroyed, the feeling that this person gave was warm, and it was something that she had never felt before. "Are you the infinite dragon, Ophis?" Ophis looked at this man for a while, then nodded softly. "Do you want to go with me?" "Where?" "A fun place." "Is it better than here?" "Yes." "Really?" "Really?" Ophis stared at him for a while before she transformed herself into an adult woman form, a form which she had always taken when she became a human. She wasn't sure why she took this form, even though she had never cared much about gender or age, yet she took this form. "Hold my hand." Ophis stared at his hand, then reached it, holding it firmly, and felt the warmness and a feeling that she had never felt before. "Oh, right, my name is Riser Phenex." "Riser Phenex. What's wrong?" "I feel like I have heard that name before." "Where?" "I don't know, it feels like it comes from this place." Ophis touched her heart, showing where she thought that she had heard his name. "Is that so?" Ophis nodded and felt like this was someone that she had been waiting for. "I also think that you are someone important to me, so I came here." "Really?" "Really?" Ophis smiled for the first time. "Then, do you want to follow me?" "Okay. Okay, let's go back." His hand firmly held her hand, and she also didn't let him go, following obediently. "That's it. Thank you. That's the end. I never thought this novel would end this way, but you can't ever guess. I am not sure if you feel rushed, but I don't believe so. He is so powerful, after all, and he has no more opponents. Or rather, he can create a new universe. While it is possible for him to go to a different world, I think this is the best end. Thank you for reading this story. While there are many parts that you might find unsatisfactory, I feel satisfied with this ending. Once again, thank you for following me till now. As for the new novel, let me rest for a while. Thanks.